All right, it's your buddy, it's your pal, it's your dear friend David Wilcock, and I am back again for another absolutely amazing show, Legends of the Faerie Rings. I'm already getting donations and questions seconds after I started. Kayla Wamsteker. Hi, David. Do you think people with schizophrenia, like in the movie Beautiful Mind, aren't actually physically sick? They may be remembering being pulled out in the 20-year cycle you spoke about a couple weeks ago. That's an interesting theory. Thank you for your donation. Appreciate that. If he comes out with a white blouse on, says Egg Beater, I'm going to go watch a movie. Richard Whitney just got out right out of the gate with $200. Holy crap. I am making money as soon as I show up. I haven't even said anything yet. As always, David, thank you for all you do. The truth and wisdom you share is always with a kind heart. I can feel the energy intensifying. May peace, love, and light be with you in sharing the message of hope. And we got Midnight Mark donated $10. Cool shirt, David. What are your feelings about the new crop circle, says Dolores Cornia. Well, we're definitely going to get into that. Ha ha ha, HWMO Liberty, I said pink. Charlie Winner, I said pink shirt. Kent Bowser, thank you for everything you do. Bay Bear Alert, says Bay Bear Productions. Good self-promotion there, I guess. Anyway, look, I'm in a great mood, you guys. I'm living the clean life. I'm sober. I'm happy. And we just had this really cool event with Stavati that we did. This was the Air Dominance Summit. We'll talk about that a little bit more later. But I always like to kind of open up the show with a little bit of comedy. So we're going to get a brief word from our dear friend, that's right, Angry Daddy, who's only loosely based on my father. It's a greatly exaggerated character. But let's say that somebody, what are you really trying to say here, son? You called your show Faerie Rings, and I'm deeply concerned about the homosexuality that is bubbling to the surface and percolating within your personality, that you would dare to call a show Faerie Rings because, there's implications about what that might actually mean, son. And I'm not going to stand here and take this stuff of you trying to indirectly say something that you didn't really know what you were saying. Why, David? Why are you thinking about Faerie Rings? Now, I thought it all through. Is this some kind of a code for a so-called domestic partnership, son? If you're one fairy and you got another fairy and you're exchanging rings, are you going to ask dear old daddy to help you exchange those fairy rings in your domestic partnership? Now, son, I've spent a long time trying to advise you to be a good person. Sandra Davis, thank you. $50 donation. Daddy's even got to do that one. I do not want to see you go down this road, son. So if there's any subtext in this title of your show, I want to make absolutely sure that Daddy is not happy, and I have had it. Beverly Adams, thank you for keeping me sane. I couldn't love you more. We love you too, Beverly, but maybe not as much, or maybe a little more than my son, actually, because David, you used to listen to Black Sabbath when you were in junior high school, and there was that song, Fairies Wear Boots and You Gotta Believe Me. I saw it, I tell you no lie. Oh, fairies wear boots and you gotta believe me. I saw it with my own two eyes. Oh, right now. David, you better not be coming out of the closet, son, because I am not going to stand by and watch my son become gay. Oh, God, I hope my son doesn't turn out to be gay. All right, fine, Dad, we'll spell it a different way just for you. You're all freaked out about this. It's completely inappropriate. It's wildly inappropriate, actually. Doesn't make me feel good about myself. So, you come in here, talk... Absolute comedy, says Gary Hyder. Black Sabbath was way ahead of their time, says Scarlet Fire. This is wild. We got lots and lots of laugh icons. Angry Daddy sounds like Jordan Peterson. You make me laugh so hard. Thank you, David. I always seem to have something stuck in my eye when I start the show. I'm getting it out now. Woo, yeah, Angry Daddy in the house. We're already at 1,582 people right out of the gate, son, so you're doing well, despite the fact that you had a very subtexty, kind of suspicious, unusual title that has all sorts of innuendo and unpleasant things that I don't even want to ask you about, son, because honestly, if I ask you the question, the answer is yes, it's going to destroy me because I tried to program the values and the things about this family that make this family great. I tried to put those into your mind, son. Please don't tell me you're gay. Please, God, don't let my son be gay, because I have had it. Ah! Oh, yeah, this is good, though, son. I'll tell you, you really ought to take up smoking, because this is just amazing. The taste is so luxurious, and it just makes all that stuff that you put Daddy through seem to fade away. Woo! You're looking great. Smash the like button. Yes, that comedy fixes the universe. You are so funny, says Maria Sinclair. Great sense of humor, says Balgorg Sinking God. Lucas Mazziero just donated right here. He says, do you follow Dan Winter's work on fractal charge collapse and Schumann cascade? Could you explain that for us? Well, I don't know. Hi, David. Did you get my gift of the Benjamins? I haven't had a chance to open all that mail yet. Somebody sent me a shaving razor in the mail, a Gillette Mach 5, I guess. It was kind of like, well, what are you implying exactly? You send me... And then it was like, okay, well, I'll try not to take that personally. But anyway, okay, so now I know Vacapalo sent me some Benjis. We got Greg Theroux donated $44.44. Angry Daddy, you are great, says Sarah Love. Scarlet Fire says, we are in the midst of Ascension. Did you hit record? Says Linda Korsiak, yes, I did. The red light is on. We are not going to miss anything. This is a great time to be alive. Michael Larson, when I was in junior high school, my favorite band was Black Sabbath. Well, Michael, you and I have that in common. I used to listen to them all the time. Found out later it was because I was processing, having been through something very horrible involving demons and Satan and all this kind of stuff, the parallel lifetime. But anyway, yeah, so Black Sabbath it worked for me. I had a fellow classmate give me a whole bunch of tapes and said, oh, these are evil, I don't want these. And I already knew enough about Black Sabbath that when my friend Russell said, hey, give me one of those, I gave him the Sabbath with Ronnie James Dio tape. And I kept all the Sabbath with Ozzy Osbourne tapes because I knew those were better albums. So what was the one that I gave him that had Dio in it? The mob rules. If you're looking for fools. I can let go of Mob Rules. I don't need that one. But I definitely want to have Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath. Definitely want to have Volume 4. You know, I kept all the good ones for myself. But I gave away Ronnie James Dio. You know, I don't think he's the best rock and roll singer of all time. Some people say he is. He can sing very well. I just liked Ozzy better. What can I say? The purple shirt is so David Wilcock, says Koala Unchained. Well, this is actually more like a pink shirt. But, okay, you know, purple, you say potato, I say potato. It's mustard or mustard. Nobody actually does that, though. You know, but I'm trying to expand the comedic envelope and spread the love onto YouTube. I got to keep you guys laughing and thinking and, wait a minute, mustard? I've never heard that. That's right, because I just made it up. But what the hell? You know, we got to do it here. So, Dad, just for you, to ease your homophobic iterations of paranoia that, wait a minute, I had a wife, Dad. I've only had girlfriends. What are you saying? Okay, we'll spell it fairy in a different way just to assuage your paranoia, keep you feeling a little bit less vulnerable as we go into this open sharing experience with the audience. You know, we're here to connect. Yeah, Michael Larson, totally agree on Ozzy, Masters of Reality, of course, and Paranoid. Poupon, says Richard Collins, my girlfriend wants me to get a shirt like that now. Project Skyfall, you keep us smiling, David. These videos are the best compared to David and Beth 6 years ago, says Jason Christie. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that. Charlie Winter, I sent you a package arriving tomorrow. yeah, I mean, you guys are, I'm going to have to get another big box for all my fan mail because it is just piling up on the kitchen table and it's starting to get unmanageable. You know, you guys are sending me so much stuff that it's like, wow. No, I'm not still married, of course. Divorced 4 years ago. Has Stavati gotten funding yet? Nanasani. We are very close. Chris left last night for a trip overseas that he's going to be gone for 2 weeks. And within that time, we're probably going to end up closing something. And we have a guy who's helping facilitate the deal who said he'll give us $10 million now to ease our bills. So yeah, I think we're just about over with this whole thing. Shout out to Trama for the last Mother's Day. Oh, baby, we love you. Thank you so much. You know, I actually was kind of happy about the fact that my avatar here, David, he picked this pink shirt, which goes very nicely with my pink glasses. So thank you for being here. And if Trama gets a chance to come out, don't worry about Angry Daddy. Now, I'm not too concerned about what he's going to say, but I have to express myself in my own way. You know, I'm a human being, and I need to have some type of kvetching with my audience here. So we're going to do this together, you and me, because I'm your Trama. I identify as a grand's woman. And we have grandbabies that turn out to be tran babies at the end of the day, because I'm going to indoctrinate them with their little Tranma cookies and Tranma propaganda. You know, it's what I like to do. I feel that the best way to express myself is to explore what it would be like to be a tran mother. Woo! Yeah. Man, we are getting all the characters. I am saturating all of my fake cigarettes with saliva because to keep it in your mouth is actually a lot of work. I'm working hard for you guys here, man. I mean, show me some respect. We don't even have trolls here yet, but that's because Steven is, you know, he hasn't really rolled up his sleeves yet to get started, but Steven is in a world of hurt. I am now talking to an attorney. We are going to be suing him, and if we find out who he is being paid by, then they are also getting rolled in, and we're lining all that up right now. It is very, very serious. This guy's a terrorist. Anyway, don't want to talk about that. So, the Legends of the Faerie Rings. As I said, I had to disappear for the Air Dominance Summit during the week. This was our booth, you guys. Isn't that freaking cool looking? Are you proud of us or what? Yeah, I mean, what you see there, oh, we got Chris Andrews donated $50. Your very first super chat, I want to welcome you in to the club. This is a club in which David is going to act like characters, and some of them might be funnier to you than others. Some people really love Trama. Some people really love it if I put this alien mask on and then I act gay with the mask. Because, you know, we now find out that these guys are perverts, and so there's that whole thing. I've even got a funny kind of a 47 hat that we could do, which is the Make Earth Cosmic Again, and this is actually earmarked for his head. So Galen can wear this hat very easily. It says Make Earth Cosmic Again. Somebody sent me that. I said, oh man, I got to use that too. I got all kinds of props here. I've got the tardigrade, which is Trama's little pet, and it actually, unfortunately, has a very phallic connotation, which I didn't realize. I was just playing around with it, and somebody made this gay video about me, and I'm like, I'm playing with this tardigrade, and then they thought it was phallic. I'm like, okay. All right, yeah, that's probably true. What the hell? Anyway, if I ever really get crazy, we're gonna have the tardigrade as my pet, and Trama's that's her kitty, you know. So she's also got an embroidered David Wilcock. You know, imagine the skill that Trama has to learn to be able to develop this type of A-level SEAL team material. It is true, you guys. I've got all kinds of things here to enjoy. Got props. Just what's the matter then? No more shows, please. Just the truth, because then we are going to think this has all been a lot. I don't know what you're saying. The show always involves comedy. There's nothing new on that front. We are definitely very close to some exciting stuff. So anyway, we went to the Air Dominance Summit. We had a tablecloth. We had an 8-foot backdrop. We had literature on both sides. We had all these models. And then we had another thing over there on the right. And it was great. I mean, I actually enjoyed myself. We went out to the Westin Lake Las Vegas Hotel. It's 20 minutes, 30 minutes outside of the Strip in Las Vegas. I didn't want to talk about this in advance for security reasons, but yes, we made a showing big time. We had the only booth really at the whole event. And you'll also notice the floor kind of looks like the global grid. So I cut a video together for you guys. So when I do finally have to take a pee, which hopefully is not for another 2.5 hours or so, then you're going to see some shots of me drinking a Mai Tai mocktail with no alcohol at this beautiful resort. You're going to see Chris on stage. And then I'm going to pan out to the audience at the end. You'll see there's like 300 people in the audience, many of them in military uniforms, Navy uniforms, Air Force jumpsuits, although those guys were kind of in the back. It was epic. It was fantastic, and I'm really excited. Oh, Akira says it would be awesome if David went on Joe Rogan's podcast. Surprisingly, I never thought about the awesome combo. Yeah, I think we could really be funny together on the air and get some good information out. I'd be happy to do it. That would definitely be another thing worth flying for and traveling for. But I'm just so busy, honestly. Like, traveling anywhere is really, really difficult right now. And if it wasn't something at that level, I'm probably not going to be doing it. I'm just totally overwhelmed. What about Trama and Angry Daddy have to sit down and have a talk, says Irish Jewel. That would be funny. All right, well, let's not get too far away from ourselves on the comedy yet, but we're already up to almost 2,400 viewers at only 16 minutes, so we are going to break last Saturday's routine. I'm sorry that I had to show up on Saturday a couple times. We lose a lot of you guys. I know that you have other stuff to do on a Saturday, so I do apologize for that. But, you know, we got to get our stuff done too. And so people were complaining about Mother's Day, and we've had terrible wind. I come back from this tropical vacation in Las Vegas. It was very warm. The thermostat in the room said 70 degrees. It was not 70. It was at least 74, if not 75. But they just let you think that it's 70 so that they can save money on air conditioning, I think. But anyway, I had to sleep with, you know, just a shirt, boxer shorts, and a sheet over me in order to, and then I come back here, dude, and it was like howling wind for 2 nights. Blizzard snow on May 15th, the night that I came back, we had blizzard snow. Howling wind. I had to sleep downstairs. I had insomnia. Last 2 nights I kicked butt. I got 10 hours of sleep 2 nights ago. I got 8 hours of sleep last night. I'm feeling good. So I've got a very adventurous talk for you guys planned out today. Vicky Crew Fuller says, I laugh when you laugh. All right. So we've got lots of good things going on, and it's a great time to be alive. Give us a guitar update. Jason Christie says, new music coming soon. Yeah, we're working on that. I'm starting to build my calluses back. I'm just so busy. I mean, to be able to be a good guitar player for you, I'd have to be practicing 2 hours a day. I simply do not have the ability to do that. And I have the capacity to really suck on guitar too. If you don't like the comedy, you should leave. I'm just going to say that. Alive and Thriving says, namaste. The comedy raises the frequency of us and the show. It's by design and on purpose, as Right Guides LLC. Everything is for a reason. That's absolutely true. And the funny thing is, too, that, like, this is not in front of a live audience with people in the audience. So you can't read the room and realize that the entire audience is laughing. You have to look at the icons and see that everybody's got these smiley faces. Anyway, there's always one person who wants to be the turd in the punch bowl, or more than one. Oh, you're not funny. No. Everybody's laughing. You're the one who's actually not getting it. But that's okay. The show involves comedy. If you don't want comedy, don't be here. That's all I can say. We love you, but big deal. So, I got a very, very adventurous show lined up for you guys today. I'm really, really excited about it. We are going to be talking about the legends of the Faerie Rings. This is a widespread legend all throughout Europe. And what are we going to say? What are we going to say about it? We're going to say that it's actually a portal. There are these ring-shaped areas that apparently could involve mushrooms. They might involve crop circle formations. We're not always sure about what the fairy ring looks like, but the idea is there's a circle on the ground, you walk into it, and you go into a parallel reality. I mean, this is quite amazing. So the parallel reality aspect of the whole story really adds a layer of intrigue, because we've talked about the pyramid possibly having portals. We talked about tornadoes and how there's dematerialization. There was a woman who had all the shampoo and soap and razors from her bathroom ended up in the trunk of her car. That's pretty wild. And then we have, you know, time-traveling dinosaurs. We did a whole episode on that. So the portal phenomena really does happen. And so I was actually going to do, as I said last week, a show on quasi-crystals, which is about geometry and matter and how certain types of matter, certain alloys violate the laws of crystallography, which is believed to be how molecules are arranging into larger structures. But sometimes they do stuff that's five-sided pentagonal symmetry, which cannot happen in the regular laws of crystallography and crystal formation. So I was going to do that show, and then I went through the time loop. And in the time loop, back in March of 1999, you know, as I've been saying, we've got these tapes that I was using a remote viewing protocol, supposedly guarantees a 99% accuracy rating. So we had remote viewing protocols, and I'm speaking these words, apparently coming out as a Christian angelic extraterrestrial consciousness that ultimately, in 1999, said it was Archangel Michael. And so Archangel Michael is supposedly the highest angel in the pantheon of the good guys, and he is specifically tasked with destroying Satan. So these tapes that I've got right here, there was 21 of them, and I've been working on this stuff since 2021, October. It's when I first started unsealing this stuff. That's when I realized Satan and demons are real. I got some briefings from my Area 51 type insiders, of which there are several. And I find out, oh my God, you know, I finally get it. Like, the beings that were talking through me include Archangel Michael. They're essentially Christian angels. So we're dealing with a situation that's very much more interesting than what most people believe. The archaic idea of God and the devil is true. The devil is very, very, very real. You cannot get away from that. You cannot get away from the fact that there are evil extraterrestrials. There's Draco reptilians. There's grays. They're actually much worse than we thought because they soak in blended human material. Basically, a human puree is how they survive. And if they didn't do that, they would die. So they're essentially like vampires. They're undead. Grays are undead beings, more or less. And it's going to seem odd, but it turns out that many ancient cultures were being contacted by these grays. Abduction is not a new thing, so some of this stuff might have happened out of fairy rings. Fairy rings, again, are a widespread legend all throughout Europe. It is probably associated with both angels and demons, depending upon who you are. I think these are portals that both sides are allowed to use. So let's dig into this, because this is going to blow you away. First of all, mushrooms actually do naturally form into circular rings. And the theory behind this is that one spore drops into the ground, and then the spore sends out these hyphae, or these special roots. And what they end up doing, they're essentially parasitic. Fungi will dissolve other things, like a rotting piece of food or a piece of bread. When you get the bread mold on it, that's a fungus. So if it falls into the ground, one spore falls into the ground and starts germinating, it's going to eat its way through the ground, and the roots spread out in all directions equally in a radial pattern. Thus, the circle widens as it goes on. So then, as you probably know, the visible cap and stem of a mushroom is only the fruiting body of the fungus that has a much larger mat underground. So in the ideal situation, the spores spread out equally in all directions, and then when the mushrooms come up at the end of the season, when they're ready to sprout in late spring, early summer, boom, they all come up in a circle. So this is a fascinating thing. I've seen it myself. I'm going to show you some pictures of it now. So this first one here is from the U of A System Division of Agriculture by Lance Blythe. You can see it's a beautiful mushroom circle. There's some mushrooms in the back, but basically a nice ring here. This is from Unukomo in Germany. You can see once again, you've got a ring of mushrooms. So this apparently is part of where the legend of fairy rings came from. People saw these mushrooms. Qualia said, "Hey David, did you get my gift? I sent it in a black package." Was that the bracelet? I'm not sure. I think I know what you're talking about. But anyway, I did get two bracelets. I had a lapis bracelet, another one made with black stones. 2 different individuals sent me bracelets the same week, which might be a little bit scary for Angry Daddy. But anyway, alive and thriving, mycelium, that's right. Tired Dragon says, whoa, the largest thing on Earth living is a 3.5 square mile fungus, is Eldon Elder. I would agree with that. So, yeah, we've got cool stuff going on here. I'm happy to be here today. Thank you guys for your donations. And yes, we are very excited. Again, I was traveling. I haven't had time to open up all of your gifts. Eventually, what will happen is that these mushrooms will eat the roots of the grass. So there's a danger if you have a fairy ring or mushroom circle. This was taken by L.N. and Nelia Dexter. You can see how the grass is actually, it's got more growth on around the ring part, but then inside, you can already see the grass is starting to turn a little more yellow. So there's really no way to stop this from killing your grass, except you actually have to dig out the entire ring. You have to dig out the ring, dig out the mushroom mycelia and the hyphae and all that stuff, and find the mat, and that's the only way, and then you got to replant your grass. So some people in Europe, I guess, is more common. They get really mad about this because it will actually create a big hole in your lawn at some point. We had Beverly Adams, and she says you can blend a spore with a cancer cell, and then a mushroom will bloom with that anti-cancer remedy. You can cure cancer with $5. Tracy said, I used to drink shroom juice to get high when I was a kid. Well, thank you for sharing. You know, it's a very brave thing to share in public, but Ambrosius XP, if mushrooms are edible, I say keep them and make food with them once or twice a week. I would agree. I mean, but you got to be really careful. So please don't mess around with eating anything. You know, there are mushrooms that look like edible mushrooms and they're not. They can be very poisonous. You can be very sick. So, you know, there's certain ones you can pretty much guarantee that you know what they are, but even then you're not really sure, like morels. You can pretty much tell, okay, yeah, those are morels, but maybe not. So I wouldn't mess with it, okay? But anyway, here's another example. This one is from Arco Images. It's a stock photograph from Alami. Again, you have a mushroom circle, so this is fairly common. So apparently what was happening is that people are walking into, perhaps it was a ring of mushrooms, and then they claim that they are seeing the little people. So this is an illustration of a mushroom circle. Notice there's all these toadstools there, because toads like to sit on them, right? They're stools for the toads. This was a painting that was done as it was a watercolor on paper done by Walter Jenks Morgan, in which every single mushroom has fairies or wee folk or elves or whatever you want to call them. So this totally establishes, apparently these rings, in certain cases you walk in there and you enter into a parallel reality. It sounds crazy, you guys, but there is such a huge amount of literature on this. It's astounding. It's all over the place. We're going to review a lot of that today. So we have T.H. Thomas from Sykes, who in 1880 illustrated this concept of what happens when you go into the fairy ring. And it's called Plucked from the Fairy Ring is the name of it. And you've probably seen me use this before. So supposedly, what are you seeing here? You got this is actually an illustration of a modern day fairy ring report where this guy went missing and then his friend found him inside the ring. So you'll notice again, there is a clearing. In the way this is illustrated, the ring does have a lack of grass, so that could have been caused by mushrooms. And then why are they dancing and why are there these little people? Well, supposedly when you go into the fairy ring, you see these wee folk. You see these little people. And they can be different types of wee folk. Notice you've got like really short ones, you've got mid-sized ones, and then you've got the taller ones, like the lady in the middle. She's taller than everybody else. And you got these 2 little people that are very short. They're only like maybe, 6 inches tall, not even. And this is very interesting. People claim that they're playing music, they're dancing, they bring you into dance, but all these dangerous things can happen to you if you dare to go into a fairy ring. You can end up becoming invisible. You can end up traveling in time. You can end up having time slips of large duration. We'll talk a lot more about that. So, one of the most helpful resources I ever found on this was a book by Richard Thompson. Yes, this is the same Richard Thompson who worked with Cremo, Michael Cremo, and they wrote the book on the out-of-place artifacts, or UPARTs, the classic 4-inch thick book that describes all these artifacts. Well, on his own, he did an amazing study of the Vedas, the Hindu Vedas, and how they correlate with UFOs and weird alternative physics. And so this is Richard Thompson's book, Alien Identities. This is the one I had, the second edition. And so in there, he actually has some really cool stuff about the fairy rings. So he describes a traditional Celtic story, which is, again, this is all throughout Europe. These kind of things popped up for decades, centuries. There was a hero whose name was Ossian, and he was enticed into a fairy ring by a beautiful fairy princess. And again, fairy might just mean human extraterrestrial. He apparently married her. Good on you, brother. I mean, way to go. It's probably a lot more fun than having a human wife. I'm just kidding. My God. He spent 300 years living in this mystical land that they called Tir na Nog. 300 years. When he eventually felt like he wanted to return to Ireland, he traveled back on his same horse. His extraterrestrial wife warned him, never touch the ground. Well, again, we talked about the idea that once you go into this parallel reality where time is three-dimensional, that if you're not careful, you can collapse the wave function and come back into our reality. So apparently, he exists in past, present, and future when he's in this parallel reality. For us, time becomes three-dimensional in our sense, but for him, he still has a solid body. But if he touches the ground and gets off of the horse, then apparently he collapses himself back into our reality, and then he's subject to our own linear time. So guess what's going to happen, guys? He's going to screw up and he's going to touch the ground. What do you think that's going to do? Beverly Adams. I'm so glad you're talking about this. When we moved to our house in 2019, I went into the backyard and I said, there are fairies here. Flesh-eating fairies from the Hellboy movie was crazy. David, isn't it ironic that classic red and white mushrooms in the children's fairy tales are actually poisonous? Well, yeah, that's called fly agaric, or well, I won't say the other name out loud, but yeah, they will make you throw up, but if you cook them, then they don't. But they're still very, very dangerous anyway. But yes, we're going to totally get into the red mushrooms. Okay, so you guys are jumping ahead. You're anticipating all the stuff we're going to say before I can even get there. So don't touch the ground. You'll collapse the wave function. And then all of his friends had long since passed away when he came back into Ireland. So he had a time slip. Apparently, it would have had to have been over 100 years. Everything looked quite different to him. This was a report that somehow got out into the public. He eventually had an incident that caused him to get off the horse and touch the ground. And you can read more in Alien Identities. He immediately transformed into a blind and feeble old man. So this is consistent with the reports of your zero-time reference shift when you go through a time portal. What the hell does that mean? It means the universe has a Goldilocks principle. It was built to encourage and foster time travel. Time travel is very easy. If you find one of these fairy rings and the vortex is operational, you can go in there, and like we said here, all of his friends had long since passed away, and everything looked different. But once he collapsed the wave function, once he consolidated himself back into our 3D reality, all of a sudden he aged very quickly. So this is an ancient medieval legend that's what happened to him. And when I spoke to Dr. Bruce Perrett, who we're going to meet a little later, and he was working in the so-called Montauk Project, the time travel research that you get at places like Area 51, what they found is if you send somebody into the future and that's past the age that they would be when they would normally have died, your body quickly ages to the age that you would be naturally at that point. So I think this is designed to make sure that time paradoxes don't occur. The universe has, again, a Goldilocks principle this way. So if you go into the future, you will die very quickly unless you have this very exotic extraterrestrial technology that can actually shift your zero-time reference. So apparently at the moment of conception, your soul and your physical body are joined together, and then as you go through your life, there's an expanding cone where this would be like your physical body and this would be your spiritual body. And the distance between these two determines your biological age. So if you go way into the future, the cone is going to be so big that you'll immediately die. And they proved this, apparently, in classic time travel research, starting with things like the Philadelphia experiment. So how do you fix that? Apparently, there are ET technologies that'll shift your zero-time reference, but if you don't, then when you go into the future, in a matter of a day, you become a feeble old man or woman, and then you die. Your body will age and die. So apparently what happened is he had been through the fairy ring, he stepped off the horse, he consolidated back into our reality, he started dying very quickly, and before he did, he told people what happened to him. And again, I think that the rules were looser back in the day. I think the ETs allowed a certain amount of these things to happen to inspire the public, whereas now they can shut off these portals so that people don't keep having this stuff happen for the most part. And we may do a show on time storms and talk about modern ones, but this seems to have been a lot more common, hundreds and hundreds of years ago than it is now. Maybe because, again, ETs allowed this to happen. So we have a really, really cool similarity between Area 51 testimony in modern times and ancient legends about people getting older really fast. So there was another case in Wales in the early 1800s. This is a modern case. It was widely reported, widely studied. Two farm workers named Ryves and Llewellyn, and this is where Llewellyn Publishing comes from, were walking home in the Vale of Neath in Wales. Ryves heard strange music along the way, and he decided to stay back and explore it, but his buddy couldn't hear anything. Strange music is one of the ways that people used to get lured into fairy rings. They would hear the sound of the beings playing the music because they might be calling out to you to go in there. Qualia, yes, a bracelet with an amethyst middle stone. Yes, I did see that, and it was wonderful. So thank you very much. I wasn't quite ready to rock the bracelet today. It might be a little bit too gender fluid for dear old daddy to tolerate that kind of crap. But anyway, maybe I'll wear it. We'll see. But I got two of them, so maybe one for each wrist. I don't know. Anyway, thank you very much. Charlie Winter, does multidimensional travel always include a vortex of some kind? I'm not seeing this example in Faerie Rings. Well, again, the reference is there. If you haven't seen it, you got to go read Alien Identities by Richard Thompson. That's the best resource I ever found on this. Let's just leave it at what I've already done. So he hears the music, he gets lured in, and he disappears. Because once you go into that ring, nobody sees you anymore. You vanish. Because now you're in three-dimensional time, and you exist as a wave in our reality. So Ryves never returned. Llewellyn was thrown in jail because they said, well, your buddy disappeared. You guys were walking together. You must have killed him and then buried the body. So then there was a man familiar with fairy legends and said, there might be something else going on here. You said he heard music. Let's go back to where he was and look for a ring in the grass. Maybe it's mushrooms, maybe it's dead grass, whatever. Indeed, Llewellyn found that there was a circle in the grass. Now, this is where the story gets really crazy. Remember, this is the 1800s. It was widely documented. When his foot touched the circle, he could hear the music of harps. Whoa! As each man in the party put his foot on Llewellyn's foot, they could all hear the music. So somehow, Ryves was more psychic. He was able to hear something. Llewellyn had to actually go into the circle. He still didn't see anything visually, but he could hear the music. And this is exactly what was happening to Ryves. While Ryves was in there, he was dancing and singing with these little people. He had no idea that he'd been gone for so long. For him, it was only a few minutes. This is, again, consistent with it being a time portal. There's a time distortion going on. They saw a variety, apparently, so Llewellyn and the others did actually see a variety of short but otherwise human-looking people dancing in a circle. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. Ryves was dancing with these little people at his own normal height, and Llewellyn pulled him out of the circle. Ryves then said he'd only been in there dancing for 5 minutes, but apparently this is really sad. When he found out how long he'd apparently been missing for, which was like days, he went into a depression, he got sick, and he soon passed away. And again, this could also have been because he traveled in time, it shifted his zero-time reference, and when he came back, he quickly aged and died, and in this case, it just manifested as him getting sick. So it's dangerous. If you go into these portals, you might not ever really be able to come back. That's the lesson from this. So then as we read Richard Thompson's book even more, and again, if you want to know about all the portal stuff, you got to go to a source like this. The other world of the Celts has various names. This includes Avalon, Tir na Nog, which means land of youth in Irish, I guess. And it also is called the Plain of Delight. So when you hear about people saying, oh, I saw fairies, I saw gnomes, I saw dwarves and elves, that's because they went into a fairy ring. You don't just see these people walking around most of the time. Leprechauns would be another example. You go into their portal, which could be a crop circle too, but it also could be a circle of mushrooms. And we'll talk about why that might work. And you actually go into a parallel reality. So now we're way beyond last week. And the tornado physics were like, yeah, they make things liquefy and the boards and the metal merge together. But now we're talking about actually going into an entirely discontinuous reality. It's very, very interesting. The examination of these stories made it clear to this author that this realm would have to exist in some type of parallel reality to the Earth or higher dimension. In order to reach it, you have to go into the right time and place in three-dimensional space. You travel in a mystical fashion we do not understand. We'll talk more about what that is. So also, when people harvested the grain at the end of the season, it was often associated with fairies. Robert Rickard says, quote, throughout the range of Indo-European cultures, fairies were given tithes of corn and milk at the time of harvesting. So people believed in this so much they would leave offerings for these little beings. And again, in the old days, the rules allowed people to see this much more often. This raises the possibility some people actually live in our parallel reality of time-space as their normal existence rather than here in space-time. We'll talk about that a little later. These people, little people, may well have their own traditions, customs, and languages. Over time, the reports become mythologized, the stories got stranger and stranger, but there may well be a seed of truth in them. So one of the first people to talk to me about this in detail was Dr. Bruce Perrett, who worked at Montauk, and his insider name was Daniel. So that's when I used to talk about Montauk Daniel, we were talking about Dr. Bruce Perrett. So again, he said that if you leave in a different direction from the circle than you go in other words, let's say you walk in from the east, you got to go back out the way you came in. This is one of the classic, and it's really frustrating to me, honestly, because so many of the old books about fairy rings and about what was really going on, they're all obscure. You can't find them. The AI on the internet says, oh, this is not real. It's okay, well, but yeah, a lot of people believed in it. So it's very hard to dig up this research. So if you can find good research on fairy rings, please send it to me. If you find a book title that's got a lot of good stuff in it, send me the book in the mail. I'd be happy to receive that. Again, P.O. Box 3700, Nederland, Colorado, 80466, as I said before. Nederland. So the idea is in many of these ancient legends that if you go in from the east, you better come back out the way you went in. If you leave in a different direction, you actually travel in time. And this is completely consistent with the idea of three-dimensional time. If you leave in a different direction, you're actually moving through time as you exit the circle. So you have to go out the way you went in order to stay in the same time reference. And this was a widespread, according to Dr. Bruce Perrett, this was a widespread knowledge. So here he was working as a security guard. Here's a picture of him. This is what he looked like when I knew him. And here's another picture of him looking the same as when I knew him. His hair was a little more gray. That was about it. So he worked on Montauk, which was called officially Phoenix 3, and he was there from 1981 to 83. So according to him, they had this chair that they got from a UFO. They'd send people through portals by having somebody in the chair who could meditate and zero out there was 22 graphs of your brain waves on the chair. You zero out the graphs, and then apparently when you think about a particular place and a particular time, a portal will appear in the room and you can shove people through it. And they did this with kids off the street. It was very sad because a lot of them never came back and they probably died. But you can create a time portal with the UFO technology. This is much different than a fairy ring. This is a portal on demand in your UFO, which then opens up a hole for your UFO to fly through. So when they sent people into the future, if they went too far into the future, they would get old and they would die very quickly when they traveled to that future moment. So in order preserve against that, there was apparently an extraterrestrial technology that allowed you to shift your zero-time reference. So he was so alive and thriving. You need a producer today, good sir. What is that? Anyway, thank you for all your donations, but no, we do not need a producer. I'm sorry that I'm angry, but like, whoa. You don't need to insult me for me to have a great show. Thank you anyway. Thank you, Alive and Thriving, though. You've been great for us, but no, I do not need a producer. Everything that we're doing is exactly the way that if I had a producer, they'd just say, okay, go ahead and run the show that way. So thank you, though, because you donate all the time. So he was so amazed, he dedicated his life to studying the physics of time travel. And this is him. He actually got into the whole idea of three-dimensional time, which was done by Dewey Larson. Dr. Dewey Larson's described in the Law of One, and it's called reciprocal system theory. So you'll see right there, it says reciprocal system of theory, the ultimate answer to life, the universe, and everything. The only way you can explain all the paradoxes of places like Montauk is that you have three-dimensional time. And so he was very into this stuff. And I lived with him for like 2 years. And it was all this geek speak and this high-level, intricate stuff that he kept telling me. It was very, very intense. So Astral Fugitive, David, he meant no slides are showing. Oh, okay, sorry. Well, see, that's the problem, you guys. I'm alone. Okay, so you're right. I mean, technically speaking, if I was... Let's back up because I realized this. So, okay. If I missed some slides, yes, that's my bad. But again, I'm alone. So sometimes it happens. I apologize for that. Now I know what you're talking about. Just be more specific next time. So some people live in this parallel reality. So the little people have their own customs. Reports have been mythologized. Stories get stranger. There may be a seed of truth to them. So again, Dr. Bruce Perrett said, if you leave in a different direction, you time travel. He used the name Daniel. This is the pictures of him. Again, I'm sorry if I wasn't on the slide, but I am alone. It's tough to do this by myself. Yes, it would be better if I had a producer, but it's not even possible. So there's what he looks like. Sorry if I missed out on that. He worked on the Phoenix 3 project from 81 to 83. He was so amazed, he dedicated his life to studying the physics of time travel. So there you go. Now you can see this. Now I understand what the hell you're talking about. You weren't insulting me. Just say, David, we can't see your slides, and I'll get it. So here he is on the Reciprocal System Theory website, and it says, his rewrite of Maxwell's approach to electrical engineering has revived the use of long-dormant quaternion mathematics. Da-da-da-da. I mean, it gets very, very deep. But the point is, you look at the top, it says Reciprocal System of Theory, the ultimate answer to life, the universe, and everything. So this was their website. And they hired him as a scientist because he got very technically deep into the three-dimensional time discussion. Edna Kurinsky, you're never alone. This donation is in honor of Gurley, who weathered many storms with you and continues to watch over you. Great. Thank you very much. So Bruce came to L&L in December 2003. He insisted on an elaborate cover story. And then I ended up moving to Milton, Kentucky in the middle of nowhere. And we lived together from 2004 to 2006. And I got extensive briefings on this concept of three-dimensional time. And it was even more ironic because we lived right next to the land that Avalon, the land that L&L had, Light and Love Research, they did the Law of One, and it was called Avalon. And that's the same name as the alleged kingdom of the fairy wee folk. So hopefully I won't lose track of my slides again. We love you, David. No shame, angry daddy, da-da-da. All right, we got another one here. So thank you very much for your hate. We hate you too. I'm just kidding. You can hate me, but I won't hate you. That's kind of how it works. So I interviewed him hundreds of times about Montauk and all these different experiences that he had there. We spoke every day. We watched our television shows together. And it was really, really great to live with him. I got so many briefings. And one of the things we did is we watched Stargate SG-1, which he said was loaded with disclosure. Because in the show, there's people taking real portal trips through space and time. And he said, yes, there is this ancient Stargate network. There is a place on Earth, and you can dial up our home address or another address. This is what he actually told me, that there is a Stargate address for Earth, 753. Sorry, let's try that again. 753 84 70 24 606. So he said that there is just like you see on Stargate SG-1, they do have a gate dialing system. And with this Stargate network, apparently every planet has one native Stargate. You dial in this gate address, and it can take you to whatever place you want to go. So 606 actually represents the Earth. 605 is Mars. And other numbers, 604, 603, every number actually takes you to an inhabited world with humans. And Bruce said that in the Black Ops programs, they told him ancient people built this network and they were called the Elder Race. And so the Elder Race apparently builds Stargates all over the universe, and it's a common thing. And you have this numerical Stargate address that you can dial in. So space is tiled off into geometric quadrants that are in the first three numbers, 753. It's going to be anything between, 0 and 9. So it's, again, a tenfold geometry, just like the dodecahedron or the icosahedron. Then when you have 84, 70, 24 in the middle, you're chopping up space into units of 100. Somewhere in there, you end up in the Milky Way galaxy. And then by 24, you're in parts of the Milky Way, and 606 is our own native planet. He also said that Stargate address number 1, if you can just dial in 605, and it'll take you to Mars, for example. You dial in a 1, and there's a planet that goes around a pulsar, and that's where certain type of gray-looking extraterrestrial comes from that was called the Asgard or the Aesir. So the Viking legends of Asgard and Valhalla, apparently that is Stargate address number 1. And there is a strange connection, again, between Faerie Rings and this portal system. So he did say that you can send people through these portals, but most of them end up being permanently damaged. They have a snapping between their space-time reference, the zero-time reference. Their mind gets snapped out of alignment with the body, and they essentially become schizophrenic. So it's very dangerous to do this if you don't have the necessary spiritual maturity of these higher extraterrestrials. He also said that the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, or DARPA, actually developed the IP address system that we use for the internet as a result of extensive study of this IP address network for Stargates. So that's really, really interesting. There's a whole pedigree, there's a whole background to what's going on here. And, it's really, really cool. So another thing that really tripped me out as we watched Stargate together, I've said this before, they had an episode called Wormhole Extreme in which they made a fake television show about the real Stargate program. Whoa. And so this was the crew on that, and so they're basically saying that there's a real program, and then the television show is based on the real program. So that was very, very cool. And they're really walking right up to the edge. And at the end of every Stargate episode, it says that it was built with help from the Department of Defense. So wow. According to Bruce, time travel is being routinely used. And he also told me that in these Area 51 projects that they had deeply studied ancient mythological texts about the Faerie Rings and discovered, this was actually real. So again, if you leave the ring in a different direction than you came in, you actually travel in time. That's because time is three-dimensional over there. And I don't know how it's spelled, but another thing that they were really into in the Area 51 is the term Celicore. That's what they called these little people that people were seeing when they went in the Faerie Ring. Again, I don't know how it's spelled. I tried to look it up on Google briefly. Couldn't really find it. Yet another interesting thing that he told me that I did find at one point, Google didn't have it today. The AI said this is not true, but somewhere in Virginia, they were digging up the ground and they found these tunnels that were only about a foot tall, but they looked like they were habitations. And so it could be that these people do exist in physical reality here sometimes, and they build underground tunnels. We know about I'm not showing the slides. We fixed that. So you guys who are late on the thing, we fixed that problem. Thank you. Man, okay, you guys are a tough audience. Sorry that I missed a few slides, but we fixed it, okay? I won't do it again, I promise. I also heard interesting insider testimony from Pete Peterson. Apparently, when he was at Area 51, there was a 12-inch tall human who would meet with them at the table by walking up a very long staircase, and then he had a little chair on the table. And he was only 12 inches tall. I said 12 feet, I guess. I meant 12 inches. He was only 12 inches tall. He had kind of an unusually long nose, similar to what you might see on a nutcracker. So the nose is much bigger than a normal human nose. And another really funny thing about this is that he had a high-pitched voice as if you had breathed helium and were talking with helium. And even more interesting is that he was dressed up in a Renaissance-style outfit. It had all these laces that would go up, and they asked him, you know, why are you dressed up in such an archaic outfit? And he says, well, I look great. Why are you dressed up the way you do? That's an ugly outfit. So they came to believe, as a result of meeting these people, and again, we're all going to get to meet them soon enough because disclosure is the Galactic Family Reunion, that these outfits that we see in the Renaissance, people dressing up in the same costumes with all the, you know, boots that have all these laces, and the jacket has all these laces, and there's tassels hanging off of it. This, very likely, this type of clothing trend was actually caused by people seeing fairies, believe it or not. So that's really, really cool. The ancient Little People legends, according to multiple insiders, are based on truth. I've had many briefings about this now. All of the little beings that you hear about in ancient mythology, it turns out this is all true stuff, and we're all going to get to meet them soon enough. They do apparently exist in parallel realities alongside our own. And yes, certain types of psychedelics, including mushrooms, cause a change in your consciousness that allows you to see into this afterlife or spirit world or three-dimensional time and make them perceptible. So one of the mushrooms that is notorious for this is so-called fly agaric. I won't say the other name out loud. Beverly Adams says, watch the movie Kate and Leopold. Everyone should pay attention to the message. Stop the negativity. We are not children. Just listen to David. Thank you. Yeah, we've got some very, very nasty people on the chat today. But again, when I'm doing a great job, the haters get more angry because it violates their idea that I'm supposed to suck and I'm supposed to be a con artist and a grifter. Well, you don't have to donate unless you want to. I'm giving all this away. I'm not selling it. I could easily make enough money to not have any money problems if I just sold this as a course. But instead I'm delivering it to you. So, when we're talking about this particular red mushroom, this is historically associated, even in modern times, if people are stupid enough to take a ceremonial dose of this, when you do it right, you got to cook the mushroom, and we'll talk about that. They apparently hallucinate beings both large and small. But you also have terrible nausea, you have fevers, and you have body aches and all kinds of stuff. So, I'm never going to take a ceremonial dose. I have no interest in that. Please don't do that. But historically, this is what people did. One of these red mushrooms, the Siberian Yakut shamans would actually trade an entire reindeer for one of these mushrooms because of how valuable it was for them, apparently, to make contact with the spirit world. There's also an entire book in Taoism based on fly agaric. So it is illegal in Louisiana, but there's other, you know, they grow in the swamps, and here is a circle. So these mushrooms are another type that grow in the fairy ring formation, which is really cool. And here's another image of a fairy ring of the red ones. So right here in my own town, right here in Netherlands, we had an amazing season of these mushrooms in July 2021. And here is yours truly. Some of you love me. A couple of you guys hate me. That's okay. We don't really care. So let's see. What else have we got here? We're going to do some interesting stuff. So this was my own picture. I was very happy. This was right out there where we found them. And they really do look like this. I mean, I couldn't believe it. I was so happy when I saw them that I even had to kiss one of them. So this was all of them in a big, big bowl when I brought it home. And this was, I put it on the scale, this one weighed 67 grams. Couldn't believe it. And they're so beautiful, like right out of Super Mario Brothers. Some of them actually, there's two different species. There's the ones that look really red, and there's another species that looks kind of more tan colored. So I found both of them out in the woods. This one was 39 grams. Again, very beautiful red color. There it is with my wallet next to it for reference. You got to put them in bags. This was my ex-wife, Elizabeth. As we were doing the classic recipe, we never had the courage to really try this at any ceremonial level, but you supposedly boil them at 195 for 2 or 3 hours, and then you add lemon juice and vinegar. That's called lemon tech, and you got to get the pH down to 2.5, which is very, very acidic. This proved to be extremely difficult. We had to have quite a bit. Then you use your test strips to determine what your pH is. So again, there's the setup, and we had the thermometer there. You can see that's a food thermometer, and then we have our test strips, and we actually did more than one batch. But again, I never had the courage to actually do the ceremonial dose. I don't want to meet beings large and small. I'm not interested in that. But this is where the witch's brew comes from. The whole legend of the witch's brew is part of this thing. And so if you do this process and you cook them up, it's still extremely dangerous, because if you have any carbonation, if you eat olives, if you eat kimchi, if you eat yogurt, if you drink any type of carbonated beverage, then the molecule turns from muscimol, which is the good one, into ibotenic acid, which is the poisonous one, and you will have an immediate projectile vomiting experience. So it's extremely dangerous to mess around with this, and I do not recommend it at all. But we certainly had a lot of fun picking them. This is Elizabeth putting them on her head like flowers. We were both very, very excited. I mean, there's a childlike glee. And if you want to see the fairy ring that we found, you can get the Michael Prophecies course, 35-hour course. There's a whole entire video just dedicated to our mushroom hunt. So here's a really interesting thing. Stonehenge is actually stylized to look like a fairy ring of mushrooms, and the mushrooms may have been key to being able to access and use the portal in the first place and meet the beings who live in the fairy circles. So it's a funny interplay between the psychedelics and then the portals, and again, this doesn't really work in modern times anymore, but I think that's because the beings have tightened up everything so that there's not as much bleed through between realities. I don't even want to look over there. Let's just take Elizabeth is amazing. Yes. Saw the haters earlier. Okay, you guys have calmed down. I pray the information you give us is true and righteous. So I pray the information is true. Well, it is. This is what I know to be true. I'm not lying to you guys. I'm sharing with you what I find to be a very fascinating discussion. And again, Archangel Michael told me to do a show on fairy rings, and that's why we have this content. So actually, Stonehenge is meant to look like a fairy ring of mushrooms. It's very, very cool. And now we're going to talk more about Irish legends. I found this Foraging Course Company website. They had some good stuff in there. In Ireland, there is an old association between fairies, fungi, and giant stone megaliths. Wow! It was sometimes believed that stone circles would pop up overnight, just like mushrooms pop up overnight after a rain. Ah, isn't that interesting? So the megaliths also get you into the fairy kingdom. The stone circles were credited to the industry of the fairies, giants, or the devil. And this was a book from 1944 in the Folklore Journal, The One Night House. It was an article in Folklore. The Gaelic expression for a one night's growth is fas na haon oidiche. I'm probably ruining that pronunciation. And it applies both to giant stones and mushrooms. So they use the same phrase for both megaliths and mushrooms, and this was in a North American Fungi Journal in 2008. Isn't that interesting? Right? That's why I say anybody who's not interested in this, you're just clearly a paid troll, because to me, this is about as fascinating as it possibly can get. Michael Larson, I've heard fairies are master intergalactic spaceships. That could be. So anyway, Fungi says like fun guy. That's right. Yay, Archangel Michael. dwarfs or short mythical creatures are commonly being spotted in Mexico. Yeah, it does happen all over the world. So isn't that interesting that the expression for one-night growth applies to megaliths and mushrooms? So this is what Stonehenge looked like when it was originally made, and they've known this because they dug up all the stones that fell down. It's a fairy ring, you guys, and then it's got that big trench around it, just like we see with these mushrooms again here. And so think about that. Now that you're thinking about Stonehenge, look at these different circles that I'm showing you. Yes, Stonehenge is a very curious, stylized mushroom fairy ring. So we're going to now go back to something I've been talking about in other weeks. In case you missed some of the shows, we're just going to cover this very briefly. The hidden science of portals, which really Ivan T. Sanderson, to me, he's as big as Galileo or Newton or Copernicus. And he discovered really the whole legend of the Bermuda Triangle. He's the one that put that on the map. This is him in 1965. As we said before, he explored the jungle and was exploring the Mokele Mbembe modern dinosaur sightings in the Congo. Where did they come from? But apparently he actually took a cast of their footprint. This is an illustration of what these pygmies would see. They would actually kill them and eat them for meat. And they were very dangerous. If you came near these things, they could easily hurt you. So he went out there to study this. He made friends with the pygmies. They did not eat him, thankfully. He got published in a bunch of books, magazines, etc. Argosy was his main magazine. So he did this huge investigation into the disappearances of ships and planes. And what he was doing was he was putting, every time he found one that disappeared, as I've been saying, he puts thank you, Michael Larson, for the donation. He'd put a push pin on the map where there was an airplane or a sailing ship that disappeared. And then what he found was that they clustered into what first was 10 and then became 12 locations around the world. Well, that's really crazy. Like, why would all these weird vanishings and time-traveling dinosaurs and anomalous phenomena, why would they all show up in only 12 locations around the Earth? Well, that's what his research found. It got even crazier when he discovered that the locations actually were equidistant from each other, and you connect the dots, and you get this geometric object called an icosahedron, which he didn't know what that meant. But I'm going to propose this is a multidimensional wave that exists inside the Earth. So at first, again, it started out with 10 equidistant points. So this is where all of his pins showed up in his map. This is where airplanes disappeared. This is where ships on the sea would disappear. Then he found out the North and South Pole are also equidistant from these points. You connect the dots, you get the icosahedron. And again, this is a very interesting multidimensional portal shape. So all of the portals that take you into other realities are coming through this weird geometry, which exists as some sort of multidimensional wave inside the Earth, and it actually also causes the liquid magma. Most of the Earth is liquid inside. That liquid magma is actually flowing in this shape, as we said before in other shows. Another really cool thing is that you can take the icosahedron and flip it inside out, and you get the dodecahedron. That's what we see on the right. It becomes purple. Other shapes that can be inverted, it would be the tetrahedron, the octahedron, and the cube. So wait a minute. What is it with this geometry? Let's stop right there. What's up with the geometry? So we talked about this before, so I'm going to go through it quickly. Dr. Hans Jenny created the science of cymatics, where he had a drop of water, and it's got murky, it looks like muddy water. It's got all these floating particles in it that are called colloids. So it's a colloidal suspension. And then what he does is he vibrates the water at certain sacred sound frequencies. I have a keyboard here, so the white keys in the keyboard have the highest degree of harmonics in them. You vibrate the water that's got sandy particles in it, and then it mysteriously arranges into three-dimensional geometry. And that's where all of these sacred geometry, all this kind of stuff, this is a little coaster I have. It's the Enneagram, and you got the flower of life inside. This is one that somebody was selling at one of my events. At one point, we had these for sale. So this is one of the ones I brought home. Again, nothing evil about that. Sacred geometry is part of the physics of the universe. You can get that type of geometry just by vibrating liquid. So all you've got here is a picture of a drop of water, And where the water is just no particles, it's black, and the particles all arrange into the white lines that you see. Well, right there in the center, you have the Star of David. You have the star tetrahedron. And when you change the vibrational frequency from one form to another, the geometry also changes. So what you're seeing on the left could include the cube, because remember, this is a three-dimensional drop of water. It's a three-dimensional shape, the cube or the icosahedron. So the basic idea here is that the universe exists first and foremost as a plenum. They used to call it a quantum vacuum, but it's not. Vacuum implies it's empty. It's actually filled. So we'll call it a plenum, or we'll call it the ether. We'll call it Einstein's term, time-space continuum. You can call it the dark energy, dark matter. Those terms might not really be as appropriate, but they all kind of fit together. And the idea is, again, there's an invisible substrate or an invisible material that our material universe of matter and energy emanates out of. All of the particles of atoms and molecules are actually crystals of this higher dimension. And when you get the geometry vibrating in the liquid in its pure form, this creates a time portal because it's happening in a three-dimensional time realm. It's confusing, but I've been explaining it week after week, so if this is like going way over your head, I apologize, and please go back and watch our earlier shows, because this is probably, what, like the 7th show I've been doing on this physics now? And I love this. This is my favorite stuff to talk about. So here's the cymatics drop of water at 9 different vibrational frequencies, giving you all these different patterns. Notice the one up at the top in the middle looks like a pyramid. You got lots of square shapes, but even down on the bottom right, you got pentagonal geometry. It's very, very cool. And there's some hexagonal stuff in there too. So then when you take the water and you put it in a big pan and you got all that muddy liquid and then you vibrate it, you get multicellular structures. And so one of the questions that we ask is, if matter is made like this, then what happens if your frequency increases? Well, clearly you're going to get dematerialization. And the way that we know this could be possible is with this experiment that was done with carbon-60 atoms, as I said, from Olaf Nares. That's what it looks like. It's called a fullerene. It's developed by Bucky Fuller. Olaf Nares and his team took these carbon-60 molecules. They're 1 nanometer wide. He shoots them through a hole, which is called a diffraction grating. It's just like a keyhole, 100 nanometers wide. They slam against the wall. Vicky Crew Fuller says, I was born with fairy DNA and my laughter remembers. Great. So we're at 3,400 viewers. Thank you guys for being here. Hopefully I'd never screw up my slides again. That was a awkward, embarrassing way to get the show started, but we fixed it. So again, you're taking these buckyballs, you slam them against the wall, and they somehow dematerialize for a little while, and then they'll strike like 5 different places on the other side, which creates what's called an interference pattern. So the idea here is that the balls actually roll inside out, and they spread out into 3-dimensional time. This solves your white wave particle duality. This was performed at the University of Vienna in Austria. So if you've wondered, like, wait a minute, if you got into all that quantum physics stuff and you're like, they say that all atoms act like particles sometimes, but then waves at other times, and they exist in this weird superposition between both. Yep, that's because when the particle is accelerated inside above light speed, Einstein had it upside down. You don't get infinite mass as you go towards light speed. You lose all your mass. So basic Einstein physics equations allow you, by just one little tweak, to accelerate the atom over light speed, which is what happens when it hits the wall. You get extra motion. It kicks it over the light speed boundary, and it spreads out into the past, present, and future, which is why the particle looks like a wave. And again, it's really weird. It's really scary. It's like, oh my God, this is too much science. I can't make out any sense out of this. Well, all you need to know is that this works, and it was apparently built this way, the universe. Einstein tried to say time was 1 dimension. It's the 4th dimension. There is no 1 dimension. Dewey Larson, reciprocal system theory, said time has to be 3-dimensional. And it's an entirely separate parallel reality that you go into where when you're a particle over there, you're a wave over here, and if you're a wave over here, you're a particle over there. So it's very, very interesting, and it flips back and forth. All of our matter is doing this. When you shield gravity from an object, apparently the object flips over into time-space and dematerializes. So that again gets into what we were talking about with tornadoes. Alive and Thriving ES60 olive oil supplement. Okay. So this directly ties in the original shape that formed the universe, the amplituhedron. We talked about that a lot. The latest, greatest physics from Dr. Nima Arkani Hamed is essentially based on something similar to, there it is, our Star of David star tetrahedron. And so all you have to do is add in some extra tetrahedrons from his design. What he was actually saying is that the entire universe of space and time as we know it is all amplitude emanations off of this original geometry. This is all there is. There is no space, there is no time, there is no matter. There's just jiggles off of this geometry. So this was originally put together by Sir Roger Penrose, but he couldn't quite solve it. Every single quantum emanation that they've ever seen, which normally they spend 90 pages analyzing this with Feynman diagrams, you can build the entire universe. You can build all of the universe of space and time off of this geometry. And so I think what he's missing is if you add in the other corners, you get your star tetrahedron. Now, what is that exactly? That is the first photon. The God said, let there be light, there was light. The whole universe is an emanation of one photon that started out looking like this. How do we know this is true? Dr. Radek Tropkiewicz captured photons in that funny machine that you just saw, and it turns out that they have this shape of the star tetrahedron. If you tilt it a little bit more sideways, it looks like a big square. So there it is. Again, this is all the universe is. It's made of photons. That's exactly what the law of one series tells us. And this, again, remember, what are we exactly seeing here? We're seeing in cymatics that these shapes show up from vibration. You vibrate a liquid, you get sacred geometry. So one of the ways in which you see this is the global grid, and there's vibration inside the Earth. Portal phenomena are happening that way. Another level we talked about, I'm only going to touch on briefly, is in the planetary orbits. There's a tetrahedral relationship. If you make them into circles instead of ellipses, you can do that in a computer. Between Mercury and Venus, you get the tetrahedral shape. Again, 99% accurate. In other words, you take 3 orbits of Mercury, you put them together in a triangle, and you draw a circle around that, you get the orbit of Venus to 99% perfection. That's frickin' crazy. So there is a tetrahedral relationship. The most striking relationships are between Venus, Earth, and Mars, where once again, you're seeing the exact same geometry holding these planets apart. In other words, these relationships are absolutely real. John Martineau did all this in his book. So that geometry is holding the planets in place. And again, why is that happening? Because they're vibrations coming off of the sun, and just like in cymatics, the geometry holds these particles in place. In the cymatics, it's the particles of sand in the water. In the solar system, it's planets. But they're held in place by the vibration. So that's what we're actually seeing here. It's really, really crazy. Alive and Thriving says, Brandon Sanderson has a very cool take on this phenomenon, depicted in his Stormlight Archive series, amongst other things. Thank you very much. Happy to keep reading your stuff. Anyway, now I know we won't mess up the slides again. There it is. I'm still on my slides. So the idea is that when the geometry turns inside out, you can have the particle flip inside out and it still remains stable. It's just now spread out in time. So if you flip a cube inside out, you get an octahedron. Again, the star tetrahedron in the middle, we just said that's a photon. It's the original photon, or the amplituhedron the whole universe is made from. There on the right, we got the icosa-dodeca relationship. Again, these are just vibrations, spacing Venus, Earth, and Mars, and the global grid. All of matter is being structured by the vibrations of this fluid-like etheric material. And the way we know this is one of the founding fathers of the nuclear Manhattan Project, Dr. Robert Moon, In around 1987, he solved quantum physics. He was working on nuclear reactors. So he discovered that the nucleus is geometric. So this is Dr. Robert Moon, and here he is with the ubiquitous chalkboard with equations on it. This is his model of the atomic nucleus. Now, what the hell are we seeing here? You have a cube in the middle, then an octahedron, then the icosahedron. And what he's saying is that the corners of this... Oh, shit. I did it again. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. God. It's so hard to keep up the slides. You guys are all smiling and laughing. Okay, fair enough. Nice shades. Thank you. Okay, let's go back a little bit. Sorry about that. All right. So you saw this. I think we were okay there. I'm really tired, you guys. I mean, I did this whole event. It's like I'm just kind of burned out. But sorry if I miss any slides. Catch me, and you did it nicely. You didn't insult me, so thank you. Okay, so here we go. Again, the shapes invert. All of matter is structured by these vibrations of a fluid like ether. This is Dr. Robert Moon. There he is again from the Manhattan Project. He discovers, he's got the chalkboard with equations behind him, as I said. His hair looks like wavy gravy. He's got the pocket protector. He is a full-blown nerd. And so this is his model of the quantum nucleus. And you see there's a cube in the center, followed by the octahedron, followed by the icosahedron, followed by the dodecahedron on the outside. Now, what is this? What he's saying is that what we call protons in quantum mechanics are not actually individual particles. They are corners of geometric objects. So you have the periodic table, and it goes all the way from 1 up to the, low 100s. That each one of these is either going to be stable or unstable based on whether it completes a geometric shell. So the first geometric shell that is completed in the periodic table, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You get up to 8, you have oxygen. So in his model, the oxygen molecule is a cube. The 8 protons that are inside the oxygen nucleus are the corners of a cube. It's a totally different way of looking at it, but once you do this, everything works out. So again, 62.55% of all the material in the universe that we know of is oxygen. Why? Because the cube is super stable. And if you have something that's only got 7 corners, it's going to bond with another atom that gives it the 8th corner so it can make a cube. It's not going to be oxygen anymore, but the molecular bonding, he said, always adds up to these geometric shells. The next one that you're going to get is silicon. So right there, you've got, whoops, let's go back. I hit the button too fast. Right there, you've got another 21.2% of all the mass in the universe. So that's a total of 83.75% of all the material. So he says 14 protons. Why is it 14? Okay, check it out. Count the corners of the cube. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now count how many corners are on the octahedron, which again is the 2 pyramids base to base around the cube. Top, bottom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 4 around the edges. So then you got 6 plus 8, and that gives you 14. So what he's saying is that every silicon molecule has a nucleus that has the octahedron with a cube inside. And we think these are protons, and we call them particles, and then we say, oh, well, because they don't balance each other, that they would crash into each other, we got to put this other stuff in there to make it work out that we call neutrons. He says, get rid of neutrons. There are no neutrons. They don't exist. You just have protons, and the stability is caused by this geometry that they're actually representing the corners of. We didn't notice the geometry. We just noticed the corners because that's where the energy is coming out of. And think about the fact that the corners of the geometry are where the portals occur on Earth. And then think about the fact that these little atoms are portaling back and forth into time-space all the time. They're dematerializing and turning into waves all the time. That's wave-particle duality. So this is very, very exciting because he actually solved the entire quantum puzzle this way. Then when you put the icosahedron around, you add another 10 or another 12 points, and now you've got iron, And that's 1.2% of all the mass. And again, iron is magnetic. So there you go. You got the Q. So this now would be like an iron atom in the nucleus. There's no neutrons. The protons are corners of geometry. You got the cube in the middle, followed by the octahedron, followed by the icosahedron on the outside, for a total of 26 protons. So iron has 3 geometries in the nucleus. There's the icosahedron, there's the octahedron, and there's the cube. And wow, we just had a really loud clap of thunder. I don't know if you could hear that. Last but not least, we've got the cube, the octahedron, the icosahedron becomes iron, which is again magnetic. It's got this very curious magnets. You don't worry about the magnet falling off your refrigerator, right? It just sits there forever, holding in place. David is a fun guy. I knew that was going to happen. I knew people were going to pull that pun. 3,721 viewers. We're doing great here. Thank you guys for showing up. It's much better than last week, but we couldn't even crack 2,500. So then when you add 20 more to get your dodecahedron, you got your 46 protons, the palladium, which is the secret ingredient in cold fusion. Once again, you drop these atoms in heavy hydrogen and they vibrate and they create anomalous heating. Why? Because the geometry is shooting out little sparks, if you will, that create heat. When they're in that perfect resonance, that's what's happening. So this is the secret of matter. Now, something I haven't talked to you guys about before is, okay, well, David, you solved the nucleus, but what about the electrons? In the traditional quantum view, electrons are seen as like little planets that orbit the nucleus. Well, they're not really like little planets. They actually exist in an electron cloud. You can measure them as particles, but they exist in a wave. And then they make assumptions about where the electrons are going based upon the idea that they are particles like the planets orbiting the sun. So they're deliberately creating an elliptical path for the electron cloud, and they're trying to analyze it that way. They're applying analytical reasoning. You don't have to do that. You can actually, instead of drawing it as a planet, you can draw it as a sphere. And when you draw electron clouds as a sphere, you get sacred geometry all over again. So your nucleus is sacred geometry, the protons are the corners of the geometry, and the electrons are geometric as well. I hadn't talked to you guys about this before. This was one of my most exciting discoveries. I found this about 5 or 6 years ago now from Dr. John Baez. He found that the electron clouds are actually in the shape of the dodecahedron, among others. So this is him. You can see he's a dork. He's got the dorky glasses. Okay, fine. He's an amazing dude. Not to be confused with Joan Baez, who plays guitar and sings in the 1960s and still doing it now. Dr. John Baez actually used, I'm not even going to say it out loud, but you know what I'm saying. And unfortunately, December 2018, they shut down Google+. Nobody was using it, so he had pages on there that had this amazing physics. You could only get them on Google+, and now they're not even available. So hopefully he's gotten a website or something. But back when it was still around and you could read it, this is what I found on his webpage on Google+. He said, and we're just going to blow through this pretty fast. It is not important for you to understand all the details. I just want you to know that here's a physicist who did a new interpretation of electrons and found our sacred geometry again, which proves the basic idea that the whole universe is made of photons that vibrate in a liquid, creating geometry that is sacred geometry, okay? So I'm just going to blow through this pretty fast. In quantum mechanics, the position of a particle is not definite. It's called a wave function. This says how probable it will be that you would find a particle at any one location, but the wave function also has other information, like how much you will find the particle at any given velocity. Take your hydrogen atom, which has 1 electron, right, and look at its wave function of the electron. Question number 1. Could you make the hydrogen electron have the symmetry of a dodecahedron, the wonderful platonic solid with 12 pentagonal faces? Obviously, the answer is going to be yes. So all this time, we've been thinking, oh yeah, the hydrogen atom, here's this nucleus, right? And here's this little guy whirling around. No. A hydrogen atom is one little spark of light in the middle, followed by a dodecahedral electrical cloud. Whoa. And hydrogen is like one of the most basic elements. It's number one on the periodic table. Wait a minute. So it's not a little solar system? It's actually a dodecahedron? Yes. That's what this guy is saying. That's all you really need to know. Everything you thought you knew about quantum mechanics is wrong. And they're keeping it that way so that you don't learn about this. I believe science is being manicured by negative elements on Earth to stop you from connecting all these dots. Yes, you can make it a dodecahedron, the hydrogen. In fact, it's too easy. You could make it look like anything. Let's make this question harder. Like everything in quantum mechanics, angular momentum is uncertain. You can never make all three components of angular momentum take definite values at the same time. However, there are lots of wave functions where the magnitude of angular momentum is completely definite. This leads to the next question, first posed by Gerard Westendorp, which is question 2. Can the electron wave function have a magnitude for angular momentum and look like a dodecahedron? And the answer is yes. Whoa. Okay, so we're getting somewhere now. This is a trivial solution, too silly to bother with, or most people would think that way. You just make it into a sphere, spherically symmetrical, which is invariant, means it doesn't change under all rotations. Okay, well that's interesting. As I said, they're looking at it like it's a solar system. It's really not. Now you have to find the simplest non-trivial solution. Greg Egan figured it out, and here's what it looks like. So yes, folks, when you think of hydrogen, you now ought to be thinking of this. This is your dodecahedral single electron cloud around the hydrogen molecule. So hydrogen is not just whirling around like a solar system. It actually looks like this. Here's Greg Egan, the physicist who figured this out. The rotation here is an artistic touch. Really, it should just sit there or perhaps change colors but stay the same shape. In what sense is this your simplest solution? Well, the magnitude of the angular momentum is equal to, here comes an equation. He's going to hit you with one, and it's on fire. Supposedly, I blew it. Anyway, it's there. Sorry, I hit the button too fast. The number L is quantized, and this just refers to the lambda or the wave function. So it can only take solid integer values of 0, 1, 2, and 3. So the trivial solution to question number 2, which is what does electrons of hydrogen look like, is L0. The first non-trivial solution is L6. Why 6? This is where it gets interesting. We can use 6 lines to connect together the opposite faces of the dodecahedron. So your basic hydrogen wave function of L6, basic lambda, is caused by connecting the edges of the dodecahedron together. So everything you knew about hydrogen is wrong. It's really cool. I don't know what in the hell is making it stick so much, but anyway. What is the smallest choice of L where we can find... sorry it's going to get really geeky, but I just want those who are technical to see how far they took this. 2 linearly independent wave functions, both with the same L, and they both look like dodecahedrons. You got to go up to L30, and then he created an image of a wave function oscillating between these two possibilities. So there again, you see the dodecahedron, you see it's got a lot of other stuff, but again, your sacred geometry is preserved. Then he says if you make the electron, these are obviously going to be different atoms now. Different atoms have different L, which is their wave function, right? Basically, sort of like the idea of the number of electrons, but again, the wave function is very specific. If you just simply draw an L10, you get your icosahedron. Whoa! So all the same geometry that I've been talking to you guys about, if you have an atom with L10, you've got an icosahedral electron cloud. Isn't that amazing? Here is L15. Now this is the one that becomes very, very, very important to us, because L15 is your global grid. It looks exactly the same. It has 120 polygons. It's got the icosahedron and the dodecahedron. This is exactly the same thing that we see in the Earth's energy field, and it's just simply an L15. And then we get some heavy geek speak. He says maybe this deserves to be called a quantum Coxeter complex. Since the Coxeter complex for the group of rotations, reflections, the dodecahedron looks like this. So yes, folks, this is your global grid. I'm going to show you that right now. That's just simply an L15. So there's atoms that have the L15 waveform. And if you could look at them and see what they really are, they have sacred geometry in the nucleus. They have this on the electron cloud. I mean, to me, you guys, there's probably some haters out there, but everybody should be able to see how cool this is. Thank you guys for being here. A modern Carl Sagan. Yeah, I mean, to me, this is like so exciting now that we've actually taken all of matter and energy and we've rewritten it into a fully sacred geometric model. We've got the nucleus from Dr. Robert Moon. We've got the electrons from Dr. John Baez. And when you look at L15, you get the global grid. So remember, this is what we started with, these shapes that invert. Now we're finding out, oh, that's in the nucleus, that's in the electrons, it's in the spacing of the planets, and it's caused by the vibration of liquid that is vibrating in your cymatics illustrations, as we were saying. So the idea, again, is that when you have one of these waves inside the Earth, you got plasma formations rising off of these vortex points and then causing your Bermuda Triangle effect, right? And this was also independently discovered, as I said before, by Dr. Athelstan Spilhaus, who looked at the Earth expanding from its original shape of Pangaea. And this was a comic that he did in the Minneapolis Sunday Tribune, talking about the New Age Green Revolution by Athelstan Spilhaus. There's his name in the top right. He was coming up with the idea of cities under domes. He probably has ET past life memories of some kind. That's my guess. And notice there's also all this underground stuff under the city. There's trains and everything. So the initial geometry, according to him, that the Earth's continental mass broke up to create was a tetrahedron. So here's how it, here's what that looks like, okay? So what is he actually saying here? You got Africa and South America stuck together right next to North America, right next to Europe, and there's one big long line that draws down. And then the other side of Africa is the other side of the tetrahedron. So the tetrahedron is represented by the black lines, and again, that's your little triangular pyramid. So as the Earth is expanding, because again, another thing I don't have time to talk about today is how all the continents fit together perfectly. If you take away the oceans, you shrink the Earth down to 55% of its current size, all the continents fit together in a ball. And as that ball began expanding and oceans began forming in the cracks that the continents expanded apart from was a tetrahedron. The Earth is growing according to this geometry. That's his model of it. Then you have a cuboctahedral phase. I got to find his original paper. I still haven't done that. It's probably on file in the National Library of Congress. Now he says we're in an icosadodeca phase. And so that was his illustration. What he's doing here, the outside ring, is a single point in the Pacific Ocean that he's then expanded into an outside circle. Now, what are we seeing here? You see there's a big pentagon in the middle? That's the current structure that the Earth is under. And all those little hash lines, that would be your mountain ranges. You've got volcanic ranges under the ocean, the Mid-Atlantic Ridge right here, same thing. It is a world dodecahedron. So you can put these two illustrations side by side. These are two different individuals or two different teams who discovered the same thing. All of the great mountain ranges on Earth are in the shape of a dodecahedron. Why? Because again, the mantle is vibrating just like in cymatics, and the vibrations cause mountains to form. They have earth lights coming off of them. We talked about that. The plasmoids, they cause the Bermuda Triangle to occur, but they also create mountain ranges and they create volcanic ridges, and you're seeing it right here. And again, it all comes back to these shapes that invert. The Bermuda Triangle is the most famous vortex point we have. Over 7,000 disappearances of ships and planes in the 20th century, caused again by spherical time-space portal vortexes, plasmoids, rising off of this geometry like soap bubbles or champagne bubbles. So we started out, this was where all the weird stuff is happening. You connect it all together, you get your icosahedron. Okay. Well, you can flip them inside out, right? Yeah, that's what we were talking about. You flip it inside out, you get the dodecahedron. And so then these three Russians did this in 1971, and they made that map, and they discovered that all 3,300 of our giant stone megalithic sites fit on this global grid. So there they are with their grid. This is essentially what it looks like. You got the dodecahedron, the icosahedron. Now you've got the shapes of all your mid-Atlantic ridge, your volcanic ridges, all that kind of stuff. The shapes of the continents are all geometric. There's your mid-Atlantic ridge again. But then another team, and notice also here that there are faint little lines in between your pentagons. There's little lines that go to the center of each pentagon that are very faint dotted lines. That would be your Becker-Hagens grid. William Becker and Beth Hagens, a husband and wife team who apparently didn't take each other's last name. They created the Becker-Hagens grid, and they did it by connecting all the lines of the dodecahedron to the icosahedron. And once again, this is the Becker-Hagens grid. We could spend an entire show just talking about how the continents are shaped by all this, these stress patterns. It's in the mantle. Look at Rio de Janeiro in South America. There's a grid vortex right off the coast of Rio, and it actually pushes in. The entire east coast of South America is on the line. The entire west coast is on the line. Same thing with Africa. It's right in there with the line. So this is real. And when you take this shape that they came up with, which they called the UVG 120 polygon, it's the same darn thing that John Baez found as L15, simple wavelength of 15, spherically symmetric waveform, electron clouds. So the atom, this is as above, so below, right? This is the classic teaching of sacred geometry, that what you see on the quantum level is going to be duplicated on a larger level. And we don't have that in regular physics. We have quantum mechanics, and then we have astrophysics and relativity, and they don't fit together. So now we have the L15 quantum wavelength showing up on the global grid, discovered independently. Seven geometric thought forms, thank you very much. So there's the Becker-Hagens grid. You see the same shapes, and here it is in the L15 electron cloud. I mean, to me, that right there is like worthy of Eureka, shouting that around, running around the house, screaming with joy, because, oh my God, as above, so below, it's really true. Here it is in the electron, here it is on the Earth, and these are what are called ley lines, okay? So the stone monuments, as they said, the Goncharov, Morozov, Makarov, all 3,300 stone monuments in the world are on these so-called ley lines that are all part of that icosadodeca grid. So the guy who discovered the ley lines in modern times is Sir Alfred Watkins. Here's a picture of him looking disturbingly like Sigmund Freud. Little pointy satanic beard. But no, he's a good guy. In 1920s, he discovered that many different ancient holy sites, he started out in England and Ireland, were all lining up in straight lines. Nobody talked about this out in the open. And he called them ley lines. They were from extremely different ages, millennia apart. It goes back to the Neolithic Stone Age, the Bronze Age, Iron Age, right up through Christian churches, abbeys, and cathedrals. So he would go out there and he would photograph these alignments. He also was an avid beekeeper, as you can see here. This was the first ley line that he found. And if you wanted to zoom in on this, we're not going to do all this right now, but there are literally dozens of churches and abbeys and cathedrals, and they are all built on this weird line, this weird straight line. And then if you watch Da Vinci Code, it says Roslyn Chapel, Roslyn, Rose Line, the Rose Line. They talk about that in the movie. So there's a reason why they were building these churches on the ley lines, because there's more energy there to create portals. If you have a church, you have the stained glass windows, your sacred geometry, you have Gregorian chant, which creates it acoustically, you burn incense, it activates the pineal gland. All these things are converging in this one area. And so check it out. This was the first big ley line that he found, And it's actually, believe it or not, the Archangel Michael ley line, the St. Michael alignment, with the St. Michael and St. Mary currents across southern Britain, going from top right to bottom left. You've got Hopton, Boney, St. Edwards, Royston, Sherborne Castle. I can't really read all this because the font is so small. But anyway, St. Michael's Mount. There's a mound down there on the bottom left, St. Michael's Mount, St. Michael's Beanfor. So yes, in Church of St. Michael, Creech St. Michael. So Archangel Michael, whoa! Archangel Michael apparently was portaling in through the ley lines because, again, there's fairy circles, and they might have even found fairy rings, and then they build the church on them because they said, here's the ley line, here's where the portal is. Then there's another one, a really big one. You got this line, let's do it that way. You got this line that goes like this, and then you got another one that goes up. And that's the other ley line that he found, which is quite amazing. Look at all of the sites here in England that all fit on this ley line, just going from top to bottom. I mean, all these cities. And this is not an accident, folks. People were building on these ley lines because they have secret mystery schools. They're Freemasons, right? 33rd degree Mason. They're builders. They've got the compass and the square. They want to build their churches and their sacred buildings on the ley lines because when they do ceremonies in there, they're going to get results. And unfortunately, as you probably have already been thinking, yep, these vortexes will allow in demons or angels. So Archangel Michael might get in, but demons might get in as well. So they were actually doing black magic in many of these places. And if you build it on the ley line, you're going to get much better results. And then we have Count Coup and blessings. Yes, the new churches are built in ancient sacred places. Mark Voidwalker, the same thing happened in the Americas, he says. Many churches were built on native sacred sites to tap into their power. Ferrero says Washington, D.C. Yes, you're exactly right. The obelisk, the Washington Monument is the huge thing, and Washington was built on a ley line. What about Lourdes in France and the healing water, says Robert Broccoli? Yes, absolutely. We'll show you that in just a second. Move to France. The teachings of King Thoth are great. The ley line is Mount Saint Michel at the north. On the ley line is Mount Saint Michel, the northwestern tip of France. Sorry for all caps. Very cool. Lucy Luna says, I recently started seeing strange fairy-like beings in a parking lot next to a cell phone tower about 1,000 yards from me. I videoed them every time I'm going to feed feral cats, which is now every night. I made it here, says Scott Monson. Giant supportive hugs. Would this work in the flat earth model? I'll let you figure that out. I think you know everything you need to know. Christ is King, Jesus is Lord. I totally agree. Gail Morgan, go Archangel Michael, you are everywhere. Machu Picchu, yes. Does David have moose knuckle? Really? That's the level of dialogue that you want to have when I'm talking about all this stuff. Okay. I guess Rome has a ley line. The energy is amazing. Yes. This is going to be connecting so many dots for you guys in the audience, and that's one of the reasons I'm so excited about this, because again, this stuff, I did not make this up. I am doing research, and I'm giving you names and references. You can go back and look them up yourself. You can read my original New York Times bestseller up here, Source Field Investigations, where I talked about all this, and here is the proof right here. And yes, it goes all the way through Europe. So, from Becker Hagen's research, this is the official European ley line map. So each place that you get a black dot is a lesser vortex point, and you better believe that there's ancient Atlantean maps that show this stuff, and that even your Satan worshipers, they're going to want to build places where they summon demons in these black dots, because the demons get in much more easily on a ley line than they would anywhere else. So you remember how I showed you there's the Michael line that goes this way in England, and then there's another one that goes straight up? By simply taking that unified vector geometry 120 polygon and drawing it over England, holy crap, you guys, you can see both of the ley lines that we were just talking about. You see it says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 as it goes up towards Denmark? Yep, well, look at that. Let's go and take that map of the two ley lines we just saw. Holy crap, you guys. The ley lines that were independently discovered by Sir Alfred Watkins that have all these ancient sites connected together, literally grow out of a worldwide grid map. And all of it started by just Ivan Sanderson looking at where the ships and planes disappear, drawing 12 spots on the Earth, connecting the dots. You get the icosahedron, flip it inside out, you get the dodecahedron, connect all the lines together, you get your L15 quantum Coxeter complex, or again, the UVG 120 polygon, the Becker-Hagens grid. Now you draw sub-sub lines in the Becker-Hagens grid, and you've got the exact description of the ley lines in Europe. I mean, this is so spectacular. Why this isn't more public, why nobody else has ever reported on this, I don't know. So one of you guys was asking about Lourdes in France. So yes, this is a specific highlighted map where somebody was specifically focusing on the megalithic sites of France, and sure enough, Lourdes and all these stone monuments are built on the same grid. There were ETs that came to this planet. They knew what they were doing. They know about these lines. And all 3,300 giant stone monuments exist on the grid. So here's another one. This was another one from Sir Alfred Watkins, alignments through Maccas. And now you see you've got churches, castles, and all of these represent two of the lines that he found again. I believe this is in England once more. So what about America? What about America? Well, they have that in the Becker-Hagens map. This is a re-envisioning of it, but these are the major ley lines and vortex points. And I am kind of right outside of Denver there, so sure enough, isn't it interesting that Colorado Springs, where there's all these military bases, is right there in the middle of an intersection of lines. As you can see, right next to Denver in the middle of the country, Colorado Springs dead center on it. So I am directly on a ley line up here in the mountains outside of Boulder. We are right in the middle of a vortex point, and there's not all that many of them in America. There's plenty, but Florida's another one. There's your Bermuda Triangle. That big red connection off the coast of Florida, that's your Bermuda Triangle. And then you've got the Four Corners area, which is, you know, the Hopi and all these other people, the Anasazi. They've got a huge vortex right there. It's right next to Los Angeles. That's why people want to live in LA. That's why there's a lot of seismic activity there. So again, the two biggest portals we have in America are next to LA and next to Florida. And that's also huge population centers where everybody wants to live. So you can kind of look at where you live and then assess based on this map. If you live in America, a lot of our audience does. And sure enough, you can see that Washington, D.C. is directly on a ley line that goes right on up, right through Scranton, Pennsylvania, where Joe Biden used to live and grew up, right into the Finger Lakes region in western New York, which apparently is, again, a major, major satanic, demonic summoning area, portal hub, child stuff is going on there, all kinds of things. So again, if you're not living on a grid line, you're going to have an easier life in some ways. It's really going to fire up your life. Belgium, yeah, somebody asked about that. So Sir Alfred Watkins created the Old Straight Track Club, and they would go to Stonehenge and where these ley lines were, and his book about ley lines was called The Old Straight Track. And here's a series of trees growing around a mound. So tree rings are another thing. Not only do you have mushrooms, sometimes trees seem to grow in these shapes. So we talked about the idea that all the giant stones are on the grid. Well, what do we actually see? Well, there's different categories. So the first category is your standing stones. This would be one from Avebury. And the idea here is that these stones harness energy just like the pyramid. So they will attract portals. And so when you're around these areas, you're going to get more portal activity. And in fact, it appears that the whole legend of why we use headstones for burying people is that you're creating a little standing stone for your buried loved one so that they have a safe passage to heaven, that it creates a portal for their dead body to travel into heaven. Because remember, they didn't used to do all this embalming stuff. You just throw somebody in a box and bury them in the ground. Then you put a mock standing stone over their grave in the hopes that they will make a safe passage to heaven to help their soul travel through the afterlife. So here's another standing stone. Again, weird stuff happens in these areas. People see the fairies. They hear music. They might go into a parallel reality. This is all caused by portal phenomena. And so all over the world, we have weird single standing stones, and they're all on the grid, according to these Russians. The next major type we have is the dolmen, which would be a stone cellar or chamber. And in this case, if you go inside there and you meditate, you might see the fairies. You might see the little people. Why? Like in this case, you'd go underneath the stone. How did they balance that, right? I mean, that stone is like, what, 70 tons? How did they even make this happen? Probably some type of anti-gravity. So you go inside the dolmen, you meditate, and that brings you direct access to the fairy kingdom. This is the Kilclooney Dolmen in Ireland. I really want to go see that one. It's so impressive. Here's another one with a gigantic stone, precariously balanced, it causes portals to form. So dolmens are very, very cool. They're built for you to meditate inside of them. There it is again from the side. The next major type that we see all throughout Europe is mounds, which are also called barrows. And this is just literally like a mound of dirt, but simply building the mound shape, again, focuses portals, gives you a way into the fairy kingdom. This is the Silbury Hill. It's legend of King Arthur. It's right near the Arthurian castle. And there's a dolmen you can go in inside the mound. You go through that tunnel. You go in there and meditate. Everybody's going to want to do this now, right? And here's another one from the side. It's got standing stones and it's got a dolmen inside. This is another long barrow. And, sometimes they're in lines because they're harnessing the energy of the ley line. But where it really gets cool is when you got a ring of stone. Now, Stonehenge, I used to think that that the word henge means a ring of stones. And then Graham Hancock corrected me when I was out in England on my crop circle trip, and I visited Stonehenge, and I stayed at his house for a while. It was a different trip than the crop circle trip. I visited Graham Hancock, and I said, oh, Stonehenge, stone circle. No. It's the circular pit around the ring. That's what's actually called a henge. Most people don't know that. So, in this original diagram of Stonehenge, which I walked around all around it, there is about a 15-foot deep circular pit that you can see here on the outside edge of the green circle. And you can walk right into it. It goes 15 feet down, and it's perfectly circular. That apparently helps attract and concentrate the portals into the center of Stonehenge. So Stonehenge, just like a pyramid, is a portal generator built on the ley line. Oh, now all this stuff you're telling me, David, it's all starting to make sense. Like there's some type of hyperdimensional geometry that links all these weird phenomena together. So that's what the henge really means. It's a tunnel. It's a ditch. So this is another picture of Avebury, probably the biggest stone circle. And believe me, if you go to Avebury, there are sheep everywhere, and it's horrible because you step in their dung. It's almost impossible. When I went to Avebury with Graham Hancock, I had an inch of poop on my shoe the whole time. You just cannot get it off because there's so many sheep and there's so much sheep dung. Everywhere you walk, you're stepping in it. So it's not as glamorous as you think from the pictures. There's waste everywhere. It's pretty disgusting. But the stones don't even have to be perfect. It's just the point that they're stuck in there. There's Avebury again. And this, I think, is in France. Carnac is another really great one in France you can look up. So they exist all throughout Europe. There's these stone circles. There's the red line in the background. This is Avebury again. This is what Avebury originally looked like. It looks like a stylized serpent that has something that it swallowed in its stomach. And people would go into that circle in the middle, and that's where they do their ceremonies. And that's where you meet your angelic beings. If you're going to make angelic contact, it's going to happen inside those circles in the middle. This whole entire thing is obviously nestled in with the mountains. You can see that. The mountains are part of the energy. And it harnesses with all these individual standing stones. It's harnessing portals and sending them into the belly of the serpent. And unfortunately, this is going to work great for demons as well as angels. It's a technology that'll work for good or evil. So there's a lot of ritual magic and black magic that they would do in these as well. That's why they find sacrificed human skeletons around Stonehenge, all that kind of stuff. It's all interrelated. It can be used for either purpose, okay? So you can get really weird magical things to happen. Now at last we have Stonehenge, which again is a stylized ring of mushrooms. It's basically built to look like that. And maybe that's what helps you to use the portal if you take stuff like that. Plus, it also had all these post holes and larger henges around the outside. There's other ditches and stuff that they dig to make the portal effect even stronger. So all of this that we're now talking about started out with the new research using synthetic aperture radar finding tunnels under the pyramid, which we now know extend 2,100 feet below the surface. So the pyramids become even more interesting than Stonehenge, but notice that these tunnels are going to form the exact same type of energy as standing stones, right? Except that instead of it being stone, it's a hollow shape. But again, we said before in many other shows that when you look at the bottom, there's two cubes down there. You see that? Nobody could have dug this out by hand. I mean, this is clearly some type of extraterrestrial technology that was involved. They entered down into 80-meter tall rooms. And so that would be like 240 feet tall. That's a gigantic space. You could walk down those yellow corkscrews to get to the bottom. Maybe they park UFOs down there and hike up that to get into the pyramid. Who knows? But again, the idea, just like a stone ring harnesses portals, that's what these cubes do. And they actually look like the Tesseract. This is our classic cube where it keeps flipping inside out. When you build that shape into the stone down here, it becomes a resonant generator of portals. And it generates your plasma balls, which then go up through the tubes and are harnessed by the pyramids. And we already talked about the law of one, saying the Tesseract is the key to multiple dimensions. We already talked about how, yes, in fact, all of the platonic solids turn inside out just like a Tesseract. And this is the basis of our multidimensional warping technology. You draw these lines over the Earth. You got 12 portals like the Bermuda Triangle. Find out where the ships and planes disappear. Draw the lines. You get the global grid. And now you've got all the ley lines all throughout Europe, all the standing stones. Everything, every standing stone they built was made to harness plasmoids that'll take you through space and time. And again, you can use it for evil and summon bad things, or you can use it for good and summon angels. And both have been done. So this is why, again, we said the pyramid is using shape power to create time portals. And we talked about it with tornado physics and time-traveling dinosaurs. The stone rings work exactly the same way. And there's one case that really summarizes all this. There was a Stonehenge portal event in 1971. And what happened was that there was a group of hippies, apparently, who were tenting out there at night. And the farmer got mad because they're trespassing on his land and they shouldn't be there. So he calls the police. It's 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, thereabouts. You got the policemen and the firemen walking towards Stonehenge, and then it gets struck by lightning. The kids inside start screaming. These two eyewitnesses reported that the stones, the entire area around Stonehenge started glowing this brilliant bluish-white light. And it got brighter and brighter until it was really, really bright. This is in my book, Sourcefield. And then there's a big flash of white light, and the screaming stops, and they start running in there. And the only thing that was left was their fire pit and some smoldering tent pegs. The kids were completely gone. They vanished. So this was eyewitnessed. It was widely reported. It ends up in Charles Berlitz's book, Bermuda Triangle. It's a very big deal because it shows, yes, why did Stonehenge do this? Why did it glow bright white? Because the lightning apparently activated a portal. So what the DS likes to do is they put out disinformation to try to confuse you. So more recently, they put out a story that's intended to muck up the waters about the Stonehenge portal. And it's called The Disappearance of the Stonehenge Hippies. So again, this is very likely a LARP or a fake story, live action role play, because they want to confuse you. But here it is on Creepypasta Wiki, The Disappearance of the Stonehenge Hippies. And we're going to read some of this. If you want to look at this, and again, I think this is loosely, I mean, obviously the event really happened, but I think a lot of this stuff that they wrote is an embellishment, but it shows you they want to confuse you. So in the early morning of a day in August 1971, most of this stuff is true at the beginning. A small group of young students set up camp in the center of Stonehenge. A freak weather storm blew in over Salisbury around 1:32 a.m. There's a slight discrepancy in exactly what time it was. Lightning started striking the nearby trees. This is probably because the portal was active and it attracted the lightning. And lightning bolts actually struck the stones themselves. Several witnesses reported to have it glowing bright blue, and that is true. This was widely studied when it first happened. They had to avert their eyes. The people that were looking at it, they had to look away because it was so bright. They heard people screaming inside. Later investigation into the reported screaming revealed there were no remains of any of these people, only their smoldering camp equipment remained. Now, this I think is fake because there's no other source I can find for this except for the Creepypasta Wiki. Supposedly, these are their names: Julia Ashton, Lucas Adams, Sherry Wilson Jr., Daniel Wilson, maybe they were brother and sister, Wilma Rupert. So it's interesting that Daniel has two N's in it and Adams has two D's in it, and the two D's in Adams is like Adams family. So again, this is probably a distraction. If you fall in love with this data and you say, oh, these are the names, it might be fake. But anyway, I wanted you to see that this kind of stuff is put out on the internet. On the day of redacted 1997, which again, they say 97, wait a minute, so 71 to 97, we're talking about 28 years that supposedly paper survived all that time. No, paper is going to get wet in the rain, it's going to develop mold, the mold is going to break it down, it's going to rot, it's going to be destroyed. So that's one of the clues I think that this is fake, and there's so much fake stuff on the internet, you got to be really careful. But anyway, it's a fun story anyway. A journal from Daniel Wilson was discovered in the nearby area, speculated to have been accidentally dropped on the way to the structure. Well, most paper would have dissolved within 3 years. 3 notes from other members of the group were discovered singed but fairly intact. Again, this sounds like total BS. Approximately 7 kilometers from the original campsite, speculated to have been blown away by the tent. The transcript of the journal entries that relate to the trip is as follows. And again, this stuff is way too on the nose. It's like, it's too perfect, because it's as if they're sensing that they're about to be swallowed up by the vortex. It wouldn't have taken very much effort for somebody to make this up and make it a fake story. But again, I like the idea, it frames the story nicely either way. As of yet, further investigations into the group's disappearance has been postponed indefinitely by European and American authorities. I do believe that's true. This was heavily covered up. People were intimidated, threatened, sworn to silence. That's what the deep state does. Future research into the event is pending, but most likely will not be allowed. I agree with that. Due to this incident, any and all overnight camping around Stonehenge is illegal. That's true. They won't even let you go near it. And you can be penalized and fined because they don't want anybody disappearing again, because they don't know when the portal's going to act up, you guys. So here's another guy, Joshua Dowadat, and his website had some interesting thoughts on this as well. I don't know where he got this data from, but I'm going to read it to you. A police officer driving by around 1:30 a.m. noticed their partying was still going on strong. They had no intentions to call it a night until the storm hit. Storm developed almost instantly, according to witnesses around the area, including the police officer, who was probably sworn to silence. Lightning began to strike Stonehenge. The group tried to seek refuge and party in their tents. At least this is assumed to be their intent. At one point, the stones began glowing a bright blue light, possibly from lightning or other strange portal phenomena, so bright that the police officer said he had to look away. If the blue light wasn't eerie enough, what followed is what disturbs most people who witnessed it. Police officer, as one other witness within earshot, said they heard cries and screams from the tents. What seemed like the people inside were screaming for their lives in terror, or perhaps they were in pain. The officer and the farmer, who thought they were trespassing, went running towards them to try to help. They thought they were going to stumble upon the victims burned up, but instead they found nothing. No bodies, no tents, nothing, except for tent posts and a burnt-out fire pit. So this sounds a lot like the legend of the Faerie Rings, doesn't it? People disappearing in a circle. Stonehenge may actually work the same as the Faerie Rings. The idea being that the shape of the circle actually is what creates the portal. So maybe when the mushrooms grow in a circle, you've got that biological matter, they're holding a lot of water, they've got DNA, they've got life, and it creates this ring-like shape, and apparently these portals rise up out of the earth, as I said, like bubbles, and they're captured by the ring. So this is a very, very cool thing. The circle shape is attracting the portals. So Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, right, said that he was a great protagonist for the existence of fairies, and he had lots of supernatural stuff in his stories. He said, mushroom rings have from all time been associated with the gambols of little people. And here's the link. The Romance of the Fungus World, Fungus Life, its numerous guises, both real and legendary. A book from 1928. I'll bet you there's a lot of interesting stuff in that book, so that would be a good one to get. The Germans called them Hexenring, and again, the witches do hexes, so they believed that this was formed by witches, which is probably another word for various ETs, and while they would dance, they would form these rings, and if you got stuck in there, you could meet them. So they believed that the dances would occur on Walpurgisnacht, or Walpurgis Night, which is a spring fertility ceremony exactly 6 months to the day before Halloween. So now we're seeing that, yeah, these fairy ring portal phenomena that sometimes are mushrooms, sometimes are standing stones. Remember, the same word is used for the standing stones and the mushrooms. Certain nights of the year is where you get alignments with the sun, with the moon, with the planets. We're not exactly sure what it is, but certain times of the year, maybe having to do with the global grid and where the Earth is tilting towards the sun, like Halloween, All Hallows Eve, right? Why does everybody dress up in these costumes as ghosts and spooks and specters and all this stuff? Because on that day, these portals, like the fairy rings, fire up. Another place that has this happen is Tyrol, Austria. Alive and Thriving says maybe like a blowing bubble wand. Yeah, I would say that's absolutely true. Hexy Mama Witch in German is the translation somebody said. Black Sabbath, fairies wear boots. CBK Wahoo. The results would be shocking, says Rawhide. Hex is casting a spell on someone to bring bad luck. You're right. That would be D-Red Fusion. The mushroom mystery is one of the most intriguing, says Peter Forsberg. Sharon Rowe says, I love your soft pink shirt. Charlie Winner says, is a ley line or fairy circle as concentrated as an energy vortex? I don't know. I mean, the ley lines are where the geometry is located, and I think fairy rings, that you're going to have these mushroom rings that are going to attract portals on the ley lines. So yes, I do believe there is a very intense relationship between... Well, that makes me laugh. Between the portals and the ley lines and the fairy rings. Prince Royal, get your buckyballs, bacon, dino nuggies, ham, mushrooms, and fireworks, but no hanging brains. Shee-wee! All right, you guys have... Oh, somebody donated $300. I guess I missed that. I'm sorry. Jeannie888, here's to a great show. And she donated $300. So that's really incredible, and you can see that right here. Wow, so thank you, Jeannie888. That's really incredible. And I just thanked her. She's got all these thumbs up. And let's see if I missed any other donations here. Oh, I did. Vacapalo. Could lightning open a portal for flight in 2014? It's possible. Lightning definitely seems to be related to how the Stonehenge portal worked. Unknown projects. Love from Scotland. I mean, yeah, I'm jealous of you guys because you have so many more of these megalithic sites in Europe and throughout those whole areas that you can find. They're everywhere. So anyway, I got all the donations caught up. Thank you guys. We're almost at 4,000 viewers. So that's nearly twice as much as we had on the last show. It's nice to have all you guys here. I feel your love. I feel your energy. Thank you for your support. This is such an amazing topic, isn't it? It's just mind-blowing. All right. So without further ado, we're going to go back to the slides now. Tyrol, Austria. So in Austria, they said that the fairy rings were caused by dragons, and their mythology was that the tail of the dragon would burn the ring into the forest grass. Well, isn't that interesting? Because what if these pterodactyls or pteranodons are portaling in through the fairy rings in Europe, thus causing the dragon sightings? You remember that? That was our angry daddy pterodactyl. And he's got his cigarette and his wine, and he's got his woman in the back. He's got everything he needs right there. And you better not catch him when he's hungry, because when they came in, apparently they wanted to eat people, but maybe they're a little more sophisticated. They'll give you a smoke and a drink and lure you in before you find out how hungry they are. But again, this goes back to the Bennu staff that they all carried in Egypt. It's got a pterodactyl head on top, as you can see here. Here it is in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. There's no other bird like this, but in the fossil record, it is the pterodactyl. There it is on an Egyptian wall. And we had our very funny, angry pterodactyl daddy. I have had it. And he's smoking and drinking. And he's got... Thank you guys so much, whoever made that. I really love it. And then remember that in Papua New Guinea, these are modern-day sightings. And this forensic videographer did a composite sketch of what was called the ropen, the bird of fire. And they say, oh, it's only a fruit bat. Well, wait, the biggest fruit bat is a 7-foot wingspan. It's called the flying fox bat. But the Hodgkinson sighting of 1944, this was a guy in World War II, Papua New Guinea, saw a 30-foot wingspan. It doesn't look anything like a bat at all. So again, this is probably where the dragon legend came from. I mean, there's so many cool movies that you could make based on this science that I'm giving right now. Hollywood loves to steal my stuff and not give me any credit for it, by the way. And the idea here is that, these pterodactyls are coming in. We said that they flicker when they first come through the portal. Remember, lightning struck Stonehenge. It glows bright white. When the being first comes into our reality, if it's a dinosaur, apparently it flickers, and there's your dragon that breathes fire. And it pays off the phoenix, which is the bird of fire that dies in fire and is then reborn. This is the phoenix. And so, yes, these show up all over the world. Many Native American cultures, we did a whole show on that. In the fairy ring legend, not only could dragons be getting through, remember the Austrians said the ring is caused by their tails burning the ground as they first show up. They also say if you are unlucky enough to go into a fairy ring, you might become invisible or you could get trapped there forever. In French, they call them the ronde des sorcières, the circles of the sorcerers or witches. Here again is the foraging website. Enormous toads with bulging eyes were said to appear in these, what they're calling witches' rings. So some kind of psychedelic creature that's much too large. It's a frog that's much bigger than it should be, and its eyes are bigger than they should be. This again is in the Fungi Folklore, Fiction, and Fact book from 1982 by Findlay. In Switzerland and Russia, fairy rings are believed to conceal hidden treasure. And it was said that fairies or witches could help reveal this treasure. Well, good luck bringing the treasure back into this world. I think the treasure is actually going to a parallel reality. But that again came out of Findlay. Even William Shakespeare, in his play The Tempest, directly references these fairy rings, and he discusses the folk belief that sheep were reluctant to graze within circles of dead and lush grass created by these mushroom circles. Prospero addresses fairy rings and says they were caused by the elves of the hills. So again, this is a very widespread legend. And this is his quote, "You demi-puppets that by moonshine do green sour ringlets make." So the demi-puppets represent little people. And apparently he thinks they're drinking moonshine while they make these green sour ringlets. The green sour rings are the fairy rings. They're rings in grass. So green rings. Okay, I'm just deciphering this for you because it's a little bit confusing. The demi-puppets make the green sour ringlets, whereof the ewe, which is again a sheep, not bites, and you, i.e. the elves of the hills, whose pastime is to make midnight mushrooms. So there again is the direct linkage between, if you're unlucky enough to take these mushrooms or you're stupid enough to do that, you start tripping, you see these beings, and you go into the fairy ring and you can actually, with the help of the psychedelic, enter into their reality. I don't think this is going to work now, but again, they're directly linking these mushroom circles with the fairy rings. And there's other weird phenomena that are associated with fairy rings as well. In the Namib Desert in Namibia, there's thousands of these weird rings that formed out of some type of natural phenomenon that nobody can really explain. And this is a new fairy circle study. One of nature's great mysteries may now have an answer. So now we're going to look at it up close. Now, what's weird about this is that you actually see circles in the desert. Vakapalo said, could moonshine be interpreted as moonlight? Yes, that's a good idea. And thank you for the donation. What's weird about these circles is you can see the dirt is smoother inside and they have vegetation all around the outside. So this is one really great image of it. You see there's literally thousands of these in Africa, in Namibia. Like, what the hell is going on here? Why do the plants in this very arid desert where hardly anything can grow, why do all these plants grow in these rings? Why are there visible rings? Well, some people think that it's caused by termites and they come up with a cockamamie theory, oh, the termites did it. Or some people say, oh, well, water needs to conserve itself, so it does it in a ring. Water is conserving itself. I mean, none of the theories really make any sense, but I think probably what's going on here is that there's crystals under the earth that naturally create portals so often that the portals keep rising out of one place in the ground, and they actually form these rings, and the water is forming around the edges of where the portal goes. That's where the plants are growing, and then the plants shield off the wind, and that's why you get more sand inside. It's like there's this windbreaker that causes all the fine particles of sand to accumulate inside the circle. That's my theory. It's caused by underground quartz crystal portal generators, but again, it's really weird. Nobody can explain this, but these are another type of fairy rings, you guys. Really, really cool, isn't it? That's why, like, you're going to have a hard time being a troll on this show because the show is so cool. What could there be to hate about that I'm telling you? It's really, really interesting. So you can see it just stretches on for miles and miles and miles, all these rings. And in this case, the soil that they're capturing is more red colored. And there it is up close. Really, really beautiful, right? Right in Namibia. So again, all of the conventional theories to try to explain this don't really make any sense. Look at that one. That just shows you the awesomeness of how many there are. It's absolutely incredible. And here it is again in Namibia, even on the sand dune there. Really amazing. Now, we do see in Mozambique that there are termite mounds. And again, the termites might be, they want to hang out where the portal is. They want to soak up all that energy and all that water because one of the things these vortexes do is generate water. And they also find similar fairy circles in Australia. Fairy circles in the Australian desert shed light on a centuries-old mystery. So I'm actually going to read this to you. Now, the picture is from Namibia. They didn't have any pictures of the actual circles in the desert, but again, you've got it now in Africa and in Australia, the same phenomenon in these very remote deserts where there's no rainfall, there's nothing to interrupt the portals naturally creating these circles on their own. And apparently the portals create more water, which is why the plants are growing there. Vakapalo said sea notes in Yucatan, Mexico are round and they are magical. Yeah, you're right. All different cultures use this type of shape power technology. So we're going to read this article about the fairy rings in the Australian desert from UK Independent, very prestigious mainstream media, okay? Unbeknownst to almost anyone outside the small mining town of Newman, Australia, the same strange phenomenon that captivated people in the Namibian desert also occurs in the Australian outback. Not only that, when you compare the two types of fairy circles, we may be able to solve the mystery of what creates them. It's not gods, according to scientists in the National Academy of Sciences. It's not dragons and it's not bugs. They think it's the plants themselves self-organizing to conserve water. Again, I don't want to insult them, but it just seems like a real big, like, honestly, my theory makes just as much sense as the plants are conserving water. Maybe, but not when we look at all the other stuff. Bronwyn Bell, an environmental manager for the Australian mining company Rio Tinto, read Getson's 2014 paper on the Namibian circles with interest. The phenomenon he described sounded just like one she saw in her own county. People in the Pilbara, a dry, thinly populated part of Western Australia, talked about their own fairy circles for years, but no one had the resources or expertise to investigate them more thoroughly. The circles there are a lot like the Namibian ones, according to the co-author Todd Erickson, who's a biologist at University of Western Australia. Wow. Each of them is about a dozen feet in diameter and 30 feet from their next nearest circle. Same thing we just saw. If you stand inside one, you can't tell that you're in the middle of a pattern at all. You have to look at it from space or from an airplane. From above, their arrangement becomes clear. Hundreds and hundreds of these fairy circles grouped into hexagonal formations. Unlike in Namibia, the locations of these circles didn't seem to correlate to any kind of termite activity, pretty much putting the kibosh on other theories where, oh, it's all because of termites. There was no termites here. Again, the pattern matched Getson's computer model for self-organization. So this is a very, very curious thing that's going on, right? It's like, wow, I mean, all of these different layers, all of this complexity, all of this fascinating stuff. So I really do think that when we crack the mystery of the fairy rings, that we're going to expose something really, really phenomenal, something beyond our understanding, that these are portal-generating phenomena. And we're going to do more on the fairy rings next week, and we're going to bring it back to crop formations. I'm going to show you the new crop circle next week, but we're already at the 2.5-hour mark, and I'm frankly just tired. So we're going to skip ahead now to the Archangel Michael time loop. So let me go ahead and do that right now. Let's see how many. Yeah, so there's... I always like to be over-prepared with slides. So we're going to get into all this stuff next week. But anyway, let me let's go right ahead to this. I want you to see this latest crop formation because it's actually very exciting. So in my time loop, we're going to see that he mentions the fairy rings, and in the circle that we had on May 15th. This was the May 15th crop circle. So next week, we're going to talk about the mystery of the squared circle again. We're going to get into all that stuff. We're going to get into the geometry. We're going to get into crop circles, all that kind of stuff. Very, very cool. And I'll explain to you what I think this means. But part of it is, when you look at the fleur-de-lis type of pattern, the circles within circles, not too different from what we see right here, actually, right? Where there's these guys inside. That represents kings and royalty. And supposedly I'm the reincarnation of King David. And so this showed up the night that I got back from our Stavati Aerospace Summit, which was great. So the next thing that we're going to do is I'm going to actually show you a video from this conference that we had. This was Stavati Aerospace at the Air Dominance Summit. And this is going to give me a chance to take a break, to go to the bathroom, which I desperately need at this point. And I like to break at 2.5 hours because we have a very, very big time loop today, and I want to make absolutely sure that we have enough time to get through it. The fairy rings are mentioned in the time loop, which is really quite amazing. What about the Nazca lines, says PD? Yeah, that's another one. I mean, the ley lines, Nazca lines, they're all interconnected. Main Grit says, love you, bro. Keep that crap coming. He said S word, but crop circles are always perfect. Crop circles make me hungry for poutine. Oh. David Beverly Adams says, you should really look into contacting Robert Edward Grant. Write down that name. I don't have anything to write with. I mean, I could try to write with Daddy's cigarette, but it's not going to, doesn't have any ink. Anyway, I'll try to remember that name. Robert Edward Grant. I have had it. Go live stream in the potty. Yes, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go take a leak, and you're now going to see this really cool footage from this trip that I had this past week, where I actually got out of the house. I left here for a while, went to this beautiful Lake Mead, Lake Las Vegas. So it's almost 7 minutes long. Hopefully I'll get down here before it loops. If it does loop from the beginning, I'll be popping in right after that happens, but I do need to go. And in the meantime, you can see the fun that we had pitching our products to a conference that had 300 top military people who buy these types of aircraft from all over the world. There's guys in naval uniforms. You're going to see our booth space. You're going to see me sipping my mocktail. You're going to see me by the water. And it's about half, the first half is me by myself, and then I go to our booth and I interview Chris. It's a very, very funny thing where Chris was trying to get out of the way. He didn't want to be on camera, and I say, "What are you hiding?" And then it's really, really funny. And then you'll see him on the podium doing the lecture, and I very slowly pan away, and then you see the gigantic nature of the room. I stand up and I film the audience. So this is the real thing. Anybody that says we're a fake company, that's nonsense. If we're a fake company, we wouldn't be at the National Air Dominance Summit. We wouldn't be speaking with Booz Allen and General Atomics and Boeing and all these other people who were there from various corporations. So I really did have a lot of fun. I'm more excited now about traveling than I was before. So what I have to do is mute my microphone, which I'm going to do in just a second, and then we'll play the clip. I got to make sure the volume's all the way up here, and you'll see me having fun in the sun in Las Vegas in this beautiful resort. Without further ado, let me mute and we'll get right into it. Here we go. All right. My microphone is off, and we are now going to flip to the clip, and I will be back in less than 7 minutes. Stay right there. The Archangel Michael time loop. You do not want to miss this, folks. Here we go. And action. I gotta say, you guys, David Wilcock is officially living the good life. We are here at the Westin Lake Las Vegas Resort Hotel, and I officially have decided aerospace is better than UFOs. This place is freaking amazing, you guys. Everything looks like Mar-a-Lago. There's beautiful palm trees everywhere. And check out the view that I'm looking at. We've got this incredible lake, and I've got turtles that are constantly spitting water for some reason. Got fire over there. I mean, dude, do you get it? Can you figure out how enjoyable this experience is for me? Woo! All the stuff that's going on in my life and the problems that we've had and legal actions that are escalating into court. You know what? I don't even care anymore. Come to a place like this and you don't need any drugs or alcohol, although it certainly appears that many people are tying a load on. You just got to make the best of it, man. I mean, check it out. Like, you're not going to go wrong at a place like this. This is just spectacular. And we are here for the Air Dominance Summit. So hopefully, you know, we got 200 or 300 of the top people in aerospace who are here to look at products, and we got in. Somehow we were able to get in. And so, like, you know, if we can't get a deal here, then we really, really suck. Let's just put it that way. Well, friends, I'm already starting to upgrade a little bit. I've got a mocktail, and it looks pretty freaking amazing. So we're going to get a first taste on this right here. This is the mocktail, you guys. It's apparently let's not lose my napkins here. We got the cherry, which my father and his dad used to fight over who got the cherry. There was kind of a sibling familial rivalry there. It looks amazing. It's got an orange on it. Let's just give it a first taste here and see what we got. Wow. It's really nice. It doesn't have a whole lot of sweetness. You taste the pineapple. You taste a little bit of notes of berry, maybe strawberry, I think. They might have put strawberry juice in there. It's got a really nice color on it. Okay, here we are at the Air Dominance Summit, and I am walking into the room now. There's our company name. Boom. And then we have the booth. Everybody's about to show up. Got the Boeing sign over here. We got our stuff right over here. It's all good, man. Met a lot of great people here. There's all of our airplanes. And we are ready to rock and roll, you guys. So we've already had some great success here, and we're expecting a lot more. Thanks for watching. Hello, this is David Wilcock, and I'm here with Chris Beskar and our mystery board member. And check this out, you guys. Ooh, look at that. This is our Stavati Aerospace home base. We've got an incredible setup here. We've got all these amazing models on the table. There's indulgences, business cards, the SM-150. No, this is the SM-150. This is the SM-100. This is our 920 airliner. This is the machete. This is the stiletto. This is our SM-39 razor. Check it out, you guys. This is the real deal. We are actually really excited about this. We're here at the hotel. We've got all this literature you can grab. Got a nice literature stand over here. We've got signs. Look at Chris, he's hiding behind the sign. He's afraid of the camera.
Sign is away from the door.
What would you like to say to the people who watch the David Wilcock show?
Hello, good evening. It's been a wonderful time here at the Westin Resort and Spa, setting up at our 8x10 booth. We have the standard largest size booth. We're a 2-star sponsor of the Air Dominance Summit 2025. Delighted to be here.
Great.
So the goal of this particular airplane is to have an extreme long-range, high-performance fighter that can really make a difference when it comes to air dominance. You know, generally speaking, you don't want to come in second place in a gunfight. And that's the mission of this airplane, to ensure that never happens. Here we have some contact information for Stavati Aerospace. We can be reached, and right below you'll see a photo of our rendition of an upgrade of the former built aircraft planning. One of the things we want to leave you with today is the fact that Stavati is expanding. We're easy to reach. We're here to do business. We love the industry. We love airplane. And we want to thank everyone for your attendance and participation.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
I've got one question. When do you think you'll be flying the prototype?
Oh my God.
Prototyping efforts going on right now. With the SM-39 razor, we're looking at about 2 years to prototype. With our SM-31 stiletto, to meet the requirements of the undergraduate training system, we're looking at hopefully March of next year. So we're really proud of that.
Okay, well, I greatly appreciate your support for this. Thank you very much. Okay.
Here we go.
And we are back. All right. It was so funny when he hid behind. Nobody left. We still got 3,700 people. Thank you, guys. This man is gorgeous. Thank you very much. Maybe you're talking about Chris. I don't know. Welcome back, buddy. Yep. What a beauty. David, I'd love to invest in your company. How do I do it? We still have room for a certain number of smaller size investors, as in, you know, in the thousands instead of like millions. You just got to write Stavati.com. I think we might have 18 slots available, but again, I don't know all the details. You actually have to go and go to Stavati.com, Stavatti, and you can get all the information there. So we are now going to dive headlong into our Archangel Michael time loops because, again, this week it just so happens that I have a large number of them. There's a large amount of data that happened that's all very nicely time looped into the present. The whole idea of my aerospace company and how we're about to succeed is in the time loop. All these kinds of things are going on. Chris reminds me of Guy Fawkes as carnivorous vegan. Yes, I've thought of the same thing. And Beth, my ex-wife Beth always called him, he looks like one of the Three Musketeers. Sizzler Alliance 2025. Daddy's home, thank God. Shadow just posted on X during your live stream again. That's great. You can't properly pitch a product or company without poutine. I hope you had some offered at the booth, says Raz. Ooh. Okay, we got one person who's being, sassy. Look, the reason why we're doing military and commercial aerospace is to use that funding for breakthrough technologies like hover cars and free energy. This is the most dangerous thing that you could possibly do. So yes, we are involved with the military, but again, I think we need to have the shame removed from this, and I'm the first one to do that. The military is saving our butts. Moon It Back says, you guys look great, everything looks amazing. The military is the alliance, so I'm happy to contribute to the alliance, and this is going to open up an enormous amount of funding. And how can I apply to your company, says Spencer Hall or Hale? Yes, we're keeping everybody on a list, but we don't actually have any jobs to offer yet. However, Chris left on a trip right at this just happened, by the way. I flew out on Monday. We had the event on Tuesday and Wednesday, and then I flew back Wednesday night, and Chris is immediately flown off again. I'm not going to say where, but he's going off on a 2-week trip now that hopefully by the time he come back, we will be funded. So that's what's going on. It'll make everything a lot easier for me. If I have to do any legal actions, I'll be able to afford them much more easily. All that kind of stuff is coming. I'll be able to pay all my taxes, discharge all my debt for myself, discharge all the debts for our company. It's very, very cool. So now, without further ado, we want to talk about all of the interesting things that happen with this, my own version of the time portal with the pineal gland, right? The pineal gland is your portal, your gateway to the astral plane inside your own mind. It's got that pine cone shape. We talked about that. It's like the pyramid. It creates a Faraday cage, electromagnetic shield inside. There's water in the pineal gland, DMT crystals, and it apparently creates a visual feed that goes to these retinal cells on the pineal gland. I also talked about how it comes through your eardrums. I mean, here we are, it's like 2:30 in the afternoon, and it looks almost like nighttime. It's so dark outside. We have a very, very ominous storm. That's one of the reasons I want to move more quickly, because if the storm knocks me off the air, if I suddenly go off the air, hopefully that won't happen, but if lightning hits the tower or something, I don't know what's going to happen. So it's really ominous. It's supposed to be sunny. It's gotten very, very dark outside. Figures, right? This would happen in the middle of my show. Like, oh yeah, no big deal. Just typical David Wilcock nonsense that right when I'm trying to do my show, it's almost as dark as nighttime outside. It's crazy. So as I said, we got these 26 tapes or 21 tapes that never got transcribed when I was working on the books. And they've been time looped into our present, which makes it very hard for trolls to say that I'm fake because, again, I'm having dreams, and then I'm speaking the words of Archangel Michael using remote viewing protocols. Supposedly 99% accuracy is guaranteed with this method. And the dreams and the readings, which is what we call it when Michael is speaking, Archangel Michael, they are directly prophetic and reflective of what's going on right now. Well, what's going on right now? All of these things like the portal phenomena that I was talking about, Faerie Rings and the hippies in Stonehenge disappearing, there's a bright flash of white light. You got disinformation online. They're making up stories about who was there. And oh yeah, their paper documents survived until 1997. No, they would rot away from mold and from getting wet. There's a lot of rain in Europe, in England in particular. Ever go to, London, anywhere, it's just always raining. So these types of fairy ring phenomena, meeting these beings in another realm, going through a portal, this is all stuff that the prophecies tell us is going to happen when we get to Ascension. So the reason why I keep sharing these kind of stories with you, like the fairy rings now in this week's episode, is this is Ascension-related phenomena. we have the little people, we have these little beings, and they're in this weird portal that might be a mushroom ring or it might be a crop circle. We'll talk about crop circles again next week. I'm going to do another show on that. So it's a very exciting situation when you start connecting all the dots and you look at these ancient legends and you look at the ley lines, right? Like, wow, when you saw all of those ley lines all over the European countryside, and there's the St. Michael's line. It's, again, Archangel Michael. There's one going vertically through England. There's another one on that diagonal angle. Whatever, I can't, it's, yeah, it would be going that way. Right, like that. Because my hand is different than what it looks like on camera. Whoa, now we got rain coming down. It's probably going to turn into hail pretty soon, because we've been getting a lot of hail lately. It's very, very ominous outside. There's thunder. It's really dark. It's like, whoa, things just got crazy around here. Okay, but the show must go on. I'm going to keep on going, you guys. I want you to enjoy yourself. We've still got 3,700 people. Uh-oh. Let's Hope says David, St. Louis, Missouri just got destroyed. My buddy lives right near St. Louis. That's not cool. Have you heard? My family can't connect due to media blackouts. Does anybody else know about this? St. Louis. David, you should go to Qatar. They'll buy your airplanes. Yes, we are very excited about the fact that Trump has freed up all these investments. There's trillions, like $4 trillion, a total of $10 trillion coming in. So there's definitely U.S. allies in the Middle East. We have, as I said, planned on having a plant there. However, depending on which country you work with, they tend to want to do everything in their country. So one of these countries is probably going to win out. It will be a U.S. ally, but there's a few in the running. We're not sure which one it is that's going to do it yet, but there's, you know, certain contenders that are at the front of the line. Thankfully, things are looking really positive for us. I don't know anything else about St. Louis. So David, if you haven't already listened to a song called Children of the Sun by Billy Thorpe, I'll check that out. Yes, Artie lives near St. Louis. I don't know what's going on with the disaster in St. Louis. St. Louis just got, is it a fire? What is it? Anybody wants to tell me that, by all means, tell me. I don't know. I got to keep doing the show. The tent burned, but not the paper. Yeah, well, the paper was, oh, it's a tornado. Oh my gosh. There was a tornado. I live in the downtown area of St. Louis. Okay, so yeah, 5 have died in the tornado. Right, and we were just talking about tornadoes last week. Yeah, that is a vortex phenomenon. There's an outbreak of tornadoes in St. Louis. Hopefully he's okay. That's pretty scary. The city in the north were hit badly, says Renee. I traveled across to Granite City, Illinois. I'm still in St. Louis. No, I'm not singing right now, but thank you for asking. I Am Wizards just donated, and he says, thank you. Tornadoes from yesterday, I heard there were 7 of them. My buddy was fine. I talked to him last night, so that hopefully he's okay. He's in a nursing home. It's not directly in St. Louis. It's pretty far away from there, but yeah, we've had this crazy solar activity going on. There's 600,000 mile wide solar prominence that's bombarding us with a geomagnetic storm. In the physics that we're talking about, that's going to create these plasmoids that rise out of the earth and then lead to tornadoes, which was last week's show. So sure enough, St. Louis is being hit by tornadoes. That's not surprising. Any news on your hover cards? Yes, we're about to get funded. That's why Chris left. So very exciting things are happening. F3 tornadoes. Everyone concentrate on the spelling the tornado to save 90 million. As you think about it, do it now. EF3 in St. Louis near downtown. Thank you for the information about Stavati. I just emailed you about investing. Says look in the mirror. Oh, it was yesterday in St. Louis. Okay. I hadn't heard about that. Again, I put so much time and energy into these shows, and I was working really hard. So there's lots of interesting things going on. The rain is now coming down really, really hard. And yes, it is now hail. I am watching right now. All of these little tiny white balls are falling out of the sky and bouncing off of the ground. So as you guys are talking about tornadoes, I've got very scary hail falling right now, which hopefully we're going to stay on the air. It says the connection is excellent. If I should go dark, then that's because of this storm. It's really, really bad. But I'm just going to keep going. Screw it. Whatever. I mean, hail usually only lasts a few minutes and then it goes away. But yeah, the balls are all about like a centimeter wide. They're pretty big. And they are just, it's all bouncing off the ground right now. I mean, it's like, it's kind of hard to concentrate because this storm is so violent. It's like, wow. Woo, okay, well, maybe I'll just not have that camera angle so I don't actually have to look at it. I'll stay kind of over to the side, away from it. But anyway, through the same process of these time portals that I'm talking about, you can do that with your mind, and that's one of the things that you can do with remote viewing. So I modified the typical remote viewing protocols for telepathic messages coming through in spoken English from what turned out to be Archangel Michael. So we have the readings and we have the dreams, and this week has a lot of dreams and a lot of readings, and it's very amazing. And again, the basic, oh my God, it's really getting bad, you guys. It's just like all you see is just hail. It's just, there's still visibility, but I mean, there's just stuff bouncing off the yard everywhere. This is one of the worst weather events I've ever had in a live stream. So I hope we stay on the air because all that hail is interrupting the millimeter wave beam that connects me to the internet. Let's just hope we stay on the air. Let's keep on going. So again, the Alliance is a group of people in the military that is working to restore order on Earth and peace by bringing out the biggest names and arresting them. And we've been talking about this for a year now, over a year every week. And they are communicating through their posts, but then Michael is communicating through dreams that I had in 1999. It's a very strange thing because I have the dream. Now we're up into March 17th is where we're going to start, 1999. But it's actually, and I documented all this back then. I have the tapes right there. I have them transcribed on my hard drives, but they're talking to us in the present. And that's what's so weird about it, is it's in the present. So without further ado, let's go into the latest Archangel Michael time loops. If this is still confusing, it'll make sense when I start reading it to you. So I'm going to interpret these readings and these dreams for what we're doing now. This is the one that we had last week that was so amazing. I'm going to read it to you again because Michael is saying we're going to have Ascension in this year, 2025. And it's a similar type of physics as what we see in a Faerie Ring. You know, you're going to be transforming into some type of new being, apparently, or not everybody will, but some people will. You'll get a light body activation. ETs are going to return like the beings we see in the Faerie Rings. So it's a really wild prophecy. It's very exciting, and I hope it does come true. And so this is what he said. Don't worry. Have faith in the Ascension and in the timelines as given, meaning they keep saying 2025. And we talked about 9 different sources of prophecy that are all pointing towards this year as being something very amazing. Basically, the bad guys get arrested, and then the good guys show up. This is sure to be an event of biblical proportions. Mark my words on that one. That is all for now. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. So now we're going to pick up where we left off, because we left off on March 20th last week. That was a reading from the 17th that I wanted to read again because it was so great. So now we're on March 21st, and literally, as I've been showing you, every single day that I'm actually doing dreams and readings in this period of January through March 1999, it time loops into whatever the show is that I'm doing. So I just read it in linear order. We go one day at a time. Sometimes in one entire week, I only get through one day of readings. Wherever we stop off, when I pick it up again, it's totally time looped into the present, and that happens again this week. It's talking about the arrest of the DS. It's talking about Ascension. It's talking about what's going to happen once we have the trials, and then everybody knows about this, and the world learns about the evil that's being exposed. This is the biggest thing you could ever imagine. It's going to be a biblical event, as he just said. So here we go. Not many readings were occurring during this time because I was under a massive amount of stress. I was about to get kicked out. I had this woman who I thought I was going to get together with, and she dumped me, and I was sad. I was working feverishly. This put me back into creativity. So I was also working my butt off, working 14-hour days to write up my life story for my new website. So here's the first dream. The earliest parts of this dream took place in an environment like Mohonk Mountain House, which was a resort where I used to work. Well, here's the first thing, right? Mohonk is a very lovely 5-star resort. And so here we are in the time loop, and I just got back from a lovely 5-star resort. The very first dream that we have next in line is me visiting a lovely resort. And when I went to this resort, of course, I was there to do a conference, and we're selling our aircraft. Same thing. And I also used to do UFO conferences at these events. All these, at these various hotels, I did UFO events, right? That's my business for many, many years. Now we're going to have that all mirrored back in 1999, long before I ever started to do this professionally. Environment like Mohonk Mountain House, where I used to work, it also resembled a study lounge in the center of a dormant college. Definitely had a scholastic quality. Again, this is reflective of the Air Dominance Summit. And it also led to what looked like an art studio in the junior high school. And as I say right here, I unsealed this the day before I traveled to this beautiful resort. And the art symbolizes the models and the products that we were selling. So Michael comes in with a very weird paradoxical reading. And when he says, take out the garbage, he's talking about the satanic evil aliens. He says, usually I take out the garbage first, and then I get a second look on the dew point control level. Well, that's really fascinating because I'm in the middle of this massive hailstorm. It's finally starting to die down. And when when rain is falling or hail is falling, the dew point level goes up to 100%. There's 100% moisture in the air. So we're time looped in right now. He's mentioning the dew point level as I'm going through this horrific storm while I'm trying to stay on the air and hopefully not get kicked off. So make sure that it recedes in a manner most appropriate for the situation, the garbage. So I wrote in my note, and I did all this on Monday before I left, the Alliance is taking out the garbage of negative ETs who are controlling our planet and manipulating the elite as the ETs being their puppet masters. And when you look at the third line, the control of these negative aliens is receding in a manner most appropriate for the situation. So right away, we've got this idea that Michael and the good ETs are coming back. They're going to defeat Satan, defeat the evil control of this planet, bring us to ascension. Okay, so now I'm going to give you a different spin on this. I say here, water means emotions and sadness and dreams. So the Alliance is trying to control the dew point level because in dreams, rain means sadness. So people won't be as sad as we head towards the mass arrests. So they want to recede the dew point level in an appropriate way as they take out the garbage. So again, it's a prophecy about the Alliance doing the arrests. That's what take out the garbage could also mean. Not just aliens, but also people here who are, really, really evil. I just took out the garbage yesterday when I unsealed this for the first time, and I recently bought a German weather house. I've showed you before. It's right here on my set, and it measures the dew point level in the atmosphere. And again, right now we're in the middle of total rain and hail. Before transcribing this line in 2006, when I first did it, 7 years after it happened is when I transcribed the tape, I was focusing on the temperature in my apartment after 2 hours of keeping my doors and windows wide open. I'm trying to get my temperature to recede in a manner appropriate for the situation. I even wondered if the water in the air was what made it cooler. This reading is talking about humidity. Now this is really interesting. What the hell are they saying here? Jeanette resides in those realms where everyone is beautiful. Who's Jeanette? You're going to see right away who she is. They just haven't seen it yet. So part of this seems to be about ascension. We're all going to end up residing in realms where everyone is beautiful. It's like we're all in love, but most of the people on Earth are not aware this ascension is going to happen yet. So make note of that fact, and you are on your way to a healing path. Well, I said, okay, let's just type in the name Jeanette on Google and see, Jeanette News. That's what I literally did. I typed in Jeanette News and said, okay, who is Jeanette in the news? And it turns out that she was an activist for certain types of people who really shouldn't be here. And in this case, she actually hid away in a church and started living in a church to try to find a legal loophole so that she wouldn't be taken out of here. Her last name is Vizgera, like looking at the war, right? See the war. So it says we're on our way to a healing path. We are now healing from this situation that the DS created, It's a very big political hot button. So now we can go back to the first line. Oh, she resides in those realms where everyone is beautiful, right? Because this person thinks that everyone is beautiful and everyone belongs in our country and everyone should be allowed in. So she resides in those realms where everyone is beautiful. That's part of the meaning, but it again also has a double meaning because many of these prophecies are multi-layered. It means ascension. But it also means this idea of people coming in here shouldn't be here. Fascinating. And this is one of the hot buttons right now. And then what's even weirder is notice the date. The date that this came through was March 21st, 1999. 2 days before that is March 19th, and this is when Jeanette was arrested, finally, after hiding out in the church, March 19th, 2025. And it says right here, they arrest a prominent activist in Denver. I got to be careful I don't say all these words, certain words. March 19th, 2025. Agents arrested a high-profile rights activist in Denver. Jeanette became a symbol during the first administration when she moved into a church to try to stay here. So, and then the administration's lawyers reject any allegations that this was done out of retaliation. Well, that's April 30th. That was only 2 weeks ago. So how did they know to mention the name Jeanette and say she resides in the realm where everyone is beautiful? They just haven't seen it yet. Yeah, it's because the time loop really works. So this, right away, he just dazzles us with a whole prophetic view. Because again, she was just arrested 2 days before in our timeline. The message came through back then. It's really, really cool. Or 2 days after, I guess. No, 2 days before. Then I read this one to you before. It describes how I've been attacked by death threats, terrorism, lawsuits, all kinds of stuff. Cornered in by a few elites. The star runner, star athlete, has yet to fully take up his position on the track. So again, this is extremely prophetic of the ongoing attacks I'm going through, both legally and 8 years of being stalked by this one troll. Clearly, my life will get much more exciting after we see the arrests. We get this huge disclosure that that's going to lead to. There's so many things that they've been hiding from us that you're going to start learning about. And this apparently directly leads to Ascension and a galactic family reunion and the second coming of Christ. So remember the dream. I was in this resort, right? And it's like also an art classroom. In the dream, we see the propensity towards a discovery of this ability for motion and then bringing it to fruition. Well, the main thing Stavati wants to do is not jets, it's hover cars, spaceships. And they will be moving. They will engage in motion through the air and through space. And as it says in the second line, we will bring it to fruition. So no sooner do I get back from an event that's going to lead to our company getting funded, and Chris is off getting the fundraiser trip going right now, they directly reference our aerospace company. So again, this is 1999. It reaches right through time. He has to do it symbolically so he doesn't violate our free will. But we had the Jeanette thing. Now we've got this direct reference to Stavati, and he references the dream, which had a resort that looks just like the one I was at. You saw the video, how beautiful that place was. This is another interesting one. It would seem I am the star athlete they are referring to. Yes, I would agree with that now too. There are some very grandiose sounding prophecy statements that could be found in this. Now it starts to make more sense. The star athlete has been cornered, but he's going to be running in position soon. So I was staying in now we're back to the dream. I was staying in a very nice resort hotel that was also reminiscent of our art classroom. There was a man speaking about UFOs in this venue. Well, I just showed you Chris talking about our plane that does actually work like a spaceship. You saw that video. So this is all prophetic. Other topics were being covered by others as well. Again, this event had many speakers at it. The man was making a giant blanket assumption that everything in a UFO is an evil demon. Some people do that. He felt these were either negative beings or that the whole thing was fake and was being orchestrated by our government. It was one or the other. The man was speaking with this is reflective of our trolls, obviously. He was speaking with someone else. I felt it was really lame. I did not want to listen. I didn't defend my position on UFOs. I just wanted to get the hell out of there. I then met someone else who might have had a child. She told me about something going on over in a little community where they had an ashram. I left this stifling, oppressive environment to go to the ashram. So the ashram is really, it's a kind of a paradise place. Oh, we got more donations coming in. Roger Zabarik donated another $20, and he already hit me off for what, $300? And he's got the amplitude-hedron graph, the photon, as his avatar. That's great. Thank you, Roger. You're one of our best donors. David, you have the best show on the planet. Thank you. And then Alive and Thriving says, the Christ cometh out from within. Midnight Mark, hit the like and subscribe buttons for the Alliance. Sizzling substance and style requires it. Well, thank you guys. You're really awesome. David, have you heard about the Druid pyramids in Ireland? There's a blue light coming out of the middle of Ireland. The little people are real, says Derek Mulligan. Absolutely. Stavati, let's go. Great. So thank you guys so much. And yes, it's very exciting what's happening. So the ashram is the stifling environment where people think UFOs are evil, represents the world as it is now. This ashram I'm about to go into is going to represent the world that's coming into being. It's going to be a lot more harmonious, a lot happier, a lot more hippie-ish, I guess you could say. So let's get into that part of the dream now. There's a little community with an ashram. I left this environment to go there. It was a very short walk to get to this other place from where I had been. I realized it was right in Rosendale where I lived when the readings had started, because now I'm in Virginia. This was in New York. This ashram was directly facing the Rosendale Fire Department. And that's what I thought it was, but in fact, we had a big church there. So the church and the ashram have merged together. Again, this is Ascension. It's spiritual, and all the religions are going to become one in their own way. Because you're going to find out that they're all based on real stuff. And you're going to meet the beings that talk to them about these religions and created them. When I got to this place, this ashram, I was pretty amazed. I knew it was a closed community. There were many teepees and buildings that were formed more simply. Again, the teepees like a pyramid. We were just talking about that. It was very airy, open, and outdoorsy. I was very excited to find an amazing commune where everybody was organic and healthy, right in the middle of Rosendale. Again, this is representing the fourth dimensional Earth. Everybody's going to be much healthier and much nicer to each other. This place looked heavenly. There you go. That's Ascension. Everything was very open, outdoors, and communal. The people were very much in tune with the earth. They were organic farmers. They all ate healthy food, and I couldn't believe it was right next to the fire department, which you could actually see from where I was. So this symbolizes the fact, I believe part of it is that the Alliance are the firefighters. They're fighting the fires, literally like the LA fire the DS is trying to set. And the Alliance is very Christian. And so these people are all organic farmers, and farmers work the harvest. And harvest is Michael's favorite word for Ascension. Ah. So it's all very interesting, very time-looped. This ascended community. They were having a big celebration for the children. I want to say it was honoring the UFO, but I'm not entirely sure that's what it was. It definitely had a metaphysical twist to it. So this is prophetic of how the Alliance is bringing about UFO disclosure. You know, we're going to get a big one. We're going to find out they've had spaceships the whole time and ETs are real. And they're actually saving the children from underground tunnels and everything else. And it said right at the top, a big celebration for the children and honoring UFOs. The very first person I ran into was Sue. She was one of the people who used to work with me in the reservations department at the resort Mohonk that I worked at. She was in an area where they were making and selling Mylar balloons. I saw the silver prototypes hanging up on the walls of different types of Mylar balloons that you could get. Well, oh my God, I was just at this conference where we were showing on the table, I showed you the video of the different prototypes of our aircraft, which is here analogized with balloons. We didn't show the hover car. We don't have a model for that yet. But our aircraft were on display. I showed you that video, and Michael's got it in the time loop, except here they're Mylar balloons. That is just amazing. So I said, prophetic of our Stavati prototypes, the DS's explanation of UFOs was that they were caused by weather balloons, and many people bought that story, and we're going to be building the real UFO technology. In another area, they were doing face painting. Sue and I both got talking about this place and how great it was. At first, when I just walked in there, I felt awkward. I was trespassing. I didn't know if it was okay. She started to walk with me once I decided to go. So then Michael says, you got your compliance after years and years of Cain. Cain represents the bloodline of Lucifer, okay? Cain and Abel were the first two children of Eve, and the bloodline of Cain is the Luciferian bloodline, supposedly from the serpent in the garden that was a reptilian. So, Stavati Aerospace has very recently acquired compliance with federal and military regulations as a company so we can sell our aircraft, and Cain is the Lucifer bloodline. So this is very, very interesting timing because we just literally got brought to this event. We're now in compliance with being able to be recognized officially as a defense contractor. The 8 years of attack by Stephen and whoever is paying him would represent the years of Cain. His fake weaponized skepticism was mirrored by the speaker at the beginning of this dream. So we came up to this old building. I asked her if it had been there since they first made it. She said it was the oldest part of the entire place. We went inside, and it was very similar to the other old building I'd been in before where there was the UFO seminar. That was strange. So I said, this is prophetic of how the UFO field is merging with Christianity, healthy eating, and communal living and happiness at this ashram, and I am helping this happen. Sue had something that she had to do. I was just walking around. Both her and I ended up leaving the funky building at the same time, and she started going downstairs. And there are stairs in this week's Ezra time loop, by the way. That's another part of it. After disclosure, the UFO subject will no longer be fringe and relegated to small spiritual communities like this. We're leaving the small, funky building. We're becoming mainstream. That's the metaphor the dream is talking about here. We had a little race. I wanted to win the race, so I started running really fast down the stairs. Then at the end, I jumped, and I was able to be the first one to open the door. We laughed about that. Well, the jump is very prophetic. Once we get real disclosure, it is likely my work will be more prominent, far more prominent. So I'm kind of like the first one to open the door. I'm talking about this before it's popular. Nobody really knows what to do with me. Nobody really wants me on their show. That's okay, you know. Everybody's going to come back and watch this stuff if all this comes true, and I absolutely believe it will. So thank you for being here now. You guys are my SEAL team. I then met a guy who had a dinner tablecloth set up. It was a very large tablecloth that had many stains and spills on it. I may have created those stains, but we were both trying to get rid of them and fold it all up. It wasn't that big of a deal. So this is prophetic of the mistakes that I made in various past lives. Apparently I was Edgar Casey before. We've talked about that. That's like the soiled garments is a biblical metaphor. You have, you know, or your robe, right? You have stains on your robe. You have soiled garments representing karma that you had in past lives. And they said you got your compliance after years and years of Cain. I finally worked off my karma. Now I'm bringing in this big success, the hover cars, the Ascension, all that kind of stuff. And I'm repairing the damage now. This also was reflective of my tabletop and my carpet. I do all my work upstairs at the table, and it was covered with stains. And when I read this, I'm like, oh yeah, I really should clean the table. So I actually stopped at this point while I was unsealing and cleaned off the table because there was no tablecloth, but the surface of my table was just disgusting. I'm like, okay, you got me, Michael. I'll clean up the table for you. I know it's a demonic thing. Demons can get in through messes. If you don't clean up your messes, it gives them a window. So I immediately cleaned off the table right when I read this, and which was on the 11th of May, as I said. The main thing that we were arguing about was my spiritual practice. We talked about it, and this guy ended up acquiescing, but he was very difficult to convince, and it ended up working out. So again, the public doesn't want to believe that the Alliance is really going to do this stuff. They don't want to believe the evil is real. They're going to acquiesce, but they will be difficult to convince. All this is leading up to the arrests. He accepted that I was the artist and I had the free reign to do what I wanted. I had the tablecloth now with all my own stuff on it. And again, this is partly my messy tabletop from the mail and gifts that you guys are sending me, which I appreciate. The Alliance has trusted me that I'm going to do a great job week after week and have my own free reign. That's what I think this is about. Then, again, I want to read this to you. Cornered in by a few elites, the star runner, star athlete, which apparently is me, has yet to fully take up his position on the track. And it says again, clearly, my life will get much more interesting after the arrests, the disclosure, and the ascension. So in the same morning, I go back to sleep. I have another dream, and it is again highly prophetic. This is 9:48 a.m. And the first thing that Michael says is a reading. He says, I saw pretzels put in front of you. Normally, this doesn't inspire me. However, it should serve as a reminder of how far you have come. Well, a pretzel knot would be like an entangled knot, right? So there's symbolism here. So I definitely am eating much better than ever before. Pretzels are carbs, and I've almost completely stopped eating carbs now. I'm losing weight. And the pretzel also symbolizes my convoluted life. Plus, this is prophetic of where I just went. They didn't actually serve pretzels at this thing, but I'll tell you what, there were entire snack meals that were served in that room where we had our table that I showed you in the video, where all they had was like brownies, cookies, and cupcakes. There's literally no salad, there's no protein, there's nothing except for sugar and carbs, and that's it. Entire so-called meals where that's all they were serving. And the pretzels were put in front of me, or the carbs, right? But I did not eat any of them. I was tempted. I'm like, maybe I ought to try that. Maybe. I never once ate any of the crap they were trying to serve us at this thing. And so Michael is complimenting me, and he's saying, this is a reminder of how far you have come. This is very time looped in with the present. I did have my mocktail, though. I was with a guy who I will refer to as Cliff. I don't remember his real name. He lives in the potato house. We called it that because it actually looks like a potato. Down the street here in Virginia, and he is kind of a hick. We were in Scotia around 621, and in this case, he was my next-door neighbor. So Cliff ends up representing the DS, and they are on the edge of the cliff. They're on the precipice. They're about to be arrested. We're all biting our nails. And this is also the name of one of my worst historical stalkers. You just knock off one of the Fs. So this double meaning there clearly represents the bad guys. There was a strange stage presentation or performance, and it definitely had a fundamentalist type of quality to it, like fundamentalist Christianity perhaps, or some type of religion. I think it was building off of the last dream, the guy that was so skeptical about UFOs and so mean. Both Cliff and I had to get away from this. It had a repressive atmosphere. So I say here, neither the DRS nor I appreciate the extremes of fundamentalist religions. We all need to treat each other with respect and compassion. I ended up hurting my friends Robert and Helena. These were two people in our discussion group at John's house on the farm. And Robert happened to be a retired Navy SEAL, so I think he represents the Alliance. And one of these people said to me, I don't remember how I hurt them. It doesn't say in the dream, so I don't have any more information on that. But one of them said, take 9 days off, 6 to 8 days off, and then pick up the whole project again. So this is prophetic of our next extension in the legal war. As I was going to prepare even more discovery materials, 6 to 9 days is a normal delay period. And again, they keep asking us for more and more stuff. We are pushing back now. Then, look at this. This is a Michael reading, and it's very prophetic. I saw her titles clash in the Battle of the Wits. Well, part of this is talking about how Chris was just presenting our aircraft at the Air Dominance Summit, and we were clashing with all the conventional defense companies. They're not wanting to have a new disruptive company with better technology. Chris is up there on stage. You saw people didn't clap very long. They immediately stopped. And it was a hostile environment. So we were having a battle of wits. We had our little booth there. We were the only one that had a booth like that. And everybody has a title. There's people walking around in full military regalia. So it says, I saw her titles clash in the battle of wits. And yes, Chris was being witty, and that's why he said, you know, you don't want to come in second place in a gunfight. And then, it is important to collect memorabilia that reminds us of our divine origins. So the memorabilia refers to all of the models that we had on the table at our little booth when we're clashing in the Battle of Wits. And this also is prophetic, obviously, of my legal battle, because both sides are claiming they have titles of authority, giving them a right to their opinion. So much of it is indeed a battle of wits. Plus, the collecting memorabilia is about all your gifts that are now on my kitchen table, and I'm encouraged to open and enjoy them. It is important to collect memorabilia to remind us of our divine origins. That's what you guys are doing. You want me to be reminded that I'm loved. You love me. Thank you very much. And I really, really appreciate it. Okay. It was dark. Cliff and I were around my old house that I grew up in, 621. We were trying to do work out there. There was lumber at the edge of the property by the driveway, and he was working on clearing it. He had thrown some of this wood into a mud puddle that was right there in the yard. Well, this is interesting because we are indeed in mud season, and I do have a large amount of firewood here on the property, which is nothing like where I was in 99. And the wood also means, you know, our spiritual initiatives, and this is how the cliff representing the DS, throwing it into a mud puddle. Mud means the carnal forces, sexuality, negativity, evil. So this is us all being thrown into the mud by these evil people. I told him it wasn't a good idea to throw the wood into the mud because it was good firewood. Even though it was wet right now, we could certainly use it. Then he tried to blame me and said I had to do all the work because I might end up using the firewood. So again, this is prophetic of the enormously muddy work I'm being forcibly thrown into doing for the subpoena. We are now hiring a local attorney because we have no choice. We have Chi Mover donated $20. Your first super chat. Thank you very much for that. I have had it. LOL. Hugh Jazdick says, Barney the dinosaur loves you too, David. With all the crazy haters, shouldn't you be careful of what you bring into your house? Exactly. Yeah, we definitely, I'm always very careful when I open these packages, and I do use gloves. So that's just part of what has to happen. David's last name is Wilcock, not Wilcox. That is absolutely right. People who don't really care about me that much typically do call it Wilcox. It's not that at all. Oh, Google is with the Grays says, I went into a fairy ring. The change in the environment was not noticeable until I hiked out. I was not able to stay awake. I slept in the car for 5 hours and realized I left something. Interesting. So, yeah, there is the military, which are the good guys, and the military-industrial complex, which are not. It's also the year of the wood snakes, as Bella's Patio Garden. Very interesting. Thank you guys for your comments. So the idea of wood being thrown into mud puddles, again, he wants me to do all the work because I might use the firewood. This is prophetic of them disrespecting us because they actually turned much of LA into firewood. There was a massive fire that apparently they did on purpose. I wasn't going to accept that I had to do all the firewood work by myself, and this made me really angry at him. I said, no, man, you are the one who has to do this job. If that's an area that you need cleared up so you can work there, you should clear it yourself. I stood up to him, and he actually listened to me. And this is partly reflective of the legal battle because I'm not a defendant in the case. He swung across willow whips that were hanging down like Tarzan to get over to where I was. Then we needed to get into a pickup truck and drive the wood down the street. I was behind the wheel, the car wasn't even running, and so he had to push the car. I tried to get him to stop, but he wouldn't, and he kept on pushing it. So again, this is like the legal battle keeps on getting pushed. It's incredible. This thing's dragged on for so long, and there's no end in sight. It's just going to cost me more time and money. But we are going to fight back very, very well. There were kids playing outside a few houses down the street. I was worried that we might crash into the kids. They scattered as we passed them, and he kept pushing my car even more. So again, the attorney has considered this to be a case of harassment. No matter how much it affects my ability to help you guys, here analogize the kids, I keep on getting pushed. Then I saw police lights. And now I think it's talking about the DS and how they're all about to be arrested, because that was his main symbol, Cliff. I saw police lights. I said, man, you've got to stop doing this. If the police see us doing this, we're really screwed, because he was pushing the vehicle. When I got a closer look, I realized they were tow trucks, not police cars, and they had tow truck lights on the top. And this is, again, prophetic of how the DS is being arrested and their broken down organization is being towed away. Right. So this is prophetic of the arrests. After we passed the tow trucks, I started to get really upset with him. I said, you've got to stop pushing this thing. And I kept repeating that. So this reflects how the battle has gone on in the legal sense and the frustration it's causing. And so we are going to have to take them to court. In fact, we've now decided we are. So that's all going to be unfolding throughout the next few weeks. He then stopped next to a dumpster. We jumped in there and started fishing around. I guess he did. I didn't. That upset me even more. I didn't even want to look at him. So again, this is the legal battle. They're fishing around in the dumpster. They want all of my old communications. We're telling them, look, we already gave you what you need. If you can't find it, it's because it's not there. And this is talking about the DS holographically. It's got 2 layers of meaning and how they're, bringing us into the dumpster. He had some sort of a shovel. He was scooping out twist pasta with tomato sauce and meatballs from the dumpster. I was disgusted with him for what he was doing. And again, I'm constantly having to deal with more requests for documents out of my dumpster. And this is talking about how the DS wants to feed us garbage. That's everything that we're being given in society is not really food. They're pulling it out of the dumpster, and it's very upsetting. At the same time, the schema of what he did looked similar to what I did when I worked at the Cavalier Hotel. One night when I was really starving, I took food that was in the garbage after a bat mitzvah and I ate it because I was so poor I didn't have the money to feed myself. I felt they had wasted so much food and spent so much money at this event. I walked away from him as he continued going through the dumpster. Again, I'm trying to walk away from this legal harassment, but it's actually escalating dramatically. They are making me do it. They are forcing me to take it to court. And then Michael said, and this is where that line that I gave you at the beginning finally appears, I saw pretzels put in front of you. Normally this doesn't inspire me, but it should serve as a reminder of how far you've come. So part of the knot of the pretzel is the litigation I'm being subjected to. It also reflects the ongoing battle between the DS and the Alliance, as I said. I found myself right near the riverfront. There was a point that you could walk out to. It had a straight edge, it dropped down vertically, and there was water at the bottom of the cliff. When I turned back around, I was now inside an antique house that had been refurbished. There was one point where they had allowed it to completely fall into ruin. Well, both sides of this war, whether it's the DS or my own legal war, we're all trying to rebuild. And what happened before is the distant past. The house definitely had an upper New York State Rosendale look with interesting angles. It had been a hotel at one time. I was going through all of this. The guy was telling me about the construction, and I was marveling at it. So I often stayed in a historic hotel as I worked for the people who are now attacking me legally, and I just stayed at a hotel again that I just came back from a couple days ago. Then Cliff told me they actually were using these very beautiful doors to carry things with. They took the doors off the hinges to move things around. The very beautiful doors symbolize the work I'm doing with you guys every week on our show. And I've been forced to devote significant amounts of time to this legal battle for 5 straight months. There's no end in sight. A kid showed up and wanted to run out to where the water was so he could play in it. I warned him about running towards the edge of the cliff and said he could fall. He didn't even realize that there was an edge. He thanked me for telling him, and he ran back. So this is about humanity avoiding World War III and other disasters caused by our main enemy, the DS. We're running towards the edge of the cliff. They didn't even realize there's an edge, but then we run back from it. And there's a lot of really cool things that have happened this past week to bring us away from war. Oops. And we have a donation that came in. Drew donated $9. Don't have much, but 9 is said to be a biblical number of judgment. Sending you a prayer of energy for all that BS, Angry Daddy. Yes, I mean, this is... They probably don't want to call it harassment, but if somebody keeps on threatening you for 5 months, you give them everything you have, and then they say, oh, you didn't give us anything, and now we're going to take you to court to force you to give us more? What? Yeah, we have to get an attorney because it's never going to stop. That's what my attorney explained to me. Like, they're never going to stop. There is no end to this. You have to actually go out there and fight with motions in court. So that's what we're going to do. You know, I've got all the funding. We're ready to go. And we're having the big conferences about it this coming week. So, you know, they have one chance left to back us off the edge, but they're going to have to, or else this is all going to go to court, and we're going to give them a full expose. So that's what this is going to lead to. And if you guys look up the filing, you're going to learn exactly what happened if we have to do that. I don't think there's going to be any other way out of this, honestly. It's really sad. I mean, I don't want to be spending time and money on this. It is the worst, by far, the worst legal type of situation I've ever been through. It's just crazy. And yes, so if they wanted to upset me, they've done an incredible job. If they want to harass me, they've done an incredible job. And they just don't stop. And now it's going to go to court. Now we're going to do this. And it's, whoa, okay. Yeah, we're going to get an attorney and we're going to fight back. That's what we're going to do. So, we're backing off of the edge. Maybe they will actually decide not to file a motion. I won't have to file a counter motion. Hopefully that'll happen. I suddenly remembered him in the midst of all this. I looked into this little bedroom because I don't really want this war. This whole dream is talking about how horrible this has been. You guys, I mean, I've had so many nights of insomnia. If I was going to come back around and charge harassment and damages, there has been so much damage. I've never had this much sleep loss in my life. It's so stressful. It's so crazy. As you know, I had quit cannabis and then I got back on it and then I quit again, got back on it again. That happened a couple times, all attributable to this one problem. It's crazy when you're in a constant legal battle and you're bleeding out money that you don't have. So this has been one of the main things in my life, and that's why this dream is talking about it in so much detail. Mary Stevens. Thank you, David, for all you are doing to help to lift up and heal humanity through truth and laughter. You're making a powerful and positive impact. Thank you very much. I'm really happy to do this. And again, Michael's the one that fed me all this new stuff about the Faerie Rings. I was going to do a show on quasi-crystals. Gail Morgan says it's lawfare. It certainly appears that way. And so anyway, we've got lots of interesting things going on here. Yes, part of what I do is I share personal stuff. And if I've got a time loop from 1999 that's talking about my personal stuff, I'm going to share it. If you don't like it, I'm sorry. But please don't troll me. I've got enough trouble as it is. I don't need incredibly toxic hatred coming at me in the comments. Thank you. Now that he had eaten the dumpster food, he was lying in bed and possibly sick. This is talking about the DS. Looked like a little girl's room with stuffed animals all over the place. And again, this is talking about them in general and how they have a very immature attitude. So it's a hologram. Everybody's going through this together because we're all suffering from the effects of what this group is doing to the planet. I knew I had to get him to wake up and get back in the car so we could go back to where we had been. We couldn't stay there. I knew this guy had done really horrible stuff. He'd eaten horrible food. I had to wake him up, but that wasn't working. So again, this means they refused to awaken and acquiesce to the alliance, which makes it much worse. As things progressed, I went up a staircase. It looked like the stairway from 621, the house I grew up in, close enough. The room this sick man was staying in became the bottom of the staircase, and he had thrown dirt all over it. As I walked up the stairs, it got worse. So this is symbolic of how they are making a huge mess of planet Earth on the way down. And if I'd had the time, one of the slides in our show is in Congress. Here's a congressman pulling up this trap door in the floor of his room, and there is this stairwell that goes down to underground tunnels. And they're covered with graffiti, and I'm going to show you that a little bit later. So clearly this is talking about their underground tunnels, about the evil that's going on the macro level, the elite in our world, and the staircase represents and they're strewing dirt all over it. That represents what they're doing to us. Alive and Thriving says, we're with you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Here's where it got even stranger. Oh, this is great. I realized he was eating blue paint out of the dumpsters, and I was now holding onto a blue paint can. I knew this somehow symbolized his stomach, and I could see inside of it. You remember what the blue roof is about, right? We're talking about two different cities. You got Maui, you got Los Angeles, and apparently if you worked your roof this way, it would spare you. So yes, this obviously is talking about the DS, because the blue paint is what they put on their buildings to tell the software, don't zap this with microwaves. There was this sky blue slushy substance in the paint can, supposedly his stomach contents, and dirt was also falling in. I didn't know what to do to solve it. So they have poisoned their organization with these enormous crimes they've committed, and the fires are one of the worst crimes of all. I also realized that his member had detached. Yeah, I'm going to be careful about how I say this. This is so funny. I now had it in my hand, and this is the symbol of Osiris, the severed phallus, the obelisk, and again, their symbol, because they have it in Washington, D.C., City of London, and the Vatican. They all have obelisks there. So this again represents their organization and how they've been cut off. Literally, they've been emasculated. I realized there were all these problems we had to deal with immediately. The staircase was on my mind quite heavily. I knew his stomach was filled with paint, and this other thing had just detached. It was all very bad. This is again talking about how sick they are. They're sick. They've been emasculated, and we have to deal with these problems right away. I climbed. This is where it gets really cool. This dream becomes an ascension dream. I climbed to the top of the staircase, and I started doing a shamanic Native American style chant. And I'll try to get it to sound right. Lots of vibrato like that. As I did this, it created, and it kind of sounds like Yahweh, which is the negative Yahweh, is the whole root of organized ritual magic and Satanism, and we're healing that, right? So this, when I did this chant, all this ascended crazy stuff starts to happen. And we're almost at the end of this dream. The others aren't this long. This created a big miracle that shocked everyone, including myself. By focusing telekinetic power, I could fix all of these things at the same time. Well, this is a clear prophecy of the coming ascension. Wait till you see what happens. I had images of Sai Baba, the Indian guru, doing similar things. Supposedly he had telekinetic ability. I was going to levitate all the dirt and all the ink out of his stomach and heal him. I was going to levitate all the dirt off of the staircase and clean it with telekinesis. At first I was concerned I would have to go up and manually reattach his member and heal it back on. That didn't even have to happen. I could just let go of it by hand and it would fly through the air like a blimp. So this is a hover car metaphor. We're going to heal the world with hover cars. And then it would reattach itself. So I was going to heal him too. The whole planet gets healed. All this was going to work, and I started the whole process going. Right as it was all going to start happening, I was aware I was dreaming, and then I woke up. So this is prophetic of how Ascension is going to solve all of our problems. What a strange dream, huh? I'm so long and complex and convoluted. And yes, there was a very, very mean comment in here, but like, if you can't handle that I'm going to talk about my own life, I'm sorry, but this is Michael's time loop. He wanted me to discuss this, so you go ahead and pray to Archangel Michael. Take it up with him if you don't like it. It's only a couple people, but man, I have had some very, very bad, there's another one, very, very bad hate comments. So, maybe I'll let that one go, though. My God, you guys. I mean, like, you guys have been, a couple of you guys have been very, very rude to me today. And it's really distracted me because there's a couple people who are evil in these comments. It's just, I don't want to see that stuff. So Ridgeline team, please make sure you're catching everybody as they do this, because it's been a really bad day for hate on the comments section. You guys break my heart. Some of you people just absolutely hate me. Why are you here? You know, please go bother somebody else is all I can say. Okay, the next day, March 22nd, 1999, the dreams continue. 6:55 a.m., there was a group of gorgeous women with an advanced class taking place in the barn where we do all our construction. I wanted to see the dancing they were going to do, and there was an erotic component, and this ends up making them really mad. So they represent the purity of humanity, and my character who wants to kind of leer at them and think of it as a sexual thing, my character represents, in this case, the DS. The women all ganged up on me, which is what humanity is doing with the DS now. They didn't want me to sit and stare at them, which was understandable. I was essentially taking advantage of the situation. They did have a point. Again, my character symbolizes the DS and how they're tormenting us, and now we're all ganging up on them with the help of the Alliance. So then, this is where Michael says a magnificent find in the Southeast happens when people have everything in place. Long ago, off the beaten path, this was what we discovered. Interesting. So the people might represent ETs, or the Alliance possibly. The Southeast likely refers to Florida and Mar-a-Lago, where 47 primarily lives. Once the Alliance people, there's that word that they used, people have everything in place. Once the Alliance has everything in place and the arrests happen, we will have a magnificent find. There's a lot of people who are anticipating arrests. There's hardly anybody else besides me in the truth community, if you want to call it that, who understands that when we get the arrests, we're going to get the disclosure of all sorts of stuff. You're going to find out that there's time-traveling dinosaurs. You're going to find out that Faerie Rings were portals. You're going to find out that tornadoes can cause dematerialization and levitation. All of these things that I've been telling you is my own way of preparing humanity for this big disclosure. Again, everybody's expecting arrests now. Hardly anybody understands how big the disclosure is going to be. That at places like Area 51, we've had ongoing interaction with a variety of human extraterrestrials, including little people who sound like they breathe helium, and they sit on the table on a little chair, and they have Renaissance clothing. All of that stuff is going to become public. It's hard to even imagine the scope of what is going to happen, how much is going to change when we get disclosure and all these people who didn't believe in it, and they're going to be facing the truth for the first time. I cannot wait. And up until this happens, it seems like there's parts of my life that are just freaking horrible. So if you don't like me talking about it, I'm sorry, but I want you to know that this isn't just something that happens. This show doesn't just happen week after week. I am under massive, horrible attack. Horrible, evil attack. And it just goes on and on and on. And it's very upsetting. So it takes a great deal of strength for me to continue to come here. It takes a great deal of strength for me to not take time off. Even though I did this big conference this week, I still showed up for you guys and gave you an amazing show. And thank you in advance. I know you guys love me. That's right. Jeannie Eltong says, it's just your bright light that attracts deep darkness. Just dance with it. I'm doing the best I can. And again, the main thing I've decided is I want to show up for you. I don't want to disappear because I'm too stressed out or too traumatized or whatever. Demons, I rebuke you, says FLA Patriot. I command you to leave David alone. Go back to the abyss where you belong. In the mighty, powerful name of Jesus Christ, so shall it be. Well, again, once I get money, I can do whatever I want. There's an unlimited amount of offense I can run. You know, countersuit might be on the table. I mean, who the hell knows? I really don't want to do that. But, like, if this doesn't stop escalating, then we are going to come back in all the way. So 7 Geometric Thought Forms donated $5. Naginder Manhas, thank you. I got a compliment. You look amazing and so healthy. That's really nice. I don't always feel good, but I look good at least. Edward Imhoff, don't get distracted over these comments. You do not answer to them. Just keep your head down, keep moving forward. Author Edward Filmhoff, thank you. You're already functioning in the next dimension, says Crystal Sweeshoe. It's your invitation to us, David. I'm so grateful to you. Love and light, David, says Kevin Masson. Project Skyfall, they don't like your wonderful light. I'll fight by your side, says Tom Emoti, and I appreciate that. You've triggered them. There's an ending in sight. Thank you, David. I'm so glad I found you on Ancient Aliens. Live and thriving. I'm going through it with you. Yes, I think we're all going through initiation. But it's just a very, very strange thing to be attacked this badly and spending thousands and thousands and thousands, basically all the money I have for food or buying new clothes or anything else, it's all going to lawyers. Because this battle is just dragging on for so long, and I think they enjoy it, you know? I think they really do. Miles Irvin, your allies outweigh your foes. That's absolutely true. You are the brightest light. We love you, David, says FLA Patriot. Thank you, guys. It's really nice. Trolls, get out of this feed and leave David alone. Amen to that. I mean, it's tough, you know? There's a lot of things. It sucks, no doubt, says Boo Boo. Just one notice and his breach can result in your win. I'm not really sure what you mean by that, about breach, but anyway. What about the sun now happening? Yeah, the sun hasn't come out, but the hail did stop. David, we love you. Maria Sinclair says, got to ignore the negative brain-dead things, not human. Eddie Jesse Garza says, yes, I also found David on Ancient Aliens. Kelly Martin, that's always the issue, isn't it? Money, it's about money, but it doesn't have to be. There's plenty of support not attached to money, plenty of resources not attached to money. Live and thriving, we empaths feel the global suffering more acutely. Trolls expose themselves, and it makes it easy for the mods, as Kev the Tech. Dave, we pray for you. Angels will protect you and give you strength when you suffer. It affects us too. Blade Dancer says it's always worse when you're over the target. Yeah, I mean, thank you, guys. You're really saying really great things. You love the hair. Super good look. You are awesome, David. We're grateful for your contribution. Romy Antoine, we're so lucky and thankful you persevere in your endeavor to hold our hand through this birth into the new world. You're going to make me cry. Thank you, guys. So they're not stealing 30%. Yes, I share money with Google and YouTube because I want to pay for our bandwidth. So no, anybody who thinks that I should get 100% of the donation, that's not true. We have 4,000 people watching. Oh, Kawila Pele donated $100. Thank you very much. We appreciate that greatly. And astralspeaks.com, you deserve it, David. We love you. There he is, by the way. That's the $100 donation going by. Jorge Manaldo donated $5. Thank you. Kelly Martin, keep going, David. You're doing great. Don't let them stop you. That's what they want. Yeah, I mean, it is reassuring that the time loop has talked about this so much. And, you know, I think it's gonna resolve peaceably. But, you know, you have to bring in the same level of, it's like the Aikido principle. You have to meet the level of force that comes at you. So if they say, okay, if you don't give us all this stuff that we're not entitled to have, so my attorney says, we're going to take you to court. Okay, we're going to court. But you should know that when you bring that into court, that means that we now will defend ourselves, and we're going to do it to the best of our ability. So do you really want it to go to court? No, I don't think they do. So they really should be wise enough to back off so we don't have to take this move. So I'm not actually going to pay all this retainer money unless I know that we have to. I don't want to be the one to fire the first shot in court. But if they make me do it, then we're absolutely going to do it prodigiously. We have all the funding. So I don't really want to blow whatever it's going to be, $10,000 on that, but I might have to. And, you know, I only spend like $2,000 a month on food. So this legal battle could cost me almost half a year of my food money. I'll do it if we have to. I have to defend myself. So I hope they do back off, because this is so crazy. I've had so many nights of loss of sleep. If they wanted me to suffer, they've done an incredible job. After these women confronted me about leering at them, then it was connected to a bar. And again, the bar symbolizes the lower chakras. Plus, there was a bar. As I showed you, I had a mocktail at this hotel. I then went outside into what looked like the New Paltz tripping fields, as coined by Grace Slick from Jefferson Airplane. And again, we were at an airplane summit. I ran into some people in these fields. They showed me a photograph of a tremendously deep cave. There again is your underground tunnels where all this evil, crazy, demonic stuff is happening. It might even be easier to get demons and portals to appear underground. That's entirely possible. As I studied the photograph and continued looking at it, I saw two lights way up in the cave. I realized the light was from human beings who were on ropes. They had lights mounted on their shoulders. And then to my great surprise, the entrance of the cave was right there. So I say here, all of us are soon going to face the reality of underground tunnels that have been used for ritual abuse, and they are continually being invaded by the military, the Alliance, to save these prisoners. You could look down the cave and not even see the bottom. It was literally a bottomless pit, or so it seemed. Someone else had already gone down there. I remember I said how completely frightening and dangerous it would be to go down there. This is reflective of the fear of satanic ceremonies occurring in these abandoned tunnels. Also, it's a metaphor of our mass initiation. All you guys at home are going through similar versions of what I'm going through. Everybody is getting severely challenged, they're having severe difficulties. This is represented by this big scary pit, which in the pyramid, again, the descending passage represents how we all have to go through this initiation together as a planet, and there's no easy solution to it. Within not long of a period of time, I wanted to go into the caves myself. I was going to go down the ropes, and again, remember, the pyramid has rappelling. There's new chambers we just saw in the first 2 episodes I did since the pyramid thing broke. I didn't even realize I needed to have a harness to rappel down the rope more safely. So this is prophetic of how we as a planet are now willing to look at the truth of the enormous evil that we're facing up against. I climbed across the ledge. I grabbed 2 very thin orange wires. I was prepared to go all the way down into the cave just with my hands. All of these wires were nailed into the rock with tiny little nails, and that was it. So this is partly a Christ crucifixion metaphor, like the nails that were in Jesus' hands on the cross, the mass crucifixion, and the danger that we all face if you're on the front lines of pursuing the DS. Why? Because they use murder to defend their organization. And orange, again, is the color of animal groupthink. We had another donation come in, Alive and Thriving. We are one. Marianne Reese, wow. She just asked, does Monica the Moose still visit? Right under that donation. And so, yes, Monica showed up this morning. I felt like there was some big thing outside, and then I looked out there, and there's the moose, and I filmed her. I didn't have time to put it in the show, but Marianne Reese, you definitely got a major psychic hit because you asked if Monica still visits, and she just showed up this morning. It was wild. Sybil Haynes, he's going to need good representation, though, to deal with the evil shenanigans. Yes, we're getting an attorney who is very, very expensive, even more expensive than my other attorney. This is not a joke. We are going all in, you guys. I'm getting the very best. Steph, if we need it. Now, they could still back off and stop me from doing this, but, you know, I've decided I'm only going to do it defensively. I don't want to take the first shot But if they drag it into court, we are definitely meeting them in court. Stephanie Marsh, thank you, David, for all you do for humanity and the cosmos. You are more appreciated and loved than you may realize. And I know they watch this too. So like, yeah, you guys want to make this go away, just stop bothering us. Don't bring it into court, and we won't bring it into court either. But if you do bring it into court, we are absolutely bringing it to court. And I'm going to throw in all kinds of good stuff. You and DT are so over the target. You're right. It's the same thing for both of us. If you're on this level, is this suit just against Steve? It has nothing to do with Stephen. I mean, maybe it does, but we don't know that yet. Yes, we've already won. So no, the Stephen thing is coming up. And for him to stop it going to court, he would have to cut a deal with us that would include telling us who's been paying him. And he did come back. He was gone for a couple of weeks, and he's back. So yes, Stephen is absolutely, I mean, we might even spend $1 million on that lawsuit. It's going to be very expensive. It's going to be very sophisticated. And he's looking at life in prison, at least, for all the stuff that he's done. Even the things that without all the things that we can't necessarily prove, just the things we can prove, it's going to be devastating. And I don't know why this kid won't stop. It's really crazy, but we have a whole team of people, 8 different people, just for one kid who won't stop trolling us. It's absolutely insane. 7 Geometric Thought Forms donated, thank you. Solar Bear donated, thank you. Thanks, David. You make Ascension so much more easier by having these shows. Your hair looks good. Your hair looks so good cut that way. Well, yeah, this is the Let's Make Money haircut. And we did a great job. Lord Joe Siegel says, don't take these a-holes to heart. Your heart is good. We all thank you for the great info you release. You have to be so great that they want you, love you. I'm going through the eye of the needle too. Yeah, I think everybody does. Where in Florida is the portal like the one in Los Angeles, the Bermuda Triangle? That portal is right off the coast. You don't need a single penny out of your pocket, not one. That's true. The entire legal thing has been financed. I have somebody who's willing to pay for all of the stuff that we have to do to defend me in court, including whatever counterattack we have to mount. Hey, Dave, Mark here. Give my daughter a shout out. Her name is Leela, pronounced Leel-A. I guess Leel-A, yeah, Leel-A. Love your content. And then, whoa, it just happened, folks. Look at that, a red one. That's $500. Susan Buckminster, I think you just won the biggest donation of all time award. And I will definitely write to say thank you for that. I have to click on it here. Let's see here. I will say that right now. Wow, $500. Susan Buckminster is the new heavyweight champion of the donations. Wow. How about that, huh? Right there. And then we got Marina. 99% of us are grateful for your dedication and energy. Thank you very much. Look in the mirror. Empty vessels make the most noise. The adversary doesn't want you on the path, carrying a sword of light for this hazardous job. Yes. And wow, Luke Harris says, wow, Susan Buckminster, $500 donation. Nice. That's love. How generous of you. Everybody is complimenting Susan now. Stephen should pay for it. Stephen only, no one else except his cohort. Yeah, I mean, Stephen is looking at losing all of his wealth, all of his property, and going to prison. It's very, very sad that this kid won't stop, and he's done so many crimes. It's very, very sad that I'm being sued, that it's gone on for so long, and they've been extremely aggressive, and they're accusing me of not cooperating. It's like, guys, if you wanted to find this stuff, we gave you the complete record. So there it is. Everybody is complimenting Susan. Look at all these people saying, Susan, Susan, Susan. For trolling, you never explained his crimes. Yes, we definitely did. If you watched, I had the Surviving the Stephen checklist that we did. And the Surviving Stephen checklist includes him stealing my money off my credit card, $7,700. It was most likely him. It includes death threats. It includes terrorism. It includes stalking our company. He's cost us millions of dollars of damages. He says we're a fake company. He puts it everywhere on the internet. It goes on and on. It's crazy. So yeah, there's lots and lots of stuff. Rich Vagel, please know you are loved and appreciated. Keep your head high. Everybody is still thanking Susan. We have all these Susan things coming in. Tina Nierenberg just donated $50. Wow, you guys really like me today. I guess I'm doing something right. I got to keep moving, though. We got so many slides to cover, and I want to make sure I get through all of them. So here's this Christian metaphor where I have to use nails like Jesus to extend down into this cave. So that's the crucifixion we're all going through as we go into this cave of darkness on a planetary level. Again, thank you guys so much for your donations. Whoops, we had another big one. I don't want to lose that. And again, Susan Buckminster had one, but now we got Miles Irvin, and he came in with $100. He says, it would seem you might need this $100 more than I do. Use it to pay for maybe 20 minutes of your top-notch attorney's time. No, it would be more like 15 minutes, I think, or 10 minutes. I don't know, something like that. 12.5, $600 an hour. In the meantime, where is Colin? Where's Colin, mate? Well, you know, when you're under this much attack, it's hard to be funny. But yes, I'm doing my best for you guys. But thank you for the donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Tina. Thank you, Susan. What was it, Buckminster? Anyway, yeah, let's see her again. Whoops. Oh, I can't even get in there anymore. Anyway, thank you guys so much. Susan Buckminster, that's right. Okay, we're back into it. So you got to use the Jesus nails that are orange, which again represents the orange ray, social consciousness, how we get along with others. And I got to use these nails to go down into the bottomless pit. Right as I was about to climb into the huge chasm, I said, maybe I ought to do something to protect myself. As I came away from the ledge, my good friend Carol from the fellowship church I used to go to was there. I said, isn't there something safer for me to go down than with ropes on nails? She said, oh yeah, we have harnesses. I went over to where the harnesses were. I thought there was one good for me. Then Robert, the Navy SEAL guy, was there. This represents the Alliance, of course. He thought the harness was too small. I put the harness on and it actually worked fine. It was very heavy duty, went over the shoulders and under the crotch. Well, this is symbolic of the Alliance's protection. And again, when you fly an aircraft, the high-speed aircraft like the ones we're making, you have to be harnessed into the plane. So this is, again, another symbol of Stavati and hover cars. And you're hovering as you hover on that rope. So all that stuff is interconnected. Other guys appeared at this point. They looked like they were in on this gig. Before I could rappel, I had to go to the bathroom. I started going all around to look for a place, traveling a significant distance without any appropriate location I could find. This is symbolic of ongoing frustrating delays. I know you guys are frustrated too. It's like, dude, is the Alliance ever going to do this? Yes, they will. But we all have to travel this significant distance before we get there. Then I eventually saw a soccer game with young boys. I couldn't pee near there, so I had to run away from it. Then I found myself back in my room in 621, the house I grew up in. I had to pee in red athletic shirts. I had to go so bad. So red is the color of the root first chakra. It's also the color of blood. And it may symbolize abuse experiences I allegedly had in the past life. So peeing in red athletic shirts is, again, it's the level to which we feel like we've been reduced. We're all in this very survival type of environments, very, very stressful environment. Then I saw Robbie from high school who looked very young. He opened up the door and disturbed me. This was our only guy. There was only one couple in our high school who actually had a baby while they were in high school. And the guy was Robbie. I'm not going to say his last name. So this again symbolizes the main crimes of the DS. So here he is showing up. I told him to get out of there, and he did. He came back. I had to tell him to leave a second time. I was still focused on wanting to get into that huge cave so I could explore it. And again, what do they do in the underground caves? Oh, that's right. Same thing Robbie symbolizes. In this room, I saw line drawings of very unusual linear formations on the ground. We were just talking about ley lines. So that's totally prophetic. And it's also prophetic of glyphs associated with ritual magic. So now the dream is talking about sexuality in your teenage years, underground tunnels, and we immediately see the glyphs that are illustrated in black magic ceremonies. This is all prophetic of how we are about to discover the truth as a race. So look at this. I then say this could have been prompted by the bizarre forest rings that our group was talking about last night. And I did not know about Faerie Rings until I had that meeting. I had never heard of them before, actually. And I'm like, wow, this is like a portal and there's these little people. So this is what got me to do the show on Faerie Rings, was this prophetic dream. How amazing, huh? So this could have been prompted by bizarre forest rings our group was talking about last night. I had a study group at the farm. I think the forest rings are obviously a global grid phenomenon. That's the first thing that popped into my mind when I was seeing these lines on the ground. I woke up before I could get back into the big cave and go in. So I said here, this is a great suggestion for our next topic. Then we have prophetic dreams continuing on the very same day, March 22nd. Now we're up to 9:30. The large focus in one small area, my friend Jude, my best friend from high school, was having a wedding, and he was getting married. Well, this is the wedding of flesh to spirit, the Ascension. The Bible says the bride and the bridegroom. Throughout most of the dream, we were waiting for him to show up, and he wasn't. His bride-to-be was also very late. This is symbolic of our immense frustration about waiting for the arrests. Then I heard the song by Sheena Easton, "My baby takes the morning train. He works from 9 till 5, and then da 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 da. I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I'd totally forgotten about that song. So, oh, that's right. Many of the older tunnels that we're talking about here from the DS are abandoned train tunnels for subways. There you go. So we were all waiting for this wedding. This symbolizes our impatience. Then a woman comes in whose name happens to be Karen, and I'd never met her before. Well, you know what Karen means. It's like a harassing woman. I addressed her by name since other people were saying hello to her. And again, the DS considers any woman who stands up to them to be a Karen. So that's what I think this is about. She had a book about the Mayan calendar and the cycles of time. There was a chapter that seemed to have to do with riding the cosmic time wave. Ooh, that's Ascension. A Mayan calendar end date. She was the one showing me this, and I realized I might be able to use it. So we are at the end of the Mayan calendar, and we are riding the time wave into Ascension. It was funny that we had to wait so long for the people who were getting married to show up. Finally, the bride showed up after we waited an incredibly long time, which means, yes, these people will finally be arrested. They both showed up wearing common clothing. I hardly ever saw Jude. He was barely in the picture. The thought dawned on me that the original wedding must have gone kaput. I did not remember that he and Kelly ever had a child or that they were still together at the time in '99. They since divorced. He had a new bride who was definitely more plain-looking than Kelly. Well, Kelly represents the glamour of the DS, and the truth is not as attractive as their fake illusions of credibility. So yes, it's not as glamorous as we think, but we're all going to be saved from doom in a very nice way. Everyone was relieved because now we can start the ceremony. This is a prophetic statement. The arrests finally will happen. So I said, this is obviously about myself, getting my own work finished. That's what I think it means. They want me to get my life story done. I'm working on it, and it's coming along. I was working really hard, 14 hours a day at this point. Actually, come to think of it, I might have gone, this is a reading. Michael is saying this, so this is a little bit tricky. You don't really, it kind of sneaks in. Michael says, actually, come to think of it, I might have gone through the whole of 1998 and now part of 1999 deceiving myself in not believing that there are any whole grains or spiritual energies or entities that can be contacted. So again, here the angelic entities are compared to whole grains of wheat, symbolizing the harvest. And we did a show on Faerie Rings, which is also like crop circles, and crop circles typically appear in wheat. And then the whole grain is also a reference to what I'm feeding my birds here. So this is interesting. It's talking about the past, but it's also reflecting our present, that most of us do not realize that we could contact spiritual energies or entities. And that's why they wanted me to do a show about the Faerie Rings. Because the Faerie Ring concept means, hey, look, there really are these entities you can contact. This stuff is absolutely real. People were doing this all over Europe. Arthur Conan Doyle was talking about it. Shakespeare was talking about it. It was very commonly known, widely reported, and it even happened in the early 1800s again with Rise and Llewellyn. And all these other witnesses saw it. They touched his foot, and they saw these people dancing, and they could hear the music. So this is definitely talking about, yes, there are spiritual energies and entities that can be contacted. Most of us have been deceiving ourselves about this. They don't understand that this ascension is real. Michael says the point is, a lot of other work needs to be done with this person who sent me certain emails. And so, yes, this is partly about the Alliance, it's partly about Ezra, and all of the legal attacks I've had have been by email. So we're still going to have to do a lot more work because, again, they keep escalating. So yeah, you want to go to court? Okay. You know, we do have the money, so it's going to be up to the judge. I'm not spending my own money, but the judge is going to decide who is in the right here, and I think we have a very good shot of winning that. Very good shot, so I'm told. Since I was not seeing the issues surrounding my own use at that time, this is Michael talking, it was very difficult to see any difficulties in anyone else. So as I said a couple months ago, I got sober all over again, and when I was using medication, it caused me to overlook various problems. So this is talking about humanity as a whole, that, you know, the Alliance, we have to do a lot more work, and most of us as humans are not seeing the issues of how we're addicted. I mean, 54% of people in the younger generations have not ever been on a date because they're so addicted to their smartphone. That's why I don't want to do TikTok or anything like that. I don't like shorts. I don't want to try to get you to use your phone all the time. Internet addiction is a very, very serious thing. That's why I stay away from my devices. I try not to be online all the time. I take walks. I play music. And so, again, most people are not seeing the issues of how addicted they are from the DS's temptations. And therefore, it's very difficult for them to see the DS for what it is. They don't see the difficulty. The Alliance needs to do more work. Coming into this now is a sense of Florida. Woo! Because guess who's going to solve it? 47. Michael is so awesome, isn't he? I just love this. Back before there was ever any running water or the like. So again, Ezra is helping the Alliance, and it also suggests the Bermuda Triangle time portal, because if you went through the Bermuda Triangle, you might port back into a time where there was no running water, when the Earth was first just a hot ball before it broke up into all those continents. The running water could also symbolize tears. So Michael is saying that Earth will be restored to a Garden of Eden type of paradise. There will be no more pain, tears, and suffering. And then Michael makes a very cryptic sentence. We have to actually decode this one. He says, I and the touch. This is actually, the touch I think is Christ. It touches you. It touches your life. You're touched by the Spirit of God. I and the touch will see that it has good verbal skills. You can bank on that one. So the touch likely symbolizes the Christ consciousness, which touches gifted seers. And Michael is telling me that I have good verbal skills because I'm translating his words. And you can bank on that one. Reveals how this contact has now guided in Stavati Aerospace. So yes, very, very interesting stuff, you guys. And as a result of how deeply in we are, let's see how much more these slides go on. Yeah, so we're just going to cut ahead because there's a lot more stuff here. And I just need to bring it to a close so we can get into the Alliance stuff. So again, let's see here. We'll again reread the highlight from last week's time loop because, again, this kind of centralizes everything. I just want to bring it all back together. He says, don't worry, have faith in the Ascension and in the timelines as given, 2025. This is sure to be an event of biblical proportions. Mark my words on that one. That is all for now. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. So when you look at all this stuff, Michael is being completely unambiguous. And, you know, there's some dreams from the 27th to 31st that might not be relevant enough to be used. They were personal because of intense stress, but we will cover the highlights. So Michael Prophecies are coming true now. And again, the full Michael Prophecies download is still available. We have a total of 7 books and 35 hours of video. I guess most of you guys, if you were going to buy it, you already have, because the sales have basically stopped. But I will just say this. There's an excellent video in the 35 hours of me going to England, being in the crop circles. I was inside this church and I'm pointing out Illuminati. I can't say that. Pointing out various symbols on the wall. And we have that really, really fun video where we're hunting for mushrooms. But all of the stuff I've been talking about, the global grid, the ley lines, the time portals, I go much, much deeper into that in the videos than I do So if you're not satisfied by what you're watching on TV, if you'd like to have some highbrow content that's going to keep you focused on Ascension, this is really, I'm serious, very high production value, 35 hours of content. Plus you have the Michael Prophecy books. There's so many beautiful readings in there that will inspire you. And it really helps me. Again, the orders have almost completely died. I'm not even sure if I should promote it anymore, but if I do, a couple of you throughout the week usually pick it up, and that really does help us. So please, if you can find it within your ability to buy the course, if you haven't already done so, please do so. We brought it down to 144, very biblical number. To see how the dots connect and reveal the Ascension, go to thedisclosure.com. And again, you can see my fly agaric mushroom hunt. Type in the code concrescence. Pause this screen, or it's in the description field on this video. Type that in and you'll get it for 144. And now we are up to the latest Ezra posts. And apparently he was live last night. I never even saw that because I was so busy putting the show together. The link has already disappeared. But my friend told me he was live. That's awesome. I'm really glad he's getting himself out there. He's very brave to do that. He certainly doesn't have to. Let's check out some of you guys' comments here. The mushroom video was fun. It was like your turkey break videos, but better. Yes, the mushroom was really fun. There is a way to make a different link for your defense fund. You can get more money directly, separately from what YouTube takes. Look into it. Look, I'm happy with the donation paradigm. I don't know why everybody's so upset that, oh my God, they take a cut. I don't want to be a mooch. Why would I want to try to take advantage of somebody and mooch off their bandwidth when, like, no, it's okay that they get a cut, you guys. That's if you want to live in this world, you have to share. You can't take it all for yourself. And I'm okay with that. So I am doing it every week, live every week. I probably will never stop that. So if you don't see me on a Sunday, it's because I probably did it on a Saturday or a Monday. Anyway, let's dig into the Alliance stuff because we got really incredible Alliance slides this week. I just got done building them. I missed the last 12 because I'm so busy, but it is happening. So without further ado, let's get right into the slides. Here's the first one, which isn't from Ezra, but this was on George News, which is a really great site on TG. 47's message to BN is loud and clear, you're fired. So yes, finally, all this stuff that they've been telling us about, small countries is doing evil things. And again, I support them. I support their people. Remember, most of the people, the vast majority of the population in the small country wants them to heal and reform and does not want war. We're only talking about a few people at the top. And I always encourage you, it's very important to not demonize everyone together. There is no racial consciousness. There is no great conspiracy where everybody was this way. I mean, come on. It's just a few people at the top, and even the majority of their own country doesn't want this. But so many steps are now being taken to cut them off. I mean, there could be big war events coming up very soon because now that the cords are being cut, they're going to be mad. The peace is being made with Iran. All that kind of stuff is happening. So you better believe it's a very dangerous time. They want war. We're going to see that in our show. So yeah, just keep praying that this is all going to resolve peacefully because we're in a very squirrely situation right now. Did we not come from the movie Planet of the Apes? Well, Planet of the Apes is loosely based on the elongated skull people coming here to a planet with beings that were not as advanced as they were, symbolized in the movie by apes. All the different Planet of the Apes movies have that as their core. It's very, very symbolic. I intend to buy. I have to train myself to stick to my first budget, and it sucks, says S. Snoramore. No more yoking up for 47. Yeah, I mean, it's really getting ready to happen. So thank you guys if you buy the product. I really appreciate that. So here was the first one. We had this one last week, but it needs to be repeated. The FBI director claims that there was this event in prison. He also said he's working on a plan to release everything. The release is coming in the near future. And remember, this was a week ago, so we're getting very close, you guys. And boy, is it going to change the world once we get disclosure. Nobody in the truth community really understands that yet. I do, because I've had so many insiders. The plan has been carefully built to protect victims. We have to make sure the public doesn't receive harmful or irrelevant content such as this stuff. So again, here's the big key, folks. It is going to happen in the near future. I know you're frustrated. I'm frustrated. And then we got to look at the number of seconds, which in this case is 64, and we go back to the old posts. And again, this is what it says right here. Should the lights go out, please know we are in control. Do not panic. We are prepared, and assets are in place. So yes, we are that close. And some of my dreams that we're going to see next week are talking about a blackout. Ooh, we had 2 more donations. Phil Kasubris is right there. And then we got Alive and Thriving. Dave, we are psyched for the Alliance chat, considering what's been revealed today. Hidden prostate cancer, arrests to come, reveals to come this summer. LFG. Alive and Thriving says we are going to see them as they are. And then James O'Keefe has been posting stuff. Yes, there's very, very interesting, exciting, crazy stuff going on right now. I can't wait to see what's going to happen. And they just warned us again, there could be a blackout. The lights could go out. This is very present-centered, okay? It's all happening now. Remember that Pope meme and how funny that was? Like, wait a minute, is there something behind it? Robert Prevost has made history, the first American-born Pope to ever lead the Catholic Church. He's a native of Chicago. And he says he wants authenticity. Did this AI image of the Pope hint that 47 knew that the next Pope would be an American? Maybe so. That's interesting, huh? So it's 40 seconds long, which brings us to, the big classic. So maybe this Pope is intended to help bring this about, because it is the initials DJT. We all know that. But 4 plus 10 plus 20 adds up to 34. So we get both of the big ones this week. We get 34 and 35, which are the 2 most important posts about the arrests, okay? Here it is. I'm going to read it to you again. This is never going to get old. And remember, this could be happening in the very, very near future. My fellow Americans, over the course of the next several days, so this is a very near future thing, you will undoubtedly realize that we are taking back our great country from the evil tyrants who wish to do us harm. And again, they just said there might be a blackout. On the President's order, we are initiating safeguards to help the public avoid primary fallout when we start making arrest announcements. And again, 11.3 is in the DoD Law of War Manual. It's about enemy occupation of your country. Confirmation to the public of what is occurring will then be revealed and will not openly be accepted. I know there's a lot of people are going to have a really hard time with this. They're going to go, oh my God, it's all evil, it's all bad, it's a martial law, it's a coup, it's crazy. It's, so it's definitely, we're in a very charged political climate, so it's not like this is going to make everybody happy. Some people are going to be very, very unhappy when this happens. That's okay. They'll figure it out, but you're going to have to help them not freak out so much. That's part of your job. So the enemy is organizing riots to prevent the arrest and capture of certain, let's just try not to finish that sentence. I got to be very careful here. On his order, a state of temporary military control, that's martial law, it is going to happen. Special ops will be carried out, and they're making false leaks to retain people, and it says, rest assured, everybody's safety and well-being is being preserved, but the atmosphere in the country will be divided because so many people fell for the corrupt, evil narrative that has been broadcast for so long. My God, are you tired of this? I am so tired of this, of people who just won't see it and they just can't see it. It's like, my God, would you please wake up? Please wake up. How can you possibly still believe this propaganda at this point? But finally, we're going to have to stop suffering at this point, and people are going to see the truth. They're going to be forced to. And how is that going to happen in part? Ooh, here it comes, you guys. They will initiate the emergency broadcast system to provide a direct message and bypass the news for everyone. Any organizations or people trying to harm us at this time will be met with swift fury. They should really think about that. Make the deal now while there's still time. Seriously, certain laws have been pre-lifted to provide the military the authority to handle and conduct operations both home and abroad. This is going to be a worldwide thing, and it's going to be biblical. Then our good friend Juliet, the whistleblower who I interviewed when I was on with Ezra, she's blasting James for exploiting this tragedy. She calls him out and questions why he portrayed himself as the victim when the real victims are actually ending up dead. She said the so-called bombshell that he released was already known and it did nothing new. How dare you exploit the death of a victim? This is very a common sentiment, and the Alliance obviously agrees with it, or they wouldn't have put it up. So yeah, he definitely got a lot of people upset when he did that. Post number 45, again, is talking about something is forthcoming this weekend. And there's another one that talks about this too. So yeah, this week is going to be huge, you guys. We're just getting started. Who is attempting to change the narrative and soften acts that are forthcoming this weekend? This was the one that really made everybody, and I think probably the Alliance too, the most angry, that he did the gotcha video. It's like, you know what? As the old saying goes, we either hang together or we hang separately. So please don't be a truther who goes after the people that are trying to save our butt, because you're not able to do what they're doing. And so don't try to set them up for gotcha and then say, oh my God, I'm afraid for my life. Well, no, nobody's going to hurt you, but like, it might not be happening on the time schedule that you want, but it is happening. So this, I think, was uncalled for, and that's what the Alliance seems to say too. Sympathetic Universe donated. Thank you very, very much. We're still, you guys have been very, very consistent. I mean, can you believe that? We're 420. We're 420, dude. We're 4 hours and 20 minutes in. We have never lost our 3,700 viewers. They're still here. Thank you guys for being here. I feel very honored. You guys have said a lot of really loving stuff to me today to counter some of the incredibly, the hate gets worse when they know that we're winning. The hate gets worse when they know you're over the target. They want to hurt you more when they know they're losing. That's why this is happening. It's okay. And I had this crazy hailstorm. So yeah, he didn't win any friends by doing this. I don't think anybody was happy about this. He released footage showing the Attorney General in a restaurant having a conversation with a stranger, which is, again, one of her constituents. Somebody asked her a question. She answered it. What's the big deal? She admits that they have so many videos that each one must be reviewed. That's why it's taking time. Remember, Cash said it's all coming soon. Now he's demanding answers and questioning why she would casually discuss a sensitive issue with an unknown individual before making public announcements. So she got out ahead of this on Fox and actually talked about it. Again, it's really sad that this happened. It is a betrayal, and clearly the Alliance wouldn't be posting about this if they were happy. So this, let's not go after our own. Please don't do that. And then we got 2 minutes, 32 seconds, which goes up to post 152, one that we haven't actually seen. This is the new one, where it's a photo out of what appears to be Air Force One. And it said, did anyone see this in the video? And they say, isn't that curious? What is below? So I'm going to zoom in on it here. I'm not really sure. I mean, what do you guys see there? It looks like there's a Y. You notice it looks like maybe there's a Y, upside down Y, or a tuning fork, or a dowsing rod or something in the water. There's some interesting patterns on the water, but honestly, there might be ice crystals on the window. I don't really know what the heck they're saying you're supposed to see. They don't want us to be alive and thriving, says Alive and Thriving. You're absolutely right. So I don't know. If you guys think that you're seeing something, that's why I've zoomed in on it. I don't know what that is exactly, but maybe there's an island down there. It could be talking about the island, actually. That would make a lot of sense. That's probably what they mean. Then they ask, just point blank, what is your opinion of James? And you can tell they're really pissed off. And it says, with the special training, we will be the next great intelligence agency. There's a picture of him, apparently, I don't know how he was able to get clearance for this, holding a gun with a silencer. Typically, you have to have a Class 3 license to hold one of those. Whoa, that's really weird. So who is he really working for? And is he an intelligence agency? So they're implying that he's been compromised, I guess. And it was weird that right before he went after the Attorney General, that he reunified with this agency, Veritas, that he'd had a falling out with, that apparently got infiltrated by the bad guy. Now they're friends again, and as soon as they're friends again, did they give him money? I think they're implying that too. And did they tell him go out and do this story? And he thought he was doing a good thing, but in fact, if you pay attention to these briefings, this is the only way you're going to get it. You got to read these posts. Anybody that's out there saying they're an insider leaking this information is probably not true. This is the only real source of information I'm giving you right now. So yeah, they're implying that he's been compromised somehow, very much so. Then we had a former 47 official who collapsed in real time while she was on Fox. This is right as it happens. Her eyes close. She starts dropping over. I took a picture from that moment, 7 seconds in. It says her name is Cameron Kinsey, and she suddenly collapsed during a live show. And they don't tell you anything else. But again, we got 25 seconds, gives us this post, which said, again, this all has meaning. Everything's stated. Big picture stuff. Few positions allow for this direct knowledge. The proof will begin 11.3, which means when we start arresting people. And they're telling us it's going to be soon. And all these files are going to come out. And the trial is going on right now, the big trial we've been hearing about. We all sincerely appreciate the work you do. Keep up the good fight. This flow of information is vital. It's the fact that they keep saying stuff like this is why I don't take a week off. No matter how frustrating it is, no matter how difficult my life is, I'm going to always try to be here for you guys Saturday or Sunday. If that doesn't work, I'll do it on Monday, even though I get lower viewer numbers. So, again, go to youtube.com/DavidWilcock333. That's my channel. If you don't catch it live, please remember I will almost certainly have done a show, even if it wasn't on Sunday. You go back to David Wilcock 333, click on the live tab. It'll pull up an archive of all of my shows. You can watch any of the shows I've ever done. So if you miss one, if I didn't do it on Sunday for whatever reason, it'll still be there, and you can catch up during the week, and you can watch it at your own pace, which is great. So I love what I'm doing, and I'm happy to be doing it. I'm going to keep going no matter what happens. I mean, obviously, if I had some hospital emergency, I couldn't do that. But other than that, probably, I mean, even a big, huge trip, I still came back and rocked it for you guys. So I'm going to keep going. Then we have a star witness in the trial that's going on now. Right as it got started, she went missing. It's very, very suspect. She was considered crucial to the entire case and had even chosen to reveal her real identity in the testimony, and whoop, nobody knows where she is. Federal prosecutors and her legal team cannot locate her. She was only identified as victim 3 and was officially subpoenaed to appear in court. So then we have 70 seconds, brings us to post number 70. And again, this one probably doesn't have quite as much relevance, but you know, we've had a lot of really great ones already. Again, they're saying the biggest donations to this organization were coming from Saudis. Now they've had this revolution. Everything's fine there now. Martial law was declared there, but they were giving all this money, these foundations. You can see all that, what other bad actors that they were paying. Thank God in 2017 they had it all overthrown. And these crumbs in time will equate to the biggest drops ever disclosed. So we're going to learn all about that stuff. Then we see that he's making a declaration. This is what really, really pissed off the small country, big time. Reportedly planning to issue a declaration recognizing these people as a state, according to a diplomatic source in the Gulf. The move comes amid escalating tensions between these two individuals following the Prime Minister's alleged attempts to derail any negotiations with Iran. And that's one of the things that seems to have been behind the scenes of this trip that he just took overseas, and he's bringing in $10 trillion of foreign donations. Incredible. I mean, like, that's radically going to transform our country. We have a donation, Ricky T11. Yeah, Susan, he donated $50. You can see right there, it's pink. Thank you, David. And who was Susan? Let's click on that real quick. Miles Irvin. Oh, yeah, that was the one we already had. He donated $100. You guys are great this week. So anyway, I'll say thanks. So I love you guys. And we're making great progress on our slides. We might get done within 5 hours at this point, which would be great because I am exhausted after traveling and all these crazy legal battles and all the things that are going on in my life. It's been very, very stressful. Okay. So yeah, they're not going to be happy about this at all. Not at all. So then we're seeing the sad story about insurance corruption, that this guy is not being covered for his lung transplant because Cigna denied him. They refused to cover the transplant and the medical transfer to Illinois. It could cost him his only shot at survival. They defended it and said their guidelines follow national clinical standards. He has now filed an appeal in the hopes of reversing their decision. Again, this just shows you how corrupt these industries are. I think that's the point here. Hopefully all this can change. And then we got the classic post number 60. There's less than 10 people involved in this plan, and only 3 of them are not in the military. Outside of potential operators dialed in with orders, nobody else has the information. The operators never divulge, which is part of why Ezra only answers me in emojis. Anyway, now we have Homeland announcing multiple pending arrests. Whoa, there you go. Multiple members are expected to have this happen to them. Newly released body camera footage shows these politicians physically assaulting various officials, including an incident where a female officer was body slammed. Holy crap. Officials have confirmed that arrests could extend to sitting members of Boop Boop Boop. Wow. So, yeah, it has now been publicly announced, you guys. They're setting this whole thing up. It is so exciting. Post number 48. This is another one that, you know, it's kind of not as big as all the other ones, but again, nothing can top 34 or 35. They never thought they were going to lose the calm before the storm. This is the tunnel I was talking about. It actually showed up in my dream. You remember I had that dream where there was dirt all over the stairs? And I was going to go, yeah, yo, yo, and then I was going to make it all levitate. That was prophetic of this thing, okay? This creepy tunnel in the U.S. Capitol. Sitting member of Congress gave the public a glimpse of a secret underground tunnel beneath the Capitol. Claims that it has numerous hidden passageways beyond just this one. Isn't that weird? They are known to have an extensive network of underground tunnels for various functions, including security, transportation. And then again, this group played a significant ceremonial symbolic role when it was first built. So this is him pulling away the pan. I mean, it's really, really crazy. And then you zoom in on that hole, and when you get in there, you can see the stairs, and you can see that they had apparently tour groups would go down this one, and it is just loaded with graffiti, which seems to be the equivalent of the dirt in the dream that we had. Post number 106. Okay, this is one we've seen before. Whatever is happening now. They have been waiting for this. Archive everything. They cut the feed trying to shut him down. Nothing is a coincidence. We are at war. Saudi Arabia cut the strings. There was a revolution there. Now they're the good guys. They are scrambling for cover and using any means necessary out of their remaining power and control. That's the bad guys. So yes, it's very tense. I mean, I did not want to fly anywhere. I had to have intense bravery to go on this trip. Who knows what's going to happen to the airplane I'm flying in? Who knows what's going to happen to me when I get there? I feel much better, and I'm sleeping much better now that I got home safe and everything was fine, and we got that talk done. Then here's this guy wearing an even more sizzly outfit than I would ever dare to wear, saying that Elon has 3 clones. He's got his very, very shiny shirt on. It looks a little bit too synthetic for something I'd want to wear, but I think it's nice anyway. I just wouldn't quite go that far. He put forward a wild conspiracy theory claiming there are currently 3 different versions of Elon. The first one comes from a bloodline, is part cyborg, was created by a dark fleet through a secret space program. Oh my God. So maybe they put this up because they're not too happy with him. I don't know. I mean, why would they even link to this? But, you know, who knows? The second version is a clone of the original. The third one was bioengineered in a petri dish to fight in a covert war between so-called white hats and black hats, and is working with 47. He says everything we see in science fiction is actually real and being carried out behind the scenes. That I would agree with. The rest of it, I don't think so. But anyway, it's just entertainment. They got to throw in some entertainment for you. And look at how sizzly that shirt is, man. He's got me on sizzle, I got to say. That's the sizzliest shirt I've seen on the internet so far. Post number 45. Again, second time that they say who is attempting to change the narrative and soften acts forthcoming this weekend. So there's a big build-up. This week should have some major developments, and I am very excited about that, as you can imagine, because it is on like Donkey Kong. Then we call for a positive restructuring of the United Nations. I think that would be good. Maybe the wording could have been better. The new just world order. Okay, well, why don't we just get rid of the whole term and not even try to modify it or anything? I think that'd make people happier. The UN remains as important as ever. He believes the foundation must be strengthened to play a greater role in global affairs He wants to see it reshaped as a force for peace for all the people of Earth. I think that's part of the plan, part of the Alliance's plan. And that would be great, wouldn't it? We could actually have a peaceful organization for once. 1 million views. Some of these views are really high. 29 seconds leads us to this, which again says, if you knew who was really behind all this stuff, most Americans would riot, revolt, and reject. Their networks are being dismantled. These various abductions are paused but not terminated until the players are in custody, which hasn't happened yet. And, of course, we pray every day for God's guidance and direction. We are truly up against pure evil. Then they knock on James again because he had a rooftop party when he's supposedly worried about his own safety. Right after he released 2 stories that he claimed forced him to go dark. Apparently he was wearing a bulletproof vest. Well, what if they shoot you in the head? I mean, that doesn't really do any good. Just days after telling us his life was in danger, although the video they're showing apparently was from an older one. I don't think there's any videos from the new one. Somebody pointed that out in the comments. But again, apparently there was a party. Several conservative social media influencers were reportedly among his invited guests. So yeah, I wouldn't feel comfortable doing this right now. It's kind of weird, to say the least. Post 24, any person saying they will not seek re-election was put in submission. Not all will be prosecuted, right? So people are going to be allowed to walk. They're not all being killed, and even the ones that do end up in trials are just probably going to jail. So that's very important. Then they say right here, this is Robert De Niro. And why do Hollywood celebrities keep doing this to their own children? And somebody, I'm going to get in trouble for this. Somebody put this in the comments. Oh my God. Doesn't look terribly attractive if you swap the faces. But again, he's not doing it. His son or daughter is doing it, I guess. So there are no photos of the pregnancies. This is another one they came out with. She said, birthing children is the hardest thing you'll ever do, but did that even happen? They're implying that it didn't. I don't know if I believe this, but it's something they keep bringing back. No publicly available photos of any of the pregnancies. And how is she spending Mother's Day? What do you think she's up to? And we got post number 38, which again, prepare messages of reassurance based on what was dropped here to spread on different platforms, the calm before the storm. 4 aircraft carriers to prevent other states from attempting to harm us during the transition, increased military movements, National Guard deployments. Think logically about what's happening. They're again telling you, guys, it's very, very close at hand. We're right at the end. This is the big, big one. It's all getting ready to happen. Then we have Marjorie calling out the small country very bravely, claiming that key U.S. allies may hold critical information tied to these things. Calling on those nations to come clean, release what they know. She warns much of the evidence may have been destroyed. They already said before that it hasn't. She doesn't believe the official story and says he did not do this act. So yes, people are getting more and more brave. And we have 96 seconds, which brings us to the classic $221 million payout post, which is again talking about the corruption and how deeply it goes. There's bribery going on all over the world. It's amazing how things make sense when you ask the questions. It's up to all of you to collect, archive, and distribute this, which would be me too. I mean, this is again one of those messages telling me keep on going, and I will keep going. It will all make sense. Once it does, we need you, which includes me, again, to spread the word and get it out. Your president needs your help. He wants full transparency for this country, and that is awesome. Now we have disturbing new details emerging in the trial. Why do I do that, man? What is this? That's Bono in drag. Oh my God! Like what? And they are dry humping. Okay, so pretty crazy stuff. The trial revealed he allegedly forced his ex-girlfriend to be humiliated, and it was only when she was 19. It escalated over time, and she was beaten if she left early or stayed in the bathroom. Unbelievable. All this stuff is coming out now. So 15 seconds. Can you believe that? With the gold records in the background? I mean, what? 15 is, again, our third to last show where we said, I'm not pushing for the death penalty. I'm one of the only influencers who keep saying this. And they said the same thing in post number 15. The wizards and warlocks will not allow another satanic evil POS to control us. Again, they mention the arrests, 11.3, 11.6. And it says, the corruption that will come out is so serious that we must cut deals so people can walk away. Otherwise, 70% of politicians would be in jail. So again, deals must be cut so they can walk away, because the public is not going to tolerate a whole bunch of murders. We have to avoid a witch hunt mentality. Archangel Michael has said that. They have to cut deals and be given freedom. So again, what does it say here? It doesn't say that they're going to be executed. It says they will be in jail, not killed. Whoops. So not killed, okay? And so that was another nice shout out from the Alliance. Thank you guys. I had another donation come in. Justine Joy. Ismail Perez is legit with his sparkly shirt and all. I guess that's his name. I didn't even know that much. Ray Briggs wrote something really funny, but I can't read it out loud. Trump's video needed to be longer. There's at least 45 people on the list. That's right, but he's breaking it out there. All this kind of stuff is coming out into view. It's a very exciting time. EBS on 5/25. I don't know if it's going to happen that soon. We almost got 4,000 watching. That's right. Yeah, it's great. So yeah, I'm really excited. My eyes are completely fried, you guys. These lights have just ruined my eyes. So I'm glad that we're almost done, because I am burned out. And it's hard to keep going. But I'm gonna get through the rest of these slides. So then Gates is outlining the enormous influence of the small country. He revealed the power extends across Dems and Repubs. Anyone who questions their actions risks being labeled a certain way. If you oppose them, it can severely hurt your chances of ever winning an office. Yes, like it or not, they keep saying this week after week. This is going to be a major, 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 major part of the story. There is apparently Satanism going on at the top levels. They do have a genocidal mindset. They are controlling people. They are blackmailing people. They do have blackmail material. All of that is going to come out, and it's all being stopped. And now finally, they're getting officially pushed back on, and that should silence all the people who say, oh, you're not doing anything. Well, no, they are. 59 seconds brings us to this one, which again is the same old thing we've seen so many times. I kind of get tired of reading it. That's okay. Saudi Arabia and how they welcomed him. And we saw the same thing this week. We saw all these, remember the one from United Arab Emirates where the women are doing this with they're waving their hair back and forth like this. It's like, what in the world are they doing? And they're drumming, and then all the women are throwing their hair around. He goes, I love it, I love it. It was wonderful. I really thought that was great. So how did they welcome him? Why was this historic? Because it was very honorable, not covered by the media. But these other two individuals were not given the same welcome. Not suggesting they're clean all the way. Well, they've gotten a lot better, but they play a role in the great global game. And here's the big one here. They're dedicating critical time to distribute crumbs that will be followed in greater detail. Once they release more information, they will paint the entire picture. Information is no longer controlled by the media, but by you. And we are fully prepared that all social media is going to be shut down. There's your blackout warning again, to prevent the spread of information, and dates are deliberately being provided for authenticity. So we don't know when this is going to happen. I don't think it's going to be as soon as the 25th, but it is coming. Now they asked this question about Marco. Is he actually a traitor? This former Marine, he made some very, very disrespectful comments about the president, by the way, that I totally don't agree with. Saying he's a weak man. It's like, dude, just watch it, okay? Like, we need to be supportive and not try to amplify people's weaknesses, which is what he seemed to be doing. I was like, dude, I don't know. I watched this video and it made me mad, I have to say. But he says that Marco's even more dangerous than Mike, sabotaging chances for peace with Iran and Russia, warns that he's being fed false intel by a compromised national security team, and this individual should be fired immediately should he do that firing. Well, when they ask a question like this, you can tell it's kind of like loaded dice. Like they already know the answer. They're just feeding it to you as a question. So yes, as we've said before, and they've made this statement many other times, there's going to be people in the administration who are not going to continue to be working there once the arrests happen. This apparently is one of them, which is sad because Marco's done really great stuff for UFO disclosure. I mean, he's got some really big wins. But it's very sad to see this. You know, I wish everybody could get along, but apparently he's not doing the right thing. That's what they're implying very strongly by showing you this. And then we got 131, 91 seconds goes to this, which again, the truth is mind-blowing, cannot be fully exposed. These people are evil. You can read the rest. Trillions of investment dollars are coming in. It's apparently up to 10 trillion now. It's really, really incredible. Saudi Crown Prince MBS broke protocol by personally greeting him on the tarmac rather than sending a lower-ranking royal, which would be the normal custom. Again, they were just talking about the sword ceremony. Now it happened again. He received a horse escort, which apparently is very rare, very honorable, as his motorcade arrived at the Saudi royal court in Riyadh. This visit is expected to result in agreements that could bring billions, actually trillions of dollars. It's up to $1 trillion just from Saudis alone. Executives from these other companies are also in attendance for a major investment summit. And we got 3 different videos here. 4.1 million views. Look at that. 3 different videos. The first one is 48. And again, read it at your own pace. They never thought they were going to lose the calm before the storm. 53. Again, the level of corruption is so severe, there is only one way. That's going to be the arrests. And then 75. Strongest weapon is a patriotic American in the U.S. And it says right at the top, very important, by the time he returns from his trip, the world will be a different place. And this was something that our good friend Bio put out. And this was actually, I think he's right on here. He confirms reports that Iran has sort of agreed to the terms that they will not have any nuclear capability. He confirms he's currently in very serious negotiations for long-term peace, highlighting how many people want the war, but that he does not and wants to make a deal instead. And many people in quotation marks, yeah, it's the country. The news comes as he's right on the border in Qatar, just across the Persian Gulf. This is not a coincidence. He is wheeling and dealing behind closed doors. There is much more, I agree with this, much more going on during this trip that we are not being told about yet. He is sneakily securing world peace. Yes, it's all coming to a head. Then he took a direct swipe at the small country right after this. He appears to take a swipe at them, declaring the new alliance of Saudi and the U.S. doesn't come and go like others. As he pointed to MBS, the prince smiled back and Elon was behind him. He confirmed the powerful new partnership between the U.S. and this country is stronger than ever. We don't go in and out like other people. 1.5 million views, 32 seconds. Ooh, this is a great one, right? The arrests maybe will take 1 day, but they will not go slowly. The initial wave will be fast and meaningful. It has to be that way. We'll send a signal to others immediately, and you will see the tide turn. Not even the media can hide. Rest assured, some will be jailed as deep cover agents. And this was so horrific. The video that was leaked from the island and this photograph, the only photograph they had hanging on the kitchen wall, which is very, very disturbing. The artwork has this individual holding a toy. I got to be very careful. Why did they have this in the kitchen? There's nothing else in there. And again, it's just crazy. Like, I don't even know what to say, so let's just keep going. Post number 68. Can we expose every crooked politician? No, because 70% of them are bad. So deals are going to be made with select Ds, as it says right there. Not everybody is going to be prosecuted. They're going to get to walk away. Now we get new details on his parties, and I can't really read any of this. I have to be very careful. Yeah, so one of the men went by the name Punisher. That's about all I can say. This is just loaded with no-nos, so we're not going to go there, but you can read it if you want to. Oh my God, it's so weird. These parties lasted for days. And then we got, 148,000 views. 25 is another one of our great ones here. Follow up to the last post. This all has meaning. Big picture stuff. The proof will begin when the arrests start. We sincerely appreciate the work you do. Keep up the good fight. The flow of information is vital. Yep. And then here he is saying there is no scenario in which the war will end. He doesn't care if they stop the nukes. He doesn't care if there's peace. He still wants to do it anyway. This is so crazy. And as I clicked on this, you see the little wheel on his tie? it wouldn't load the video for a really long time, and that's the first time that's ever happened for me in anything that I've ever seen on X. Why was it just this one video? The Prime Minister declared there will be no scenario in which it comes to an end. He wants full force, see the operation through to the very end. He wants to remove the population and says nobody wants them. How will the president respond to this? Well, it's getting really squirrely, you guys. We're right at the end. We saved this for last. And oh my God, do you see the number of seconds? 35. Woo! This is one of the 2 most classic posts on mass arrests. It is so on. So let's read that again. He will be well insulated and protected on Air Force One and abroad while the operations are conducted due to the nature of the entrenchment. Time to take back our country, make it great again. Let us salute and pray for the brave men and women in uniform who will undertake this assignment to bring peace, unity, and return power to the people. It is our hope that this message reaches enough people to make a meaningful impact. We cannot yet telegraph it through any normal method for reasons I'm sure you understand. Remain calm. Primary targets are within the main district, and they're on the top on both sides. Any spillover in the streets will be quickly shut down. Stay alert, be vigilant, and above all, please pray. For God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. Love is patient, love is kind. God bless my fellow Americans. 4/10/20, which again is DJT, but it's also 34. So because I had lost 3 days on the trip, I had to stop building the slides here, but that's kind of a good thing because it means that we're actually going to get done in less than 5 hours. So I feel really good. To end on post 35 is obviously very, very strong. And so, I want you to just kind of reflect now on all the goodies that I shared with you in this particular session. We had the incredible time loop of Archangel Michael, and again, he's telling us to have faith that this will be an event of biblical proportions. Remember, when they do the arrests, so many truthers have no idea what they're hiding and how much disclosure there is to be had. The portals are real, the Faerie Rings are real, time-traveling dinosaurs, tornado physics. I think that if you haven't figured out by now that the Faerie Ring legends are very real and very intense and have all this structure behind them of real-world stuff, then you're kidding yourselves. And, again, this is a time to be celebrating. This is a time to be excited. Please show Trama's pet again. What was it called? 5 seconds. It's called a tardigrade. Okay, so this is actually a microorganism. And you see he's got let's zoom in even closer. He's got little stubby feet. My ex-wife sent me this in the mail. He's got a little face here. So these are microorganisms. They'll appear in drops of water. But for whatever reason, somebody made it into a toy. She and I used to have a tardigrade routine that we did together. So it does have a kind of a phallic appearance, I guess. Somebody was pointing that out in the video. But yeah, so this is the tardigrade. Susan Buckminster. Oh, the street name is water bear. You're absolutely right. They're called a water bear. So they're part of the microorganism community. They're out there in your water. So you've probably been ingesting these things and digesting them all the time. You didn't even know it. Tardigrades are everywhere. So we're going to get to finish before the 5-hour mark. And I appreciate you guys being here. They can survive in space. I didn't know that. He's cute. Is it a parasite? It might be. I'm not really sure. I don't know a whole lot about them. But, it's an interesting little innuendo that the tardigrade sounds like TARDIS, which is the elevator that was used in Doctor Who for him to travel through space and time, similar to the idea of the Montauk chair. So yeah, I feel really great about this. I decided I wanted to really expand on the Faerie Ring topic. I actually got into a lot more stuff than we had in Sourcefield. It's the first time I've ever done a show just on Faerie Rings. I remembered that those rings were in Namibia. I had to do some digging to find that stuff. Then I found it was in Australia. So this whole legend of little people, turns out they're real. We're going to be meeting them. It's all part of disclosure. People, again, don't realize the scope of what there is to know, that we're on the verge of having hover cars. We're on the verge of being able to go into space. We're on the verge of meeting extraterrestrials, including these little folks. So before we go any farther, we are now going to do our global peace meditation. And again, I want to thank you guys for being here today. It's been an incredible pleasure and an honor to do this show. My eyes are totally fried. I don't know why. I think I'm just overtired. I didn't really get enough sleep. But anyway, let's go ahead now. Close your eyes and put both feet flat on the floor. Take a nice deep breath. Just let it go. Following the path of your breath into a moment of silence, feeling the stillness within you, feeling tingly, warm, colorful light moving through your body. And just let yourself relax, becoming more and more at peace in this moment. Thinking about this incredible story of the Faerie Rings. Are they circles of mushrooms? Are they crop formations? But how is it that these portals occurred and that people were going into the realm of the Seelicor, the little people? Gnoves, fairies, dwarves, elves, pixies. All of these ancient legends apparently were very real, and the Faerie Ring was always the key to go and get to meet them. And you could travel in time and in space. And when this hero Ossian came back from the land of Tirnanog, and he touched the ground, got off of his horse, he instantly became old. That was the zero time reference. These fascinating new aspects of our reality, time portals among us that show us the possibility that ascension could really happen, that there could be other beings living all around us in our daily lives right now, and that the world is actually teeming with multidimensional life, and we don't even know about it. We've been kept in the dark. So just let yourself breathe. Imagine getting to see these beings for yourselves, meeting the little people with their funny outfits that look like the Renaissance, and their high-pitched voices, and they're smiling at you, and they're laughing, and they're dancing, and they hold your hands, and you're dancing with them, and you're hearing their music. They've got drums, they've got flutes, they've got little stringed instruments. It's a beautiful song, very complex. You're dancing with them together, and they're smiling. It's all part of our galactic family reunion, reunifying with these people who we've always shared the planet with, and we didn't even know until now. They're just a wink away in some parallel reality that coexists with our own. And as you're breathing deeply, imagine connecting with the little people, feeling the love that they have to share with you, feeling how they've been protecting our planet and helping to influence us to a positive ascension outcome for so long. And finally, after all of these centuries and millennia, we will be able to meet them again in this wonderful ascension that has been prophesied for us. Everything in the world is going to be changing. No longer will we be kept in the dark like mushrooms with these secrets. And we will learn that we are the light. We are the love. We are the one infinite creator. And this is as it was, as it is now, and as it always shall be. And nothing and no one can take that from you. In the name of Jesus Christ, so it is. Amen. Now I'd like you to start to breathe your way back into the room. We had another donation. That was Bright Valley 4K, donate $20. Thank you very much. All right, you're back with me. I'm here. Take care of yourself, says Sarah Paulo. I pray you rest well. So happy you expanded on the Faerie Rings. This helps my work. Nothing quite like having my meditation interrupted by commercial. If that happens to you, just hit skip, or you can subscribe to the premium. You don't get ads at all. Bacapalo says, I'm still blocked on X. Okay, well, send us an email. Let us know what your handle is. We'll try to get that fixed. We do have a customer service team. I pay them every month. Thank you, David. Thank you, David. Do dinosaurs die quickly, too? Yeah, I don't think the time-traveling dinosaurs live all that long. For the most part, alive and thriving, says Namaste. Cynthia Shannon, thank you, David. Another wonderful Sunday with you. We're at 4 minutes, 58 seconds. We'll keep it going right up to the 5-hour mark. We'll cut it right on there. Thank you for your dedication to all of us, Archangel Michael and the Alliance. Thank you, David. Sleep well, says Lady FLLL. Love and light. Russell Postula. Patel and Bongino were in our interview this morning. They said give them about a week or two. Woo, for big arrests. Wow. That's interesting. Week or two. It's very, very close then. This was a great video. Yeah, honestly, I feel like I'm doing my best work I've ever done. These are topics I'm going to get my lamp in the shot, right? But these are topics I've covered before, but I've never had so much fun doing it. And I've never expanded on this so much. I feel great. You guys are awesome. I love you guys. Let's cut it before the 5-hour mark. Let's leave it to 4 hours and 59 minutes. How about that? All right, so I will be back here, barring anything really, really crazy, next week. Let's hope these people de-escalate, because I'm happy to not have to take this to court. But if they take it to court, I'm going to match that. You know, but as far as going on the offensive, no, I don't really feel like doing that. I don't want to spend the money right now. So it's up to them, and I know they're watching, so I love you guys. I'm sorry this happened. I really did not want to hurt your company. I know you think I did, but I didn't. Sorry that it all went down. Let's please try to find a way out of this that's more peaceful than taking it to court, because when we go to court, I'm going to bring in everything I got. All right? Thank you, guys. Everybody's saying thank you, love you to you and the gobblers. We will see you next time. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye for now. Oops. Ooh, I got to be on the right one here. Here we go. Woo! That's it. See you next time, guys.